Why the Mandalorian is genius. Let's see what we got.
How can I make this longer than 5 minutes?
Scrotum.
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 Bitches be jealous of the scrotum.
What about sack of meat cabbage? Would that be better?
Actually, yeah, I think you can.
An erect scrotum?
I was trying to find allegorical meaning.
I know I've had a fair amount of scrotums.
It's sensitive. It asks you how you feel.
And it can detect danger.
It's soft and vulnerable.
It's nuanced. You take a guy home, you get his nuts out, you go, nice cabbage bags then, and then you fuck.
Heckin' yes, that's the mother flipper I'm buying next.
Dude, we've got a sailor's mouth on you.
Scrotum.
Scrotum.
Scrotum. Scrotum.
Bitches be jealous of the scrotum.
What about sack of meat cabbage? Would that be better?
Actually, yeah, I think you can.
An erect scrotum?
I'm just like a little bumblebee.
Halloween is superior.
Christmas.
Christmas creates misery.
It's a totalitarian holiday.
Every once in a while, Mahler's wrong. The presents, the eggnog, the family.
How gay.
Sugar plum berries.
How gay.
Those chestnuts are roasting.
How gay.
Scrotum.
Scrotum.
Scrotum. Scrotum.
Bitches be jealous of the scrotum.
What about sack of meat cabbage? Would that be better?
Actually, yeah, I think you can.
An erect scrotum?
I would fuck the shit out of 55-year-old Sharon Stone.
Oh, right, Star Wars. Yeah.
Let's go back. There we go.
In an EFAP far, far away.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello there.
Where are you, pesky enemies of the long?
I mean, you're all he wants to be.
He is a true massive.
And so the fapping begins.
EFAP is like a glory hole of wonder.
They're all gay.
A Nazi, a horse, and a woman.
Time brothers.
What?
Time brothers.
Yo.
Time.
Thank you, come again.
Time brothers.
Yes!
Time. Time brothers.
I'm going to the pocket. I'm okay with this.
Have you never been in a three-way with a girl with one tit removed?
No.
Have you never been in a three-way with a little clown boy?
You damn lesbian. She indeed was the equivalent of an intergalactic demon.
I'm objectively gay.
I'm okay with this.
This is a trap.
I've been dead before.
Time brothers.
What?
Time brothers.
I smell the soup.
Oh, that's Goliath.
The suit is literal perfection.
It will be when it fits a woman.
If I drink it, then I'll eat it, then I'll shoot it, then I'll poop. If I drink it, then I'll eat it, then I'll shoot it, then I'll poop.
Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of life.
If I drink it, then I'll eat it, then I'll shoot it, then I'll poop.
Always look on the bright side of life. Yes, always look on the bright side of life.
Yum yum, yum yum, yum yum, yum yum.
Yes, always look on the bright side of life.
If I drink it, then I'll eat it, then I'll shoot it, then I'll poop.
Yes.
Hello. How do?
Oh, that was a fantastic intro.
Oh, I know. Those songs are just wonderful.
That's some good stuff.
You'll see us checking those out in a recording ahead of time on the
well, this technically it'll be in front of this, even though it was technically behind it. But hello, welcome to part 3 of this wonderful nightmare. See, that's pros and cons all in one. Welcome to the roster. We got Az, Evan, and South. I cut all your names in half, sort of. How do you feel?
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Yeah, as all things should be.
I should have called Az L-O-A.
Congratulations on EFAP 100, dudes. It's a fantastic achievement.
Why, thank you.
Privileged to be here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's Mr. Raggles is as well.
I'm here. All's well.
Oh, I meant it's both of our... We've been here for the whole thing, both of us. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, I've watched a lot. I've watched a good few hours.
Yeah.
The Jim Sterling stuff, I was
oh my, yeah.
hooked on that nonsense video of his.
Thing. So many great videos on The Last of Us 2. It's weirdly common, isn't it, that everyone's just got such great things to say about it.
It's almost like you know, a game, movie, TV show that's this bad can generate so many hours of amazing content for EFAP to cover.
It's almost like there's an implication there of what we may be covering.
There's this density to how bad it is.
It'd be Teletubbies. They fucked up, and we're gonna be holding their feet to the fire. Goddamn shit!
Tinky Winky's character.
Tinky Winky in the newest episode, he catches Poe having a bad dream and he tries to kill him. It's fucked up, dude.
Sounds legit.
But of course, hardcore fans, we know what's up, and yeah, I think it's good that we're finally going to be exploring some videos complaining about it, because or praising it. We will be complaining about it.
What was the name of the vacuum?
Sucks a lot.
Sir Sucks a lot. That's oddly appropriate. Can't say I can honestly have a problem with that.
Oh yeah, people are curious about those reactions. All coming up on Moolah. It's going to be one big rollout. Also, we got hit with freaking copyright for the meme with Game of Thrones we showed Tonald.
No.
I'll have to see about what the universe wants out of that one. Hopefully everything goes without a hitch.
Was it the Thor arriving in Wakanda theme, possibly?
All I could see on the notification before I got started up here was Avengers, and I'm assuming it was the Tonald meme, because I think the Avengers theme happens. I was sure that the laughter was gonna knock it out, but you know how things work. You know how Avengers are. It's like you played our song for 3 seconds, 12 hours belongs to us. Like, oh,
yeah, that's the world we live in.
That
that's
seems weird.
Great stuff. Hooray!
I mean, whatever. You know, it's up to them. It's their opinion. So that is the link. If you guys want to just jump right in, it's funny. We did this last year as well, but I over prepared. We've got like another 5 EFAP 100s worth of content we could cover. I'm just looking at my notes. I was like, yep, we got through about 5% of this. Well, it's good to over prepare though. And yeah, the Last of Us 2 videos, there's still a selection of them to go through. But the funny thing is, the one we're covering was what we were going to cover when we did EFAP. Was it 99?
98.
We were going to cover this then, but we ran out of time because Cosmonauts. It was Cosmonauts, right? Yeah.
Yes.
This was awful.
Well, I recommended to you, Mahler, hey, we should do Cosmonaut first because the Internet Janitor's video is even worse. We should save the worst video for last.
Oh boy, now that I have all this energy.
Yeah.
I'm confused, like, EFAP ran out of time? How does that work?
Because YouTube capped us.
Oh, no.
How messed up is that?
You'd be like streaming now if you could.
Well, I'm waiting for the day that does become a thing, where they're like, yeah, streaming has now been boosted to 100-hour cap. We'll be like, oh my god. Everything changes. So yeah, is there anything we should know preamble before we do this one? Because like, internet's janitor. Do any of you know that YouTuber? Is the meme that he's a janitor?
I've never seen a video of him before this, and this is a terrible first impression.
Never seen his videos.
Yeah, I don't know anything about internet janitor. I don't believe, unless we covered him and I've just forgotten.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't recognize him.
I love terrible first impressions.
He's gonna take out the garbage. That's us.
Oh my god.
He'll take out the trash.
Yeah, this is called Why Didn't Ellie Have Damaged Tattooed on Her Forehead? The Last of Us 2 review. I mean, it's a good reference.
Okay.
What was it? More of the streams unlisted. Is that true? I'll sort that right out in a moment if it is.
I know that he had a different title for the video.
Same public for me.
It says public for me too. Give it the old refresh. Should look fine. So yeah, it's funny. We started streaming at this time yesterday. It has been 24. We crossed the 24-hour mark. It's always an interesting one. It's just like, what did I do again? Oh yeah, I sat here complaining.
Just a normal day.
Every day is the way it works. So yeah, I guess we'll just jump
just
right in.
an ordinary day.
Here we go.
Whoa.
You have betrayed the fan base.
Oh god.
Nobody wants, and people.
Oh, hey,
Ryan, get out.
We know Ryan. Hey, you made it.
Ryan?
Absolutely hate what Naughty Dog has done.
We're gonna pull a 180 at the climax.
Yeah.
No.
Nobody can tell me this ending makes
Yeah,
sense.
Yeah.
Review The Last of Us.
Hey, that was my bagging, boarding, and streaming stream with Nerdrotic on the side panel there. I'm happy.
Well, you're all toxic. So, it all makes sense. You'd all be each other's recommended, you bastards.
I really wish that Eric July would come on EFAP at some point. I think he would get along great with you guys.
Which one? Which one's that?
So he's actually
Young
the
Ripper.
last one that he shows up.
Oh, Young
for
Ripper.
this little,
Mm.
yeah,
I see.
very funny dude and very based as well.
Well, yeah.
Good guy.
Exciting. Let us continue.
Was 2, and I heard the game is 25 hours long, and I've been waiting 6 years to see what happens to Joel.
That echo.
So
Very
emotional.
tone setting.
Sad, somber.
I'd like to start this
depressed
review
like
off by
everyone.
answering one of the most controversial questions surrounding this game. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good was Joel's murder? Now, I've seen him shot or eaten by infected.
Wait,
It
his
was
pretty
murder,
bad. Like
the
his
murder that
murder?
he committed, or him
I-
being murdered?
Him
He was
dying, I'm
murdered.
guessing.
Him being murdered, which I give a negative fuck you and a half out of 10.
Wouldn't it make more
Depends
sense
on
to
what you're
give it a
ranking
fuck
it
you and
by.
a half out of 10 rather than a negative fuck you?
No, it's just so bad it has to be a negative fuck you and a half out of 10.
All right, I follow.
Does that mean it's a positive?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just
No, not on my scale.
It's like
Because
so-
a negative fuck you would be a you're great.
Yeah, it's taking it back. It's like apologizing.
It's like when someone says you're a stupid idiot. It's like, wait, a stupid idiot? I mean, I'm smart.
I
A
reject
negative
your,
plus a negative equals a positive.
Yeah.
That's
I
absolutely
reject your
how it
reality
works.
and substitute my own. I reject your reality and substitute my own. That's all I'm going to
Oh my
say.
God. Reality is always disappointing.
Reality is subjective.
I mean, that's what Thanos thought, and he was right. He was just changing that shit to whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
So, can he
That's why he
really be
won.
considered wrong? I don't think so.
I give it 2 Abbey steroids out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I give it a fucking. I don't like it. Okay, I give it a no. Stop it.
I'd rather like just watch a compilation of all the different possible death animations from the first game than see what they did in the second game with Joel.
Infected so many times, just murdered over and over and over and over and over and over. And it's something as a culture we love to see in video games. So I'll be grading on a couple different things. First, execution style. I'll say this is a pretty straightforward execution. A golf club murder keeps him alive long enough to really feel the pain, but then it's easy to switch up your grip, get serious, and go in for that kill shot when you really want to wrap it up. 8 out of 10. Fear. Joel's seen a
So I guess we
this
just kind of do
is
a
an
name.
interesting strategy.
I'm guessing this is kind of a joke, like kind of just setting it like people didn't like the death, so he's just being
Open with a
funny
meme.
now?
Let's break the ice, I suppose.
Okay, yeah.
A lot of shit. This didn't really seem to faze him too much. In fact, he's so disconnected from it, he says one of the most badass lines in the game.
Why don't you say whatever speech you got rehearsed? Get this over with.
So he didn't really.
The only part in that scene where Joel was acting in character, by the way.
At least they gave him that. At least they gave him a dignified last line. It's like, thank you
Yeah,
for
we
that.
can all agree his line
Release.
wasn't ouch. As last lines go, you know?
Yeah.
So he didn't really seem that scared. Looks like all those muscles weren't really intimidating him too much. 2 out of 10. Skull Crunch. This was Crunchwrap Supreme levels of crunch. 10 out of 10. Ellie PTSD. This moment gives everyone involved, including Ellie, horrible, horrible PTSD to the point where it's actually sad and made me feel sick about myself. 10 out of 10.
I was just apathetic because it wasn't earned.
Yeah, when she started getting the hits of PTSD, I was sort of just like, all right, this is happening, I guess. This is where we're at now, yeah.
That brings our total score to an 80%, so Joel's murder gets a solid 8 out of 10. That's a good murder. Except for this time when his murder's for real, apparently. This time, Joel's murder was just something we as a society were not ready to handle. Historians will remember this moment as the tipping point of 2020. It caused YouTubers and Twitter users to have a collective hive mind meltdown, and they've been angry circle jerking each other off.
It was just really shitty, and everyone recognized it.
Isn't it crazy that several people can consume a thing and then have a similar reaction to it in terms of upset? Crazy.
I love how many people will do this. They'll just like put videos side by side. They'll be like, then the internet just piled together and they had the exact same opinion. It's like, well, listen to their arguments. Maybe they have something valid to say.
Also, what was the search term?
Its consensus has become hive mind and the two different things.
It's funny how he says that the internet had a collective hive mind meltdown, and then you have people like Cosmonaut saying that Joel is not a beloved character.
Yeah, they're a hive mind of not loving Joel. I also just where's the video that says collective hive mind that enjoyed this thing? Look at these.
Nope. It's not a hive mind when it's positive.
That's right. We just went through hours of this on part 2. This bullshit where you're not allowed to dislike stuff. You're only allowed to like stuff. So fucking boring. It's all wrong if you dislike it. Look at you fucking up. You're just angry. You're doing it for clicks. You're following the hive mind. It's all wrong.
Don't ask questions. Just pretend that it's what you wanted and consume more product.
About Joel's death ever since.
They're gone. They're nothing. They're broken or dead. All of them are broken or dead, and all the new characters that I like in this game are dead and gone and broken.
All right, are some of you gamers ready to have a hard talk? Let's talk for real about this game. Why don't you take a seat? So, what are you doing here?
I'm here to make fun of the game, bruh. I'm here to watch you make fun of the game because it fucking sucks.
Are you a member of the Smash Bros community? Yes.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
I was initially...
I get that reference. All right.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Just as confused as everyone else. How could they kill off Joel? I mean, he was on the cover, right?
No.
What? No, stop doing this.
Okay.
Quit doing
That has nothing to do with anything.
Really bad start, because this is the thing, if you brought this argument up, it's like, yeah, why would people think Joel's in the game? It's like, oh no. No.
It's all the promotional material?
Yeah, that could have been it.
What about the trailer with him saying, you really think I'd let you do this alone? That kind of alluded to me that he'd be in the game.
Also, kind of amuses me, like, box art decides which characters are in the game. Where's Abby? Oh, wait, what the fuck? Where's my group call gone? Where my country gone? Rags, you there?
Yeah, okay.
What the hell?
That was weird.
I
was like, did I get kicked?
Call? And it just ended the voice call. It just said no voice call for anybody anymore because you wanted to add somebody.
That I could only assume that was Discord. Discord was like,
That
you
was
want to add
Discord.
someone to the call? I will disband the
what's
call.
that? You want to add someone? You want to talk to someone new? Now no one gets to talk.
Why on
You
earth
don't
are
like
you?
The Last of Us? Off you go.
Or I have to ask you, what are you doing adding Sargon to this call when we already have Az here? It's going to be impossible to tell the two apart.
Wow,
What? They sound totally different.
No, they sound. I don't know. For me, Az sounds a lot like a love child between Fringy and Sargon.
That's racist.
That is very racist.
That is
How is that
racist.
racist? It's homophobic.
No,
Get
wait,
your
Sargon is a
isms
love
right.
child between Az and...
No, Az is a love child between
Ostrophobic.
Sargon and Fringy.
It's Homer racist.
Homer is racist.
Phobic. It's
Yeah.
Homer racist, yeah.
Also, I just have to say, so Joel being in the trailer, being like, "You think I'd let you do this on your own?" That's a selling point. People are going to be like, "Oh shit, this is an adventure with Joel and Ellie," and they're getting bamboozled. And then the other
What,
thing
you mean
is
the fake scene? The fake scene that
yeah,
they created to fake market the
yeah,
game.
in the trailer, and it's not nearly the same thing as showing Hulk in Wakanda charging at Thanos. Also, who the fuck is making this argument that well, Joel's on the cover, so you can't kill him off? That
Oh
you
yeah,
can't
we
kill
didn't
off
even
a
get to
main character
address
on the cover.
that portion of it. Like,
Do
whoever
we want to
said that?
repeat and just replay that?
No. Like, I remember him saying it. I was this is what I mean. Like, because it's a 21-minute video, but I guarantee this thing is going to be dense when he starts making arguments. We're going to feel like, oh god, slow down. So, like, he's not on the box cover, though. He's on the box cover, therefore he can't die. I don't even.
Like, what does the cover play into it? It's like, did you think Quint was going to be in Jaws? He's not on the cover. There's just the shark and the girl.
How
It's
come
like
Jaws
it's a cover.
died? He's on the cover. You know what I mean? This is
You blow up the
weird.
shark? It must be the main character. How could you do this?
Oh, well, that should have been a dead giveaway that something bad was going to happen early on, but still.
No,
I'm very...
no.
Like,
dead
I think
giveaway?
everyone basically knew Joel was not living through this game.
Hey, you remember how...
I think it was very commonly accepted.
Remember how Left 4 Dead had an arm on the front cover? That meant all the other characters were dead. That's just how it works. Whoever's arm that was, even though it was a zombie arm, they'll be alright.
Traumatized by this experience. Who could kill our beloved Joel? The man strong enough to do this must have been... Wait, what?
No, that's not the argument. It's how he was killed.
So many people
That's
do
the
this.
argument.
It's the whole idea that, like, we're just mad because Joel died. It's like, it's not that. It's the execution.
Yes.
Well, it's
I'm
also,
sure there's,
didn't you
like-
catch it? It's also, though, at least a guy killed him. Wait, it was a girl? No.
I'm sure that there's some amount of people out there that would have been mad no matter how Joel would have died. But I mean, that doesn't represent everyone. Why aren't they addressing the more substantive criticisms about like how he died because of bullshit? Also, hi Sargon.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, we're
solid.
We're
Good,
20
good.
something hours into stream. I don't know what time it is. I don't know. There's light through my window again, and we've gone full circle.
How have you madmen done this? I'd be
Sheer
out.
force of will.
We did it last year. Fuck. Do it again. Yeah,
So you guys talking about The Last of Us 2, are you?
we are...
Yes, we're also talking about The Last of Us as well.
otherwise known as
Game of the generation.
Are we allowed to just say, look, this is the SJW's fucking stuff, right?
You can absolutely say
Might
whatever
as
you
well.
want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is though, isn't it? Because like, didn't Neil Druckmann get this woman who wrote The Last of Us 1 forced out of her job and take over a job, right?
So Amy Hennig
Amy
didn't write
Hennig.
The Last of Us 1, to my knowledge. She wrote the Uncharted games, but
Yeah.
he basically, she left Naughty Dog. She had to sign an NDA, so it's not entirely clear as to what the circumstances were. But he took a lot of her ideas for the game and then added in a bunch of stuff that she, like the character of Nadine, whom you're railroaded into fighting without being able to land a single hit on. That was all Druckmann's idea. That wasn't Amy's idea, which indicates a little bit about how much he's trying to please his dear, lovely Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was gonna say for I knew you guys didn't know, but for anyone who didn't know, Neil Druckmann is an acolyte of Anita Sarkeesian.
Oh no.
Back into like 2013, 2014, when he was presenting her what was the award that she got at the Game
Well,
Developers
that award
Like,
was
ambassador or
2017,
something?
wasn't it?
Bestest
It was
lady.
2013 that
The
he
amazing
did a
benevolent
presentation.
good award of amazingness
Yay.
for women.
Basest girl of all time. That's what she won.
Basest gamer
the
girl.
most based lady. Yeah.
The OG
Right,
gamer girl.
I just
Anita
looked it up.
Sarkeesian.
It was 2014 that she got the Ambassador Award, and Neil Druckmann presented it, and it was
Ambassador
phenomenal
for
cringe.
what? Not playing games?
For
Hey,
feminism.
she went to Electronic Boutique, she bought some games, she took a photograph next to them.
I just like that she comes up with a Game
Anita
Boy.
Sarkeesian,
She's like,
ambassador of
yeah.
That's
gaming.
Proof of gaming ship. Good job.
What's your favorite game? It's Nintendo. That's my
So
favorite game.
one of the things that I didn't play the Last of Us games, but I watched a lot of media of people talking about it from each side, and on the sort of social justice side, they were saying, well, this is brilliant. This has subverted our expectations. And on the non-social justice side, they were saying, why the fuck are they, and I don't want to sound bold, but kind of raping our franchise, right? Like the way
which
that Joel
one?
was Last of Us 2.
Oh, you gotta be specific these days. There's like 17.
Yeah, sorry. But so the character of Joel, I understand that people had a great deal of emotional attachment to because he went through quite a lot in The Last of Us 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, yeah,
and
he's the guy you spend the whole game with.
And I'd say that like your connection with Ellie is like his connection to Ellie is very much like kind of mimicked by the player as well. They do a really good job at making her equally endearing to the character around the same points that she'll be endearing to Joel.
Yes, I agree.
So what do we make of the trans villain in The Last of Us 2?
She's not trans.
Oh my god.
What isn't she?
No.
No.
She has a sidekick who's trans, but Abby herself is not trans.
Oh, yeah, I meant the you know the muscular trans lady.
She's not trans.
She's not trans, actually.
She just really looks trans then. Sorry, but that's the one that golf clubs.
Racist, Sargon.
That's racist. Oh God, my eyes, they're such racists. But she's the one who golf clubs Joel to death, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And that I understand was quite traumatic for a lot of people. And I watched like PewDiePie playing through it, and so I saw all of this, and I was like, right, okay, this.
There was one guy who there was I don't know if you actually saw this, Sargon, but there was a famous clip of a Korean guy that stopped streaming, took out his disc, and got a pair of scissors and just snipped it in half. Yeah.
Weekend Warrior, this is EFAP. You say a scissors.
Ace, oh my, sorry, Rags. It's a scissors.
I'm too tired to give a shit about these little, these tiny.
We've been awake for a little time now.
But didn't that guy's father had recently died?
Yeah, so it just doubles on the pain because I think he really liked Joel as a character. Also, that's why it had such an emotional reaction.
And I can certainly relate to that.
Well, that's because Joel was built up all the way through the first game as a father figure to Ellie, and then in the second game he got golfed. He got 4-ironed to death.
And what's interesting is that there's a flashback where you're playing as Ellie and Joel's taking her to this museum, and it's like a really lovely memory. And it's actually like it's really a great experience to have as someone that's like lost a father. And it's like you're sort of reliving the experience of like a father figure doing this really great gift for you. And it just goes to show, wow, this is what we could have had for this game, and we got this instead.
Well, it's weird, right? Because like they still seem to understand the relationship they had. They were still able to write that scene, correct? So
yeah,
I have a theory on this. I have a theory on it. I think that Neil Druckmann was essentially attacking the audience. And what this is something that I think we can rightly term humiliation. The term subverting your expectations, and this was the same with Rian Johnson with his Star Wars. It's not about don't get me wrong, it does subvert your expectations to see Luke Skywalker absolutely humiliated, drinking alien milk out of a titty and throwing his lightsaber away. But what it is disgracing the character, and it's actively denigrating the character and by extension those people who like and care about the character. And I think that Neil Druckmann does this on purpose because Neil Druckmann is a fucking radical left-winger and he doesn't like the people who like Joel. I think
we've seen that. We've seen people like Jim Sterling and who was it? It was
Cosmonaut.
Yeah, like people when they figure out that you like Joel. Well, first off, they say Joel's a villain. He's evil. He's terrible. He did an outright bad thing. And if you like him, then you are a bad person with character failings.
No, you're not.
Well, no, you're not. Of course.
Well, yeah, that's what
they think you are. They think you are.
That's what I know. It's just the absolutist nature of these people. Oh, if you think this, you're that. No. Can we please return nuance to the conversation?
The different characters, by the way, that have been assassinated / disgraced. Joel is probably the most like aesthetic one that in terms of just like wow, he was beaten to pieces. Like the only way they could really top this now is if someone was thrown into a blender and all their flesh just flew out. You'd be like, yeah, there you go. That about does it.
They
I don't
made
even know
sure
if-
they made sure to have someone spit on his corpse right after he dies too.
I was about to say, like, it's hard to top
Tuckman
what they did in
insert.
Last of Us 2. It really is, because
That was
obviously
the Tuckman insert as well, Manny.
Luke.
The whole thing, like the the Call of Duty trailer with Yuri Bezmenov talking about demoralization. I think that's kind of I think it's part of that process. It's a kind of subversive process in order to essentially ruin the moral structure on which the franchise is founded. You know, if you can humiliate Luke Skywalker is the moral pillar of Star Wars. He's the guy everyone wants to be because he's heroic. He learns his lessons. He does the right thing. He redeems his father at the end of it. You know, he's the guy that you want to be. And so humiliating Luke Skywalker is also humiliating all of those people who look up to Luke Skywalker. And I think it's the same with Joel. And I think this is done entirely deliberately. And the reason I think that's most obvious in The Last of Us 2 is the Neil Druckmann self-insert having sex with the murderer. Right?
Well,
I mean, like
that's not his self-insert.
Isn't it?
But they
It
do
looks
say
like
it's not.
Yeah, they do say it's not though. But
God, I don't believe it. I don't.
I think
it
they're
looks just like him.
Well,
No,
to be fair
you're
to
thinking of
Sargon,
the character.
Manny's the one that looks like him.
That
Oh, is
Manny's
it?
not the one
Yeah.
that fucks Abby.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
sorry.
But to be fair
but,
to be fair to you, Sargon, I think you got something there. Like
Mm.
the only time that Joel actually defends his actions to Ellie is like near the end of the game. Like literally the
right
end of
at
the
the
game.
end of the game.
Yeah, right at the end of the game. Yeah, like I'll do it
It's
all
still not
over
a great
again.
defense
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
He just says
it's
like,
too
I
many
would still do it
quotes.
though.
Yeah, and it's quote unquote defense. Like so many quotes.
I have to say, like, it certainly feels like the motivation is what you described there, Sargon. The worst part to me is the fact that they couldn't even have Joel's death feel like the events leading up to it make sense, because how they have it happen, I want you to imagine like a character in a story that's established to always look both ways before crossing a street, right?
Yeah.
And then one day he just consciously decides, you know, that thing that I do where I look both ways before I cross the street, I'm
He
not
just
going to
doesn't
do
do
that.
it. Yeah,
and
he
then
just
immediately he
doesn't do it
gets
for
struck
reasons
by a
unknown.
car. Exactly.
No, he gets struck by a
that's what
fucking
happens.
train. It's just on the-
But you can see that's like that's railroading, isn't it? That's him using his directorial power to say, I don't care if this doesn't make sense. I'm going to make this happen, and you're going to watch as I do this to your favorite character.
It's a
And
fucking commonality,
they-
isn't it, around a disgraced character. This damaged plot that's broken in every single way to bend over backwards to make the certain thing happen.
And it's deliberately to wind you up. You know, that's the thing. It's because I don't like the people who like this character. And you can see it in every time they say, oh, this subverted our expectations. That's essentially the sort of package that's underneath it. You know, it's like, no, fuck you for liking this. You know, this is racist, sexist, patriarchal, whatever it is. And we're going to take revenge on you via the media that you like, that we've gained control of. And it's awful. What a horrible thing to do.
Well, they're not. What is it? Games aren't supposed to be fun. What is that the quote?
Yeah, that's a quote from Neil Druckmann. Yeah.
No, Cutman said we don't do fun. Was it we don't do fun?
We don't do fun.
We don't use the word fun.
We don't use the word fun. Yeah. As is correct.
I mean, I believe it when they say it.
I think a lot of people believe it now.
Yeah, we're just sitting there like, yeah, I caught that. I got that.
Well, like from a story perspective, I get the idea of killing Joel is to also rile up the player, right? But like everything else, the execution was badly done.
Yeah.
And then what they do is they make you they try to make you sympathize with the murderer, but she's already unlikable. So I don't know what they were up to with that shit.
Like if someone
she's not
is
just unlikable though, she's evil. Like,
yeah, she's sociopathic, I would argue.
Remember, it's Bobby Kotick as well from Activision that said the goal I had was to take the fun out of making video games.
Oh shit!
But why?
Because you like them and you're problematic. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly. But Muller, why do you think it's the leftist sort of culture critics? They hate you, even though you don't bring politics into what you're doing.
Like
I can watch your
in fairness,
stuff and I
measurements, units of measurement, or what was it? They're like Nazis or something. I can't
yeah,
remember.
objective units of
White
measurement.
supremacy.
Yeah, if we're gonna have a proper communist utopia, we have to get away with those objective units of measurement that take the natural world and chain it to our you know, or something along those lines. It
You
was
hold
a
up
while
a
ago.
fucking ruler, and they're like, this is fucking. It's like a cross. And
We're
they start
subjugating
sizzling.
nature to our whims and such by confining it to standards of measurement.
It's so patriarchal.
Yeah, as one does.
Well,
but the thing is, if you're critiquing a piece of media on its own terms, as the author of it intended it to be critiqued and made from within its own logic, then there's no room for this outside ideological analysis, and there's no point to them, you know. And if you're like, look, I can do a valid critique from within the rules of the universe, and in fact that seems to be a lot more popular than the alternative, then no wonder they're angry.
I mean,
Well,
they don't
the
have to
thing is-
watch. It's like if they don't. I mean, part of what we'll probably do here today is explain the fucking 10,000 ways his death made no sense, and it's just like, yeah, but how did it make you feel? That's the important part, right?
The thing is that, like, while it wouldn't be the first, like my preferred direction for the story to take, if someone was to tell me, like, if I'm a writer working on a game, and the director tells me, okay, this is the direction that the story is going to take, you have to kill off Joel in the first 2 hours of the game. I'm not going to like it, but I'll try to make it work, and I'll try to have it make sense. I'm willing to work within those constraints.
What if they said you have to have Manny spit on him?
I'd go along with it, but I wouldn't have you try to sympathize with Manny afterwards.
You'd have a scene where you brutally chop Manny into pieces, wouldn't you?
Pretty much, yeah.
But Manny likes his daddy, so everything's okay.
Yeah.
So
Manny's dad is sick, guys.
His dad is sad, and he's sad
I
for
think
the
it's-
dad.
He feels
I think
sorry, and he's a ladies' man, and he likes anime. Isn't he a well-rounded character?
Oh yes.
Don't you like him now? Hmm?
I think it's possible to make a well-structured story based on this premise, but the execution is what really matters in that. And this was a piss-poor execution for a very unpleasant story. If you're going to do this to your characters, it needs to make sense.
Yeah, I would actually say, like,
But then,
if you're
in
gonna.
which case, don't have two separate bunches of the same character. The characters at the start of the game, Abby and her crew, sans Owen, are completely different to when we take over them halfway through the game. That's a major problem. They don't behave like the way they behave. It's suddenly like, now we're going to try and make you like him. Play ball with the doggies. Manny's got a dad and his dad's sick, and Manny's a good guy. He also crushes the pussy. Oh, look, Mel's suddenly got a fucking baby out of nowhere.
yeah.
I don't know where this fucking came from. But she's
No,
now pregnant.
As was the one that told us, and he saw it. Like in the Joel kill scene, Mel's stomach is flat.
Yeah,
and I researched this. Someone on Reddit actually made a map. How long would it take for people to travel from Jackson to Washington? That's around, at most it will be like 41 days. And by the time you get there, Mel's like almost going to get the baby out of her womb. It's like that big already. And you would say that, oh, maybe I rewatched the scene. Maybe you could give Mel the benefit of the doubt. Like, she has a jacket. Maybe she has a small baby
She's
bump.
leaning over.
But Abby is shocked that Owen told her that Mel is pregnant. So I think no one in the group knows that Mel was pregnant in the first place. Like, at best, she would be in her first trimester around that time. And then suddenly, she's pregnant. Like almost gonna give birth. It's like so contrived for drama. It pisses me off.
The flashback to the reveal that they have this lead as to where to find Joel in Wyoming takes place 4 months before the whole Seattle, like the 3 days in Seattle, which means that in the 4 months that have passed since then, they traveled to Jackson and then traveled from Jackson. And it was only when they arrived in Jackson where they figured out that Mel was pregnant. And so it's like, and then I think there's like been 3 weeks that have passed since Joel's death when they arrive in Jackson, in Seattle.
In Seattle, yeah.
So it's like, that's
21 days, yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. She has like a Padme Amidala type pregnancy that just she blows up instantly.
And yeah, I was just going to say,
nothing of any interest happened during that journey that they needed to develop the relationship between Ellie and Dina.
No.
No.
Not at all. No.
Oh, you're supposed to be on their side the moment they do the kiss thing.
Well, they're the
well,
gay, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
immediately
exactly.
like them. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
don't need character development because
Yeah,
they're
well,
all
if the Lord of the
you
Rings
don't-
taught me anything, it's that long, dangerous journeys don't affect characters as they progress.
To bolster what Southpaw was saying earlier as well, it's like the kind of controversial decisions we're dealing with, like, again, producer mind on, nothing but just the concern of people buying the game, and you're like, yeah, we're gonna beat Joel to death in the opening. You'd be like, ooh, you better make sure everything to do with that is like crystal clear, right? You need everything to make sense. You need to gotta justify that shit. People are gonna be annoyed as it is, but if you give them an inch about like how stupid it all is, like this is gonna be a fucking hailstorm of just nonsense and crazy angry, and they're like, okay, and then they just like fell over when they were writing it, I guess.
So I'm
well,
not
bear
against
in
the
mind, there's
idea.
a lot of
Like, I'm not against the idea of them killing an important character in the beginning, using this.
LNS, yeah.
Using
but their
this
own staff were telling them they're doing it wrong.
Well, no doubt. But like, what I mean is like,
and Druckmann wouldn't listen.
Of course he wouldn't. He's a fucking lunatic. But what I mean is like, it's not necessarily bad storytelling, in my opinion, for them to do something like that, right? It sets up the villain as being really quite awful, and I don't know what the ending was like. I didn't watch until the end. So, I mean, if you can get a really big payoff for Ellie getting her revenge and dispensing justice, but I'm guessing that didn't happen. Is that
oh, gee, I wonder.
You're ready for your expectations to be subverted.
Yeah, man, people
were my expectations subverted though?
People fucking
hardcore.
So what happened
the
in the
ending
end?
is Ellie can't play the guitar anymore. That's the ending of The Last of Us.
No, wait, it's worse than that, Sargon, because
Go on.
you after you play as Ellie, you play as Abby, and you're supposed to be on her side. It's supposed to, and then you as Abby beat Ellie, and
what?
You beat Ellie.
Holy shit!
Yeah, you beat the shit out of her, and then
okay, yeah,
you switch her perspective from Ellie because she's back at Jackson and she's at peace supposedly. And then the guy that is supposed to be like chill about vengeance is haranguing Ellie. Why aren't you taking vengeance? And then she has the idea of taking vengeance against Abby. And then you switch back to Abby.
Hold on. Whoa. By the way, Tommy, who went back in Jackson again, is telling her she needs to go kill Abby.
Yeah.
Tommy was preparing for them all to leave Seattle.
Yeah.
Even though Abby wasn't dead, he said, "We've killed enough. This is what we're just gonna have to take. Are you okay with that, Ellie?" Ellie's like, "Yeah, it's gonna have to be."
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And then suddenly,
so he's the one who wants to pull them all out, and then suddenly he's just like, "Do you know what? Okay.
I hate her. I hate her. And Ellie, please kill her for me." Basically.
Yeah.
So you take control of Abby. Abby beats the shit out of Ellie. You go back to Ellie, and then what happens?
The guy that wants to leave Jackson and is supposed to be content with just letting things be with what happened suddenly wants to kill Abby.
Yeah, and he has her like the last known location. He's like, I know where she is, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't do that sort of thing no more. And the wife is like, yeah, no. And then she's like, actually, no, I'm gonna go kill her. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
And so you go on your little adventure as Ellie then for like 2 hours or so, and then you finally get to Abby. You have your big boss fight, and you let her go.
You let her go.
You let her go.
No. Ellie lets her go.
She gets a vision of Joel playing the guitar on the porch.
Yeah, maybe I should specify. She is tied to like a cross, and she's you actually it's not as bad as, because I make it sound better than it is. You don't just let her go. You save her life. You save her life. Then you battle to the death. Then you let her go.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
It's
the funny thing.
So
the funny thing is, Sargon, you don't even get to control Ellie by that time.
Oh, hold on.
The game limits your options. Wait. What? You can't like use your guns when you find Abby hanging on the cross. You can just walk to her and let her down the cross and lead her to the boat. And then when Ellie
because if she's going down to the beach, she's just going, Abby, I'm coming, Abby. And then she just lets her go.
Yeah, it's so dumb. And what's worse is she doesn't just kill her on the cross. I don't know why you had to walk to somewhere and then decide, oh yeah, I forgot, I'm here to kill you.
She has a backpack full of Molotov cocktails and explosive arrows and guns with like, at least some ammunition left.
Those
And
were
she
Molotov cocktails of peace.
leaves them in the boat to then engage in a fist fight with Abby.
Probably should have mentioned as well.
Which she uses a knife in, by the way.
Part of the reason that Ellie probably spared Abby's because Abby bit Ellie's fingers off. That's something that would probably give you like a sense of, I want to forgive you. You consumed me.
Oh, totally.
Part of
you
me is
beat
inside
my father
you now.
figure to death. You bit my fingers off. You've caused all this trouble. I'm going to let you go because I'm so fucking forgiving.
Oh, by the way, Sargon, her having her fingers bitten off means that she can no longer play the guitar, which her father figure taught her how to do.
Yeah, I remember watching the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you get it?
So,
when you pursue violence, you lose the things that matter most to you.
Except for Abby, that gains someone else in the process of taking revenge, has a friend and has a goal afterwards. Good job.
Can we just have a moment of silence for Fat Geralt, please?
Yeah, rip.
Rip Fat Geralt.
But it really does bring back to the humiliation aspect, right? Because a satisfying payoff would be for Ellie to defeat Abby and then have her little victory speech. You took everything from me, you did this, you've taken my ability to play the guitar. So there's an emotional payoff for the audience as she then, boom, blasts Abby in the face or whatever. Golf clubs Abby, I don't know, whatever.
That's the thing. I don't know if, Druckmann is thinking of that, or he's thinking he made such a good redemption story. That's the thing I'm bothered. You get me? I don't know if he's consciously thinking of a humiliation story.
Created a game that was so good that by time you took over Ellie again for the last hour or so, that you would be invested in Abby, and you'd be like, no, Ellie, don't do it. Abby's so wonderful. She's so great. She's so awesome. No. She's a fucking cunt.
The problem is, right? Like I said this earlier in the first part of the 36-hour stream. 24 hours, right, Mahler? In the first part of in the first third, the problem with this whole Ellie forgiving Abby situation is that I don't think Ellie even saw Abby as a person that can be redeemed. Everything is happening on the player's perspective. The player could determine if Abby is worthy of being forgiven, right? That's a big if, and I don't think the game did that. But Ellie, as the character, didn't see anything redeeming about Abby at all. And when you're fighting against Abby, she's not really I'm sorry I killed Joel, please forgive me. She doesn't do that. She's just, I don't want to fight. It's not, I don't want to fight, I'm sorry I killed your father. It's more I don't want to fight because I've been hanging on a cross and I can't fight you.
I've lost all my gains.
What's the source of the desire for Ellie to forgive Abby?
Oh, that's the thing. This is the most Aspel moment. Yeah. She gets a flashback of Joel sitting on a porch with a guitar. And that's the moment where Ellie decides to forgive Joel, or at least try to forgive Joel.
30 seconds after she had a flashback of Joel's smashed up body.
Yeah.
Which made her want to fight her.
Depending,
so it's all stupid.
Depending on who you ask, it means different things. One interpretation is Joel wouldn't want you to kill her. It's yeah, he would.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would.
Another one is she's only mad not because Joel died, but because she couldn't forgive him before they'd ran out of time, and so. Well,
I tell you what, there's an easy answer to this. Why don't we just ask Joel? Oh, wait, we can't because you clubbed him to death in cold blood.
Well, this is what I mean. The point I was going with was just that no matter what scenario you come up with in terms of what was convincing her in that moment to forgive Abby, about 90% of the player base is just
No. Narratively, Abby needed to get the shit beaten out of her.
Yes.
That's what needed to happen.
No, I think that's also frustrating because that part of the game is not shown on screen. At that point, she's just hanging on the cross and she's beaten down and
Well, see, I would be pushing back on this if Abby hadn't have been so sadistic when she killed Joel.
Yeah.
If she had... I've said this before, if she executed him, I'd probably be here right now being I mean... You can kind of see, but like when you take pleasure in causing pain and call him a stupid old man, when she already knows enough context to know that he did it to save someone, and he just saved her life, it's also like your brain just can't handle it. You're like, what is wrong with you?
She's a
No,
monster.
and it's worse than that. When she was beating up Dina, and she didn't at that point she didn't know she was pregnant, right? She took the time to face Dina to Ellie, and like she's gonna slit her throat in front of Ellie, right? And then Ellie goes, "No, she's pregnant." And then what our sympathetic protagonist says at that point is, "Good."
Good.
Okay, but listen, Sargon. In her defense, her dad did save a zebra.
Well, that makes everything okay.
Exactly.
Fucking
Pregnant zebra, pregnant.
Playing through the
Pregnant
game and
zebra.
watching the game, this is a word that we use to describe The Last of Us 2 as manipulative. And I've never seen a more manipulative piece of media than The Last of Us 2.
Yeah.
In terms of trying to really force you to sympathize with the characters that you want to kill slowly, painfully.
Yeah.
No,
Well, like,
Rags,
the-
it's worse than that. It's desperately manipulative. Like I've been replaying scenes. Manny at some point
I don't
goes,
know if it's
"I
desperate
like you, Abs."
manipulation,
I'll
because
No,
they
it's
put them so. No, I don't think it's desperate. I think they very confidently thought that what they were doing was just really big brain shit. Because they
Oh, that's
decided to be the
possible.
one. Well, they're the ones who decided to start off with Abby essentially killing Joel, and then give themselves the huge, is it Herculean or Herculean?
Herculean.
Herculean.
Yeah,
a really
that
tough
word.
job of trying to make it feel like you needed to sympathize with her after the fact. So
Okay,
I
can
think
I-
they thought that they could do it.
No, it's okay. I'll change it to insultingly manipulative.
It is insulting, absolutely.
Yeah, like like my IQ can just process this shit. Like, oh, they're trying really hard. Or like Manny at one point says to Abby, "With I like you, Abs." Like, shut up, game.
Are you
like-
saying I like your abs?
No, he says to Abby, "I like you, Abs."
And your traps and your buys and your tries and your laps.
Yeah, I hate it.
Quads and your...
The thing about the doctor scene when Abby's like, if it were me, I'd want you to do it, and the fact that he's like, damn it, there's nothing else we could do. You're like, so that was the whole goal with that scene. You're like, what happens before that one? It's like, oh, it's when he saves the zebra. And it's like, yeah, but what happens in that scene other than that? And it's like, not much really. It's really about him saving. It's a whole set piece of him saving a zebra. That's it.
So that means he has character depth.
Well, it's just when you pull it apart and you look at it like as a storyboard set or something, like I need to see that time in the boardroom where they're talking about like, all right, this is the zebra saving scene. They're like, oh, Neil, can we cut this scene? Like, do we need it? And he's like, well, people might not think he's a good person. I need to hear that because of how fucking pathetic that scene is. Just to know.
And
No, that scene is
sound like
that scene is actually worse when you think about it more, because there is no pressing deadline for them to just get the virus from Ellie's head. Like there is nothing that is hurrying them up, right? Like there is no deadline. The zombie apocalypse has already happened. Why are you in such a fucking rush, right?
Yeah. But this is, like you say, it's deliberately insulting. It's deliberately manipulative. And you think, okay, well, what's Neil Druckmann's intention? And you know Neil Druckmann's intention. He's a fucking feminist. He hates things that are normal. And so this is why this whole thing just looks like an attack on the audience itself, which is why, like, in the chat, they're like, oh, he's got like 2.5 stars on some review site. I'm not surprised. I'm not fucking surprised at all. Because it looks to me like Neil Druckmann is coming after the way you feel about things. And that's not his business, is it?
Giving himself 100 brains. That's some.
Oh, because they have to try and rewrite the whole of The Last of Us 1. That's why. Because you feel completely different versus how they attempt to make you feel in this game. So they've got to try and rewrite all your wiring about Joel. Doesn't work. They've got to try and rewrite how you feel about Ellie. Doesn't work. And so the whole thing just comes across as so sloppy.
Sargon, just to clarify, do you know about are you aware of the fact that they were going to basically, this doctor that saves zebras in the first game, he was going to basically operate on Ellie's brain, killing her without her consent?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were going to basically put her in a fatal surgery to try to develop a vaccine for a fungus. Good luck with that, by the way. And they didn't like wake her up to see what she would think about it because she was unconscious when she arrived at the hospital. So it's like, yeah, Joel did nothing wrong, and
then they made the right call.
Yep, Joel
Then they
absolutely
didn't
did the
pay
right thing.
Joel. Then they threw Joel out. They were without his stuff,
without his weapons.
And then these are the people who are going to altruistically disperse this vaccine throughout the whole of mankind when they developed it. Get a fuck off.
It's a very juvenile understanding of the way the world works to just say like, oh yeah, this vaccine would have just changed everything and saved countless lives.
No, Rags, literally every death that happens after the first game is Joel's fault.
Oh my god, why do so many people say so many stupid things? Too hard to keep track of it all.
The guy, Joel's fault.
By the way, Sargon, the internet's janitor is actually in the chat for the stream.
Oh, awesome. Hello, mate. How's it going? I enjoy your channel.
Oh yeah, are we carrying on with this video then?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hit that watch together link. Anybody who hasn't already.
Oh, whereabouts? is it,
I'm in the Last Last of Us 2. I mean, in the video.
He wants to come and defend himself. Which could be
We haven't even heard his arguments yet.
I think we should certainly be open for it. Give an invite on at some point.
I mean, if I'm assuming so, the video doesn't like quite cover the ground he wanted it to. I assume.
Well, we'll see. I guess.
Internet janitor, not internet historian.
Is this not the argument right here in the video?
I'm assuming not. Possibly a holy version.
This confuses everyone else. How could they kill off Joel? I mean, he was on the cover, right? Oh, well, that should have been a dead giveaway that something bad was going to happen early on. But still, I'm very traumatized by this experience. Who could kill our beloved Joel? The man strong enough to do this must
Joel's not a beloved character.
That's like a defense
yeah,
now.
He is very beloved. Oh, yeah.
I think we've said this already, but it's not that they killed him, it's the way they killed him.
Yeah.
And
it's the context does not make sense. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's a character established to look both ways before crossing the street, and one day he blindfolds himself and goes and plays in traffic.
I think more people would have been surprised if Joel didn't die. I think we would kind of saw it coming. That
would have been the subversion. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have definitely been the subversion. I think people really kind of saw this coming.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's got to be done with dignity. You know, it makes sense within the context of the story and for the character, etc., etc.
To do this must have been. Wait, what?
This is your god? A woman?
Let me back up a second here. This is going to be the first video game review on the channel, so let's take things a little more seriously. Originally, I was going to get my girlfriend to play this game with me. I figured it could be a fun thing for us to do together. When I said we should play The Last of Us 2, I think she heard we should watch This Is Us Season 2. That's a different show where they kill the dad. It was a simple mix-up. Anyway, I told her she had to play it or watch me play it.
I'm not playing that. I'm not watching you play that. Is that the game where you have to kill dogs? What kind of sick freak would want to play that game? What the hell is wrong with you?
You're right, baby. The themes of this game could appear to be possibly traumatic to some players. It explores the deepest disturbing parts of human nature at a time when the nation is already in a horrible crisis.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. I do
It's
find
like a
it funny.
leftist meme.
Well, his jokes do land though. Like I do like his videos.
He's got
rolling
decent
it out
comedy.
in tears here. Yeah.
Like I do like see the controller. That's a nice touch. That's kind of cute.
Timing seems pretty tight.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
fine.
Yeah, the timing's tight. Yeah, like, but I like. We know that going into this game, it's trying to talk about themes like vengeance and bad. Yeah, it's like it's not really like a surprise or anything.
I wonder how the game will receive this piece of media.
I saw you already broke one of the controllers after playing this game for only 3 hours. You need a psychological evaluation.
All right, my lady, I shall traverse these apocalyptic streets on my own. I bid you farewell, and I shall see you on the other side. So here's some clips of me playing the game.
Oh.
It's expensive, man.
Spooked
Maybe
me.
it's maybe it's second hand because you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah,
I hope it's
Maybe
secondhand. That wasn't
maybe
like,
it's-
that wasn't $50 funny, so I hope it was secondhand.
Well, maybe this
Yeah.
isn't his footage. Maybe this is just some dude breaking a thing you can find online. I don't know.
Or it could be his. But... Maybe he didn't like playing through the game.
After Joel's death, I had to take a long, hard look in the mirror. Could I continue on playing this franchise? Could I trust the creators to make things right after they wronged me? I came to the conclusion that no, I could not, and things would most likely just get worse from here, which is exactly why I bought this game.
Yeah, you're showing the clip where she's like, good, I'm about to slit the throat of a pregnant woman,
Yeah,
so
the
yeah,
whole
things
point
got
is
worse.
sympathize with Abby. Also, she
No,
takes glee in murdering a pregnant woman.
She's so sadistic at that scene. Like, you see it, right? Sargon, she like looks at Ellie, then decides to face Dina in front of her. It's so sadistic.
Yeah, Dina's protecting Ellie, and then she like gets hit by an arrow, and then she like beats her head into the ground, and then pulls the knife. It's like, wow, Abby. Okay.
Our sympathetic female character, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the nuanced character, guys.
She likes killing babies. Leave her alone. Everyone's allowed their own opinion.
That is just awful. That's really awful.
Stand that the same version of FIFA every year. I swear, man, some of these YouTubers are fake outrage for views. It's gotta be mentally exhausting. This game got so much hate that I mistakenly thought I was out a few months ago based on.
Yeah, there's no legitimate reason to be pissed at this game. Absolutely none whatsoever. You're just feigning outrage.
It's the whole throwing everyone into one big pile, and it's just you overgeneralize, and yeah, sure, everything can be a hive mind, but you got to have evidence for it. Try to play the devil's advocate at least to a decent degree. Like, you got to know that there are counter arguments out there to this type of stuff, that people have reasons for why they hate these stuff.
I mean, can we just throw the reverse? Like, oh my god, there are so many like hardcore defenders that are doing it for the clicks. Like, look at me, I'll throw a defense in for a game that rarely gets it. Yeah.
No, like, also, why don't they just review the game? Do you feel me, guys? Like, why do they have to put in other YouTubers into the video? Does that make sense? Like, you could just
seem to be broad generalizations and straw men about what other people are instead of letting me know about what the game.
It's also the base element of trying to lower other people to raise yourself, which normally says you've got a weak argument if you've got to try and do that shit all the time.
What I find interesting is he doesn't name names. Name those names. I don't know who he's talking about.
He's generalizing
yeah. Don't give me these random generalizations, dude. Tell me who the fuck you're talking about. I want to know, because then I can analyze your own statements.
That's mean.
For truth. Yeah, but if I have at least some indication about who he's talking about, I can evaluate their work and be like, oh, well, because there probably are like a bunch of YouTubers who are like fake angry about stuff for the clicks. So give me some examples, and I can judge.
I mean, he showed a montage, and he had Angry Joe inside of there, so it's like, is that one of them?
No,
It's like,
the funniest thing is that I think Angry Joe's rage is legit. Like, if you see,
he played the first game years ago. He loved it. He was attached to Joel and Ellie, and he loved this franchise.
A lot of people were.
I was.
Maybe that's not the guys he was referring to. Maybe he'll name the names later. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a bet that he doesn't.
We
Probably
shall see.
People hated it. Then it turned out it was just leaks. My only thought was, wow, I bet those don't do any kind of justice to the real story. But that doesn't matter.
This is another argument that people pull all the time. It's just like people made up their minds because they saw the leaks. They saw the leaks and they're like, you know what? I hate this game.
I've said it before. I mostly stand by the leaks were better than the season 8 of Game of Thrones result. Like, the leaks, when you read them, it was like, okay, that's bad. That's really bad. But, it's done. And then you watch it in context and you're like, oh my god. It's like somehow much, much worse. And of course, we won't be accounting for that demographic. We'll only be counting for the one that read the leaks and would have enjoyed the game more had they not read the leaks.
But the argument would hold up if the sales were really poor. At least it would have some credence. But the sales were massive, and so people were clearly not put off by the leaks and wanted to experience it for themselves.
No, it's disgustingly massive. Like 2.8 digital sales. God damn! Like, I hate it.
If some guy on YouTube says it's time to be outraged, the internet mob grabs their pitchforks.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because the internet is one. Yeah, fuck.
Well, like, Angry Joe leads the fucking anger community, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if he's giving an accurate representation of the game, and he's a very big game reviewer, and people listen to him talk about the game, and the game is shit, then yeah.
It feels
So
like, it just
that's
feels like a
what's
waste
gonna
of
happen.
time, you know? It's like, move on, get to the part where you can either attack or defend whatever the subject is, instead of just being like, you know what, you're doing it for clicks, just because someone told you to hate it. Like, okay.
This video is coming across more contrarian than any fake outrage.
Like,
Well,
what if
this
someone
is what I mean. I don't
explains
see
why
why you
it's shit
can't.
and then you agree with it?
Why can't you just throw the exact same criticism back? Be like, you
can.
You're doing this. You're doing the counter. You'll be like, oh, I see all of you getting angry. I'm gonna be the one to get the clicks on the counter to the angry.
You can. You can just reverse the logic. There's nothing wrong there.
Although internet mobs don't actually look like this, they look like this and this. But when the game came out,
Massive
It's an internet
failure
mob.
of
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
it's an
Jeremy.
internet mob. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jeremy. Jeremy's here, guys.
Jeremy finally made it to EFAP 100.
Yeah.
and this.
I like
but when the
Jeremy. I
game
watch him
came
quite
out,
often.
massive failure of storytelling. Massive failure in storytelling. This is terrible
Why?
storytelling.
Where's the
Horrific
lie?
Storytelling.
Yeah, how's he wrong?
I was about to say, he's,
Yeah,
he's repeating
every time he
himself,
says it,
but
I
yeah,
agree with it.
kind of.
Yeah, he's right.
Well,
This
there's-
story is garbage.
Well, there's a punchline to this montage.
Failure of storytelling. Failure in
He hasn't played it, has he?
It's not yet. Nope.
No, I mean he hasn't. That's my guess. Is Jeremy hasn't played the game.
Oh.
I don't know.
I'm not going to spoil the punchline.
Well, I haven't played it either, but I've watched someone play it.
I was
and the
gonna say
story
that
is shit.
doesn't disqualify
Oh.
the potential. Still.
Yeah.
You could watch the
storytelling.
cutscenes.
Biggest disaster.
Well, I watched all of Muller's playthrough.
Oh, but
video
that
game
means your
history.
opinion
I
on the
have-
game isn't
I'm
valid,
not
Rex,
playing the
because
game,
You have to play it. Didn't you
I
know
watched
that?
all the
watched
content.
all of the content.
Well, yeah, that's all you need to do. If you watch all of the content, then you know all you need to know about the story.
Yeah, like, I think we
What's the
discussed this
contradiction?
before, but the only thing you can
Yeah,
really
yeah.
not comment on would be like game feel.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
even
that's
if
why I
you watch,
played it when Drinker asked me, because I appreciated that I have to feel. I have to get the feeling of the game, the feeling of actually playing it as opposed to just watching it.
This is one of those things you see people do. The whole like take what happened with Jeremy saying about the story being terrible, and he's highlighting. Oh, he said he's not playing the game because why would you pay $60 for this shit? And he says I've watched all the content on it. It's like, all right, like me, I haven't played the game, haven't paid for it. I watched an entire playthrough of it that someone else did. I am totally qualified to talk about the story of this game without playing it. Kind of a small brain maneuver to say that that's contradictory.
I mean, you basically experienced just as much of the story as Mahler has. You just don't have the same hands-on experience with the game.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on
even
some
still-
aspects of gameplay and mechanics and stuff.
but you could.
Well, yeah, it depends on what they are.
Yeah.
Like if I see a mechanic being implemented poorly or inconsistently, then that's one thing.
Like
But
you can
I'm-
comment on the AI, for example. You can just be like,
Yeah, absolutely. The AI is it is Galaxy Brain AI. Very super
special
smart.
AI.
Super.
I mean, you've got a point. If you don't want to comment on like the handling of the game, the feel of the controls and stuff, if you haven't directly played it. But if you're talking about the story,
Yeah,
then you're
you don't.
perfectly qualified to judge as anyone else.
It did seem that he
Absolutely.
was very specifically talking about the story.
Yeah,
I
I
just,
mean that was what was being highlighted over and over.
We watch films.
Yeah.
I haven't played the film.
Films. We don't play films. We watch films, and we're perfectly qualified to discuss the story in the film, even though we didn't get into the cockpit of the X-wing and blow up the Death Star.
Maybe
Good
you
point,
did.
Ed.
Same context.
Hey, I know exactly what it feels like. I will have you know, because I watched the movie.
Ay, fuck me.
Yeah.
This guy wants everyone to know that as a
Okay.
film student, he can assure us that the game is bad. This guy agrees with him. His credentials are he owns over 2,600 movies. This person said The Last of Us 2 was a horrid
Oh,
mess.
no.
I hope he gets to the actual argument soon. 'cause
No,
I'm getting-
no.
How are these
We're
not
5
valid?
minutes in, and he's
Rex,
destroying
no,
the issue.
Guys, this is worse. We could also do the same argument against him. Like, you're just some random guy on YouTube. Why should we listen to you? Right? Does that make sense?
But more importantly, in what way are these not valid criteria for being a judge of movies and storytelling?
Yeah.
Like being a
It's
film student, having a massive film library. I mean, if you're going to be, an expert or learned on these things, these are pretty legit qualifications, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making me more likely to listen to you. The arguments stand on their own, but it does make me more interested, I suppose, to hear what you have to say. Even though I think a film degree is basically a meme.
I'm up for
but-
hearing the arguments, even from someone
Yeah,
who's
let's
never
hear
seen a
those
film
arguments.
before.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's tackle these arguments.
With pseudo-deep messaging, only a person with an inflated ego about themselves would thing is amazing, and characters were unlikable, boring, and just a complete awful representation.
Where's the lie?
So the day after it was released,
Fantastic and incredible and brilliant. You got to use the same argument on those people as well, surely. But because it's going one way, because it's negative, suddenly that demonizes it.
Can he just get to his arguments, please? Like,
Again, his argument basically is people read the leaks and.
At the moment.
No. I get like all he's doing is like priming the audience. Like, look at all these guys who are talking about this game.
And you can find
and
the
they're
reverse
wrong.
all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could do the reverse. It's disingenuous. Is that a proper word?
Yeah, yes, it's disingenuous. Yes.
All right, let's
So tweeted out, Joel deserved better. We all deserve better. Fuck you, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I
I
totally
agree with that.
Neil, the game seems almost like it was designed to just take a shit on the things that you liked for no
people
reason.
definitely got upset by it. Not a surprise.
And then drew some
And we
sad
can
fan
see,
art.
we know the guy who made it, and that seems to be a reasonable inference because he seems like a prick. So
Like the person
this
in
is the
charge of making
guy.
the story can shit all over it, and that's okay. But if we're upset that he did it, we're bad. Like I don't like.
No, this is the guy that put himself in the game as a collectible card, and his IQ is like 10 over 10 or some shit.
When this tweet was sent out, this game had not even been released for 15 hours. It's a 25-hour long
Is it
game.
wrong?
Well,
just tell me if it's wrong. Fucking hell.
No, Rags, what he's saying is that you have to experience the whole 25 hours to even make a reasonable statement about the game.
I was gonna say,
I think that's what he's saying.
15 hours. That means they've consumed the scene.
Does that argument still apply to having to watch at least 3 hours of a live stream on Jenny Nicholson's Joker review before you can come to a conclusion about that live stream?
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
How dare you?
Look, by 12 hours into this game, I was ready to.
How dare I by asking people to be consistent?
Oh my god! How dare you?
Asking a lot.
How dare you?
Calm down.
I used to be a janitor at a university, and sometimes I'd try to complete the math equations when everyone was gone. Now, I'm no Ivy League mathematician, but I'm pretty sure those numbers don't add up. I'm sure everyone else that's raging about this game and threatening the lives of the...
You don't have to complete the whole fucking game to complain about it.
Oh, we did the thing. Oh, some certain crazy people out of the millions who bought the game.
Wanting to kill people.
Everyone agreed. Everyone rallied behind her and was like, "Yeah, this is wrong."
Yeah.
It's like that does not.
One guy or some people out of millions and millions who bought the game, they said some mean things to a voice actor. So we gotta fucking put this in our video, guys. It's very important that you guys know this.
This is gonna become a trope. Like this just gets thrown in all the time. A voice actress or an actress or an actor, whatever, was people said mean things to them. You're like, all right, that's bad.
Fucking annoying.
And then
Yeah,
it'll just be thrown in as a sort of.
Don't do that.
It's just like a bonus to make the anti side look worse. It's like this is on your team, right? And it's like, do we go over it in part 1 or part 2 of the stream where it was like one of the people who shat on Laura Bailey was someone who was actually pro Last of Us 2?
I think that was the first. I think that was the first. I think it was the Jim Sterling one.
I think so. Yeah.
Part 1.
And this is the thing.
No, I wasn't there yet.
Everybody
so.
condemns this shit. Just find me the person who says absolutely we need to harass the voice actress for her choices to voice act this character. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, we have many millions of people who bought the game, and I don't even know how many more who know about the story, because you sure as hell don't have to play the story to get everything you need from it. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's just law of averages that in that group of millions and millions of people, there will be a couple shitheads. Well, I don't know. What do you want me to do?
And they come from all
Why
sides.
are we responsible for something someone else has said?
Well, I
it's
mean,
just trying to prime you against an audience.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't want to claim that's the goal.
You don't like the game, and therefore you have a commonality with them. Ergo, you must feel exactly the same way as them.
Yeah,
if I didn't send the fucking tweet, if I didn't harass anyone, don't bring it up. Go talk to that person about it. It's not my business, not my problem.
This group of people who don't like the game, their grievance is I'm going to try and undermine their position by highlighting the worst of the millions and millions and millions, the couple people who did this.
And I wanted to clarify as well, I started, like, when I was playing the game, after the Joel scene, I think that's when my brain started, like, getting pissed, and I started, like, thinking about how everything came together and started criticizing it. And so this notion that you have to complete the game before you can be disappointed with the game, I just wanted to throw that as being stupid. You can be fucking annoyed. It doesn't really... How long does it take to be annoyed at TLJ? You don't have to finish the film to be fucking pissed at TLJ.
And the mom joke.
The thing is, I don't even need to take a bite of a shit sandwich to know I'm not going to like a shit sandwich. Like, I can infer these things through my own experience as a rational actor who has had experience in the world. If I know certain things about a product, then I can already establish whether I'm going to enjoy that or not. I don't have to have literally consumed the entire thing before I can make a judgment.
I mean, I'll one-up you on that, right? So we got a meal that's pristine, created by the greatest chefs of all time, but there's also a little turd in there. You eat the turd, and you're like, so this is turd. And they go, yeah, but you haven't tried the rest. Like, no, I'm commenting on the turd. This is turd. Like, okay.
It's objectively a turd.
Maybe you'll find the turd better if you eat the potatoes. No?
You haven't even finished the meal. Oh, how could you?
I didn't even try the salad.
How dare you?
The voice actors actually played the game, though. We can just give them all the benefit of the doubt. There's not just a few instances of this. I've been up day and night cleaning this word vomit up. So I did something that a lot of YouTubers and Twitter users told me not to do or wouldn't do themselves. I played the game. This isn't just a review about playing The Last of Us 2. This is a review about what...
Very brave of you. I don't, like, people are welcome to recommend or not recommend a game. I don't see what relevance that even has.
Yeah, go for it.
What it's like to play The Last of Us 2 when you live in a country that is falling apart.
Can you just put that whole sentence together, please?
After hearing non-stop, this game is just a woke revenge story.
Is he inferring America's just falling apart?
I mean,
I think he said that as
COVID joke.
I suppose it depends on your definition. How broad you want to
the
go.
Riots.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you guys are coming really close to a civil war. So I mean,
nah,
you are. I'm certain you are. It's really bad.
No, I'm British, so I'm not.
Well, no, you hey, dude, we're what happens in America ends up coming over here.
It's a different crisis here, but.
Well, I'm ready. So, they want to come fucking around with shit around here. They're
No, Rex, stop.
Yeah,
No, dude,
people don't do this shit in Arkansas.
Georgia.
They go to Portland and places.
Doggo, take down the gun.
Where the police don't do anything and there's no guns and stuff.
Doggo with a gun.
It's a doggo with a gun. Calm down, Rags. Take down the whiskey.
Me. This is me.
Oh,
that is someone else.
Rags, take the whiskey. Stop drinking whiskey. Put the pistol away. Come on,
calm down. AR-15. It's not a pistol. I'm not some little bitch.
Oh my bad. Oh my bad. Take the AR-15. Sorry, Jesus. Oh, it's my bad for assuming that you have a pistol.
How dare you
assume
my
rifle.
firearms gender?
Simon, I'll tell you why it's going to be no civil war, because you got these Antifa writers that are saying to themselves, "We need to be paid for writing." These people get any hardship, they're going home. The moment
they're not going to make it across the ocean. You guys are going home.
Wait,
well, I hope you're right.
Are we doing Bigot Sandwich? I just realized.
Oh, Bigot Sandwich. This was my favorite bit of the entire thing.
Non-stop, this game is just a woke revenge story. My expectations were so low going into this game. I thought the story that was happening was the guy that called Ellie a slur poisoned her sandwich. I thought the whole game was going to be about a poisoned sandwich.
I would have preferred that.
That would have been a way better story.
Yeah. So this here, who's the bartender guy? What's his name? Seth. So for if you don't know, Sargon, so Seth calls Dina what's this? A dyke, basically.
A loudmouth dyke.
A loudmouth dyke, which I just say is redundant. Just say dyke. But he's very, very. You know, he said he'd been drinking, and he goes to her later. And he says, "I'm super sorry. I've been drinking I didn't mean to say that. It was my bad. What I did is, in order to make this up to you, because you're about to go on this dangerous journey, I made you these steak sandwiches. Steak sandwiches. Probably a very valuable commodity in the post-apocalypse is cow meat, I would
Dude,
imagine.
that's valuable now.
I know,
I'd
right?
be down for a steak sandwich.
Yeah, and so he gives this to her. He says, I'm sorry, take these. They're very valuable. You know, I hope you come back safe and sound. I hope no bad happens to you. And she just doesn't take them. She calls them bigot sandwiches.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I saw
man,
it.
Seth just can't get a break. You're never, no forgiveness. No
I think the next game should be about Seth going on a quest for revenge against Ellie.
Theo is flipping out in chat.
We're not accepting his apology, and I think that the game should be titled "The Last of Us Part 3: Revenge of the Seth."
Well,
there
we go.
Sargon, it's worse. Sargon, it's worse because you see Seth calling her that word like 20 hours into the game. At that point, Ellie and Abby have killed so many people. Him calling them a loudmouth dyke is fucking cute. It's quaint. It's nothing.
Well, I love it. It's the middle of a zombie apocalypse, isn't it? It's like the end of the world, and she's like, oh my god, he's a bigot. Oh, bitch, come on, we're all dying out here. Like, fuck's sake.
I want the scene where Seth has a hallucination of his dead father, and through that hallucination, Seth forgives himself. Right?
Dude, I want Seth to just hallucinate the sandwich. It's just floating, and he's like, "Oh my god!"
Sandwich says, "You know what? I was too good for her anyway."
Yeah.
Well, Seth goes to bed drunk, and he has a dream about his father saying, "There's only two kinds of people here: stayers and queers."
You're surprised that lesbian wouldn't put your meat in her mouth?
Yeah, people are mostly hoping for a sort of a DLC with the trio, the Joel, Fat Girl, and Seth. Some sort of adventure there. Maybe they can go and cure everything for everybody and get all of the things.
The sum of us. Yeah, that's
Tommy, Fat Girl, and Seth.
Throw Robo Joel as well. Resurrected Robo Joel.
Yeah, Robo Joel as well. Yeah, fair enough.
Is that the plot of the game? That's the plot of the game? He poisoned the sandwiches and he's gonna kill that guy? And the whole game is about poisoned sandwiches. Look at this baby move. Holy crap. That looks like a real freaking baby.
Yeah.
Alright, that was cool. Make the baby do the trick again. I said make that baby do that trick.
You dragged it out,
baby.
dude. It's over.
All right.
Hey, let him have his joke. How dare you? He's having fun.
Yeah.
Let me see
There's
that
a
baby.
joke and no one laughs.
Give me
Is
that
it the
baby.
joke?
Have you heard of Wayfair cabinets?
If a joke falls over in a wood.
The last thing was a little good the whole way from cabinet. So that's pretty good at the end.
That's alright.
It took us a while to get there, but that's kind of.
I give it 7 thumbs. I'm not saying if they're up or down.
7 thumbs.
Congratulate Naughty Dog on releasing a game where there was more outrage over the size of a woman's biceps than their mistreatment of their.
And
I
also,
don't know that
those
that's
two
true.
things came out like at different, you know.
I heard a lot about the crunch time shit, and then
Yeah,
guys. No. I'll do it. I'll be outraged about the size of her biceps. I'll do it. I'll fall on the grenade here. I think that it's just not as average as most women are. I'm sorry. I'm outraged.
Well, I noticed
say it's
this article
slightly
is from March
abnormal?
15th.
Yeah, it's
so
slightly more
these two
muscular
things
than the
occur
average
in
woman, and that's it.
very
I'm
different.
out. You know.
The reason that why it's even more ridiculous is every flashback with Abby, she has a normal body, and then when it goes to current day, suddenly she's super modern, supersized Abby. So we don't understand. There's no story to explain. You can't just say her dad died, so she decided to put on.
They didn't even do that. I would have preferred that. They didn't even do that. This is what I mean. We were talking about this in the first part, where it was like, she clearly did it to get revenge on Joel thanks to her dad's death. It's like, why didn't you put that in the game? Why wasn't there a scene?
There's evidence against that.
Yeah, wouldn't you want to be quicker? Wouldn't you want to be lither? Wouldn't you're against zombies that are charging at you. You don't want to be weighed down by muscle mass.
No, that's actually muscle mass actually makes you quicker.
Well,
muscles are the things that you use to move.
Yeah, but not. You can be lean and have muscle, and not be bulky and have muscle.
I mean, you'd have to be really absurdly bulky for your muscles to be slowing you down. Is what I mean.
Well,
I think the idea here is it's not one of those huge issues. The game fails in a variety of ways that have nothing to do with Abby's ginormous size. It's the
I'm
idea
afraid I've
that
got to
in this
disagree.
setting,
I vowed I would be outraged by her muscles, and so
I'm not stopping you.
If you were,
I ain't stopping you.
From the few pieces of information I'd gathered while I was trying to stay in secrecy mode, were Naughty Dog did meany things to their workers. Joel dead. I knew Joel dead. Joel dead was everywhere. And Abby's. I don't even remember if Abby's arms came close to those two. Those two are just the things. To be remembered. I think
it's just weird. It's just a weird thing to do when she's been normal in every cutscene and then suddenly she's supersized Abby. It's just a weird why. And there's no explanation, and so I think it's valid to ask why.
And when we look at this article, it is from March 15th of 2020. So a fair amount of time has passed between this article and the conditions at Naughty Dog and the release of the game. Time difference there in between. But also the way that like sympathy and empathy work is generally, it's not the magnitude, it's the proximity. Which is why you're very, very, very sad if your mother dies, but you don't really give a shit that 100 people were killed in a landslide in Bali.
Also, I want to, I guess, highlight, this wouldn't be necessarily highlighting that, people are more outraged over freaking arms than this. You could just be highlighting people's unawareness of this problem. Like, they haven't been alerted to it.
We would have to be assuming that they were both equally aware of these two things. And some people just might not have even gotten them. I mean, one YouTuber makes a video about, the incredible size of Abby, and hundreds of thousands of people could hear about it, through YouTube and the way it spreads. But if the one YouTuber didn't make a video about the work conditions at Naughty Dog, then they just wouldn't have even ever known. It's not that they necessarily didn't care. It's that they didn't even know to care. And that's not their fault because they weren't told.
Employees. Probably one of the most innovative and exciting features that Naughty Dog added was a dedicated jump button, something called jumping.
Look what I can do!
Another great thing about this game is Ellie is a lot more intelligent.
It's really awkward.
Okay.
Funny.
Sorry. Oh, it was funny. Yeah.
The jump button.
And ruthless.
It's very clever. Funny. Smart.
Of course, when Joel was captured, she was supposed to be doing patrol, so the only person who could have saved Joel in time was Ellie.
Who was on crack?
Just like the originals, the levels have a flow-like state to them. Anyone who says they got lost while playing this game is thinking too hard about it. The entrance to the next location isn't in some secret
you would think
underground.
that thinking too hard would help you get through it
I was
faster.
gonna say, that's a weird one, but alright.
That's odd. That's an unusual one.
Bunker. It's usually right in front of you. I have a notoriously horrible sense of direction. My thing is to ignore all logic and just follow my gut and keep bulldozing forward. That's how I drive on the highway, and that's how you're supposed to play this game.
What? That's also how Ryan Johnson writes his scripts.
I was about to say, like, that's how you play games. You sort of just run and hope. It's like, I don't think that's a compliment to the design, honestly. You sort of lucked
I don't
out and
know.
got to the end.
The thing is, when you're in a scenario where you're in a city, then normally it should, like in real life, it should be intuitive where to go because you have signs and you know how buildings work and you know what stairs and elevator shafts and things. So this is this familiar territory, unless you have buildings as family members. That's all good then. But this should be familiar territory that you can use to navigate the terrain. So ideally in game design, if you have these kinds of maps, then you should be able to navigate through just intuition because of your experiences with buildings.
An internet historian didn't think about it and he got stuck. How do you explain that?
Clearly.
Checkmate. Case closed.
Just guess which way is forward and go that way, and you're probably going the right way.
The funny thing is, the way I play, I'm like, I need to know which way is the way to avoid it, so I can actually search all the things I want to search, and then I accidentally fall in a cutscene and I want to kill myself.
Cutscene doors, hooray.
Yeah, and the obnoxious thing is, like, when you're searching, right, the game tells you where to go.
It's like, hey, idiot, who's looking in cupboards, the ways over there, and you're like, it's like the paperclip. It's like, do you need help? And you're like, no, I'm really not.
There's that one.
Exploring. If you're trying to explore, it keeps saying click this button to show where you go. It's just, I'm just looking for shit. Leave me alone.
Isn't part of playing and enjoying the game exploring around and seeing what you find?
I suppose
apparently
you might be able to like. I would imagine you can turn it off, so at least there would be that. I don't know if that is a thing. I would assume it is.
Well, that area where there's like targets in the backyard for you to shoot with the bow and arrow, you go through like a broken door and a zombie attacks you, and then just a few planks fall over, and suddenly you're blocked from going back in to check for any resources that you might have missed. It's just a few planks. Just push them down.
No.
The weird thing is, the designers could have made that like a cave in or something, so it was like rubble that you couldn't get by or whatever. But no, a couple of planks and fuck you.
Well, even then, I get annoyed with that shit. The red door is probably one of the worst ones, where it just locks and you can't get back. Like, okay, I guess that's done then.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it while we were discussing it earlier. I forget when. I might have just been talking with you after I was watching your stream. If you're in an urban environment like this, and there's a million ways to go, a million ways, and you see these tiny little obstacles that you could just jump over, or I could just move this plank over to get through. It is annoying when you see kind of lazily created and thought out pathing designs in these games. I should be able to get through there.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
One of my more well-known videos, Top 7 Dumb Disney Star Wars Moments, I made that just because I was so upset about The Last Jedi. I thought it was a soulless piece of woke garbage, and rumor has it even George Lucas himself agrees with me on that.
Oh, well, if they attack Kelly Trans, so you're part of the problem, aren't you? Oh my god.
I have a feeling that he's being ironic here.
Yeah.
Now a lot of people are comparing this game to The Last Jedi.
The Last of Us Part 2 sounds like it should have been called The Last Jedi.
Very fitting comparison.
Yeah,
it's totally fitting.
Well, yeah, I think
for
it's
exactly
fitting.
the same reasons.
They're very similar, yeah, and the reasons people are upset are very, very similar to one another.
Literally, the fucking directors of it are woke twats who are like, I'm going to ruin the characters in the franchise you love on purpose. Yeah, no wonder they got the comparison.
It's like, does this guy walk into math classrooms across America and it's like, people are comparing 2 + 2 = 4 to 1 + 1 = 2. They're saying it's like the other thing, but it's just one more times.
I mean, yeah, for clarification, right? Damage to world building, plotline that's absolute bonkers nonsense, none of it makes any sense, assassination of legacy characters, and retconning of the original in some way, shape, or form. It's like, yep, these pretty big.
We're going to compare it.
But also deliberately twisting the motivations and character, so the actual character of important characters that are beloved. This is not accidental that they're doing this.
And then the dismissal of the people that are criticizing it as just bigots.
Misogynist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of, honestly, it's kind of
almost
weird.
Like it was tailor-made for comparison.
Well, yeah, it's all the same beats. It's kind of weird how they... Because all of our arguments change, right? Because they have to alter with the facts of the fucking case, if you put it that way. Like, we have to go into the actual game and be like, okay, we can't just say, you know what's wrong with The Last of Us 2? Luke drank green milk. It's like, no, details have to all be redone. But the responses are mostly the same. It's like, you hate X people. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not doing something clever by recognizing a very fair comparison that a lot of people are noticing, and then, giving an opinion on.
The Last Jedi all over again.
Understand why I titled this video The Last Jedi video.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Yeah, so many cameos.
Oh, boy.
Oh, is this game a woke piece of trash that purposely alienates the fans with virtue signaling and an endlessly dumb plot that leads nowhere and makes the entire franchise feel dead?
Holy sh...
I mean...
Yes.
Is the lie, as they say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy answer.
Can you give us some arguments?
Nope.
Oh, it's not.
All right.
Oh,
bad take.
right.
Very bad take.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like this is the beginning of the video now. He's taken his stance. Now he's gonna explain it. Here we go.
Now I'm gonna go on record and state these are just my opinions, and you're free to have your own. I encourage you to leave them.
Gotta pull that out there. Gotta pull the opinions hard.
Hey, shields up. Shields up. Everyone say it too. This is just our opinion.
I really hate
everything
when
I
people
say is an
that.
opinion. So please, no bully.
You're an incel if you hate this game, but that's just my opinion.
Oh.
Yeah. You're free to disagree with my opinions.
It's my opinion. Hey, I'll be right back.
Wow.
Them in the comments. I'm not even gonna ask you to keep it civil. You can be as horrible and all.
Yeah, don't be nasty to him though. Like, be nice.
Awful as you want.
He actually seems like he's a pretty good sport. From the messages I've been exchanging with him, he wants to come on after we finish this. So
sure.
I think that he deserves some leniency there.
To me and each other. Don't forget to smash that dislike button.
I've been watching this guy since he had like 10,000 subs, and I really quite like his channel, even if I don't necessarily agree with his takes. Right. So there's no personal animus in my opinion behind any of it.
Hey, wait, is Rags you there?
I think
he had to go pee.
That was the one that I called Friar Tuck.
More guns.
Oh, we should wait for Rags then.
Fucking Rags.
Yeah, honestly, it's like I don't want to have him feel like we're all gonna be ganging up on him and like acting all hostile towards him. However, if he's going to insult the people that he that disagree with him in this video, it's like you kind of threw the first shot. But
I mean, if he's down for that sort of thing,
yeah. I mean, if he's down for some good old fashioned trash talking, I mean, we can give as we receive.
Yeah.
So, this is interesting. Should we get some elevator music going?
No.
The funny thing about this chat and everyone else, Sargon also, like this is one of the people that are as strong as Ellie or even stronger. And on her side of the team, like the Washington Liberation Front, she's the only one that looks like her, like ripped.
Right. Literally nobody stronger than Ellie in the universe.
Rags, this is the one I was saying looks like Friar Tuck, or at least kind of.
Friar Tuck.
It's a girl.
You can look like Friar Tuck and be a girl. What the hell, you sexist?
Oh my bad.
My question is,
Come on.
So
you can buy the Friar Tuck outfit as a woman and wear it.
I do have to say it's a little weird that these Seraphite brutes don't get nearly as much attention about like realism as Abby does. I think that they should get just as much.
Yeah, I thought they were hilarious.
It reminds me of
it's even weirder.
Lurch from the Addams Family.
It's you can. I remember this in my playthrough. The first one you meet, I just started laughing because I was just like, video game, double health bar. It's gonna be a retarded fat person that takes loads of damage because that's how it works.
Patties.
Like literally, Uncharted 3 had these types of enemies too, loads of them.
It's just... Rags, you're not trash talking Lurch, are you?
No, I'm just saying that this person reminds me of Lurch.
Lurch adjacent.
Yes. It's a compliment.
The point I'm trying to make is I never claim to be an expert in anything.
I'm just a janitor.
But the thing about the janitors of the world is we get to give you the everyday man's opinion. We all know what the angry YouTubers are saying. You have your smart YouTubers.
Wait, so the angry YouTubers aren't everyday people?
Aren't smart. Or the angry YouTubers aren't smart. Just because you're angry doesn't mean that you don't have an intelligent take.
Well, yeah, because if you want to categorize smart, angry, and everyday, I'm just wondering what the cross section's like.
Well, there's clearly a bar to entry to being a YouTuber. I'm joking. There's not.
I was gonna say, what the fuck?
yeah. Obviously, there's not. Which explains so much about YouTube, really, doesn't it?
Yes.
You can break down this game in some nuanced way. That's not me. If you hear it's because you're looking for the dumb guy explanation.
I'm gonna give it to him.
I love how the dumb guy explanation is going to come from someone that likes the game. It explains everything.
Hey, well, has he made any comments that puts himself above people yet? Because he could be 4D chasing us. He's like, yeah, I'm dumb, but all of you are even stupider. Dun dun dun.
I mean,
that's true. That's very possible.
Dunk of the century, Jesus.
No,
almost halfway through this video, and
I'm really curious to see. It's just
it feels like a disclaimer right now. Like this doesn't feel like he's making any arguments or building a point. It all feels like
this is it. We finally made it.
He's buttering us up.
Yeah, this is the actual part of the video.
That was the prelude.
That
was the journey. Everything has come to this point.
We did it.
So I figured the dumbest way I could break down this review was to explain it in Star Wars terms. I thought that was fitting because the people that act like they're too smart for Star Wars are the same people that think they're too smart for this game.
So generally, hold up.
Start.
Generally, the people who are considered super smart galaxy big brained, they're not the people who hated The Last Jedi.
Like, I gotta be honest. The ones who are like, you don't understand the messaging in TLJ. You don't understand what this game. How many times have we heard?
I have a
if
film
you wanted to kill Abby, you didn't get the point of the game.
You're just too stupid to understand the themes.
Yeah.
This is a
That's their
Brains
defense.
100 game for Brains 100 gamers like myself.
Yeah,
It seems to me that the big brains are the ones who are writing Star Wars and trying to subvert our expectations and make us hate things. Like it seems that's what it seems to me.
I mean, Neil Druckmann's got that 100 brain IQ card, whatever that is.
Yeah, I feel like the evidence is mounting.
I mean, Druckmann says that he's Brains 100, but really he's IQ 100.
So he's average.
Exactly.
IQ 100.
Utterly mediocre.
Wow, racist.
So let's start with comparing Joel to Luke. In Star Wars, Luke is almost the murderer of his nephew, and the foundation of his character is backpedaled so far that the franchise starts to completely fall
No, that
apart.
wasn't Luke. That's fake, Sky. That's fake, Luke.
Wait,
Jake.
So formatting here, we're gonna talk about how The Last of Us 2 is strong by comparing it to The Last Jedi. I assume. Interesting.
I dare not assume at this point.
I thought we were just gonna
anything.
talk about what's strong about it, as opposed to like, this was bad,
thought we
and
could
look
just
how
talk
this
about The
does
Last
it.
of Us
Like,
2.
alright. Well, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Formats, you know, you
take
can
what I
do
can
them how
get.
you want them.
Take what I
You're
can get.
ugly. You are disgusting. I'm going to kill you. Give me $200.
This sequence of events gets more confusing the more Disney tries to explain it. This is the big event that sets everything into motion for the sequel.
badly written.
I like that he is at least like based enough to understand that The Last Jedi is shit.
Well, it's funny you said this is the big event that sets everything in motion. I'd be like, oh, you mean like Joel's death sets everything in motion for the whole game, and it's the big event.
Oh,
It's
I
not
was going to
explained
say
by
the big
anything.
event that sets the sequel in motion was Palpatine not dying. Because he controls everything along the way, from
Even Snoke,
who
yeah.
controls Kylo, who controls the First Order, who controls...
Mauler, I'd be interested if he actually realizes the narrative problems that Joel's death has, as opposed to him acknowledging the narrative problems that they did to Luke. I think that would be interesting.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
And the rationale behind every character's actions makes zero sense. In The Last of Us 2, Joel mistakes saving someone's life with being able to trust them.
Boo.
What?
Joel mistakes
saving someone's life for being able to what?
Trust them.
Trust them.
If you save someone's life, you should instantly trust them. Is that what he's saying? Or
He's
you
saying,
do?
he's saying that Joel mistakes saving someone's life for being able to trust them.
Does he do that?
Because he saved Abby, he thinks that she owes her, therefore he can trust her because she's
Yeah, like-
in his debt.
Which
That's-
I already don't believe Joel would do that, so we're out.
So we
already.
have the situation in the first game, Sargon, where Ellie is having to fend for herself in the snowy wilderness. She runs into a stranger. Stranger is from a camp that has medicine. She needs to get medicine for Joel because Joel's injured. Stranger's friend runs off to get the medicine, and then while they're alone together, a bunch of zombies come and they have to fight off this horde together. That stranger later turns out to be the leader of a camp of cannibals whom Joel and Ellie killed a ton of like 3 weeks before. So there's this whole experience, right, where Ellie fights off a bunch of zombies with a stranger and they save each other's lives constantly. But then it turns out afterwards that, oh, he actually has a vendetta against her and Joel. And yet,
Like he
for
had
some
an
reason,
agenda. Yeah.
same exact situation occurs in the second game, and they haven't learned from Ellie's experience from the first game.
Should we do it? I'll pretend to be the defense argument, okay? You can continue being the prosecutor. So, yeah, but Joel has been calmed down by a nice and comfy land that is Jackson. He's happy there.
Your Honor.
He's
Your
trusting
Honor.
people.
Your Honor,
He's a
that's-
soft, stupid old man.
Your Honor, the defense is
so-
incorrect.
He is so
Objection, Your Honor,
stupid
there's
that he insists Ellie to keep on wearing a gas mask so that if they run into a stranger that doesn't know about her immunity, that they don't freak out and try killing her because she's been breathing in spores. That non-immune people. So you're telling me that there isn't a part in the game where one of Ellie's friends goes up to her and tells her that Joel has been harassing him
Defensive.
about making sure that Ellie is going on the right patrols that are going to be less dangerous. He doesn't have any signs of being cautious at all in this 4
Nobody
years
Jackson
since the first
knows
game.
about
He's
Ellie.
a big old sock boy, right?
Your Honor,
So
I'd
you're-
like
so
to prosecute
prosecution.
my client and add to the arguments.
Prosecution, what you're
the-
telling me is that the character is more defensive than ever and more aware of danger. Is that correct?
I mean, not to mention the opening being that they're getting back from a patrol with his they've killed people, like to the previous days, and then also you add on that if you're gonna argue to me that he's soft now because he's got so many people he cares about in a nice happy place, like, oh, you mistake that. He would be harder. He would be even more on edge.
Yeah.
He's got way more to lose.
No, in the intro of the first game. In the intro of the first game, that's even before the post-apocalypse happened. The apocalypse happens.
We're talking about after the first game and him softening up. And I have another objection. I just want to quickly say,
I'll just add to the evidence. Southpaw.
Okay.
Like even before the apocalypse, Joel was kind of super protective to the people he loves, right? And that just strengthens the fact that now that he has someone to protect, a community to protect, he'd be even more defensive.
Furthermore, first game establishes that bandits and hunters attack Jackson. And the second game, right after Joel dies, Tommy says, in order to do this smart, in order to have the people that we would need to do this smart, we would be leaving Jackson vulnerable to infected and hunters. Meaning, they're still dealing with untrustworthy humans attacking their settlement. So why is Joel suddenly trusting these armed strangers that are squatting in this little lodge a few miles away from their settlement,
while wearing uniforms,
and
they've got the patches on them as well?
And he surrenders his weapons too. He goes in there and takes his backpack off. He doesn't have any weapons on him and just stands in the middle of the room.
And so what seems like a very small moment where Joel just trusts someone a little too much because he's saved their life. It's just like, nope, not gonna happen.
And even, guys, I have a question. Would Joel even go, oh, she's surrounded, fuck her, let's run, Tommy? Is that like the Joel thing to do?
Right, if we're right in that, fuck it, let's pretend we're in the universe with them. We see this girl, and this is happening to her, and Joel is with us, and he's like, fuck, let's help her. We would still all be like, who are you? Where did you come from?
Joel? Really?
What are you doing out here?
And I would have them. I would half expect them to have code names just for this shit.
Yeah.
And I would say this: a justifiable way for Abby to get Joel's name is just Joel gets grabbed by a few clickers. Tommy yells, "Joel, no!" Because anyone would probably yell out their sibling's name if they think that they're going to have their throat ripped out, and that's how Abby finds out. Simple.
Saving a young girl's life is something that is familiar to Joel. As you progress through the game,
saving a young girl's life is familiar to Joel. Okay. So
Joel protected Ellie onto Abby.
That would be the.
He projects his daughter onto every young girl he sees.
That would be the defense lawyer's case, I suppose.
Game is explained through time jumps why Joel is acting passively compared to the first game.
This scene makes me upset. This scene fucking kills Joel's character.
Yeah, it's a bad
so
scene.
much. This scene is terrible. Don't show this scene. This scene's a bad one.
Something called subtle character growth, or
subtle character.
This is not subtlety.
A couple of flashbacks they showed and skipped over the character development. That kind of character development.
This is what we call blatant character assassination.
The kind of character development that you would see from the CW.
Or as gamers like bad fan fiction.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of people call it bad fan fiction.
Where's the lie?
It's not even fan fiction at this point.
Yeah, often I do try and catch myself from saying that, because most fan fiction wouldn't kill Joel like that. That's just not,
most fan fiction wouldn't sever their relationship.
Yeah, this is like anti-fan fiction. This is like deconstructionist fan fiction.
Well, this is like bad fan fiction, but I agree. It's more anti-fan fiction.
Yeah.
Like there's an IP that you just hate so much.
At the end of the first game, it was left ambiguous, and it was left ambiguous to the point where I think the vast majority of us appreciated that Ellie probably knew what went on.
Yeah.
And just chose not to say anything because of their relationship which they formed. So to suddenly retcon all that back anyway in this didn't make a heap of sense.
It's a major retcon going on.
They had a direction they wanted to go. They decided
exactly
of all the things that could be going on.
Work when it's forced.
No, we can't let that pesky facts of the past get in the way of the story you want to tell.
It's funny though, because of like the 5 major interpretations of what's going on in Ellie's head, they went with like the least likely from my perspective. The one where she's a dumbass and she's like, "Okay, Joel, you are telling the truth," and then goes home. And then she's like, "You lied to me. I'm sad."
Young girl's life is something that is familiar to Joel. As you progress through the game, his explores acting passively compared to the first game. Joel's going through.
He's a different person.
Yeah,
that's
I
why
don't
he's
know
acting differently.
I don't know if the time jumps explain it so much as just show him being passive. Also, right?
They space out our disappointment in this new Joel that they're creating.
This is what I mean. I feel like if I were writing this and she starts to call him out, he might even get irrationally angry. Because he's dealing with someone telling him what he did was wrong when he thinks it's absolutely the correct decision, so he should be, like, passionate about this.
Yeah, and
listen here, you little shit. They were going to treat you like a slab of meat. They were going to instantly cut you up, and they were going to... And listen, you know how much you mean to me. You practically begged me in that farmhouse when you ran away from the hydroelectric dam. You begged me to stay with you. I was going to just give you off to Tommy so he could hand you to the Fireflies. And you said that everyone that she's ever cared about or has ever cared about you has left you or died except for me. So I went ahead and I gave you unconditional love. And this is how you're treating me now? Bullshit.
No, South, this scene is actually so frustrating. This is the scene where Ellie goes, "Explain to me," and Joel doesn't really explain anything.
Doesn't say anything.
Yeah, no.
Just takes it like a bitch.
By the way,
he just says, if they were gonna kill you for the cure, that's it. Not the fact that they were ready to knock him out when he was trying to resuscitate her. Not the fact that they were leaving him in the woods to die, basically, because they got his equipment. None of that.
Also,
nothing.
They did not know that Ellie would have to die. In fact, right after the scene with the giraffes, Ellie says, "When we're done with this, when the Fireflies get what they need from me, I'll go wherever you want me to go."
Oh, you know what? I noticed something very frustrating also in the first game when you compare Ellie to the second game, right? Like in relation to her sacrifice. Like in the first game, Ellie's emphasis is on the lives that were lost. She didn't want their deaths to mean nothing, right? But in the second game, Ellie goes, "I wanted my death to matter." It becomes so selfish. This scene, she was like crying and, "How you took my death
life
away
would have
from
fucking
me?"
mattered.
Yeah.
How dare you?
And the easiest answer is, "Your life matters, baby girl, because you're like my daughter." Like it's so.
Your life matters to me. It matters to Tommy. It matters to Jesse. It matters to Dina.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's so stupid that Joel doesn't even say that.
Well, he just has pouty face. He's just pouty puppy.
Yeah,
because this isn't Joel. This isn't Joel. That's the point, isn't it?
He's just pouty face.
That's a fact. This Joel isn't the Joel from the first game. This Joel is this is the Joel that Cockman needed to get his story out, and it doesn't. This is why people are angry, because it doesn't make sense. It's not the same character.
We can't relate to these characters at all because they don't act the way that we know we would.
The chat is saying, what did the chat say? "You didn't save my life, you ruined my death." Like,
that's the Incredibles, baby. Yeah.
It's like an emo kid. Like,
well, what I was gonna say, by the way, what would have happened if she went into the hospital? She looked around and there were just no recordings and no records, and she just goes, and just walks out. And then Joel's like, "What'd you find?" She goes, "Nothing." He's like, "Okay."
Good thing that the Fireflies just left their recordings there.
Yeah.
Shitty game.
Something called subtle character growth, or as gamers like to call it, bad fan fiction.
Sorry, we're just giving out bad fanfic. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I don't quite follow here because this scene really destroys Joel.
Again, like bad fanfiction is Luke Skywalker does triple flip while spinning all of his lightsabers around and destroys every single AT-AT. You're like, yeah, that is
I don't know.
Bad fanfiction.
That sounds cool though. What you talking about, Mahler? Bad fanfiction? What?
Okay, fine. He has a lightsaber Death Star. It fires lightsaber Death Stars.
Oh yeah, that's even cooler.
Some shitty Tumblr fan fiction.
It's fan fiction. It's bad fan fiction.
Joel's attempting to mend a broken relationship with Ellie after he tells her the truth about what happened in
No,
Salt
he
Lake City.
didn't. He didn't tell her the truth.
He just took it like a bitch.
Examples. He uses examples of well-respected people to try and use it against the argument. It's just like, no. These are
he did
well-respected
not
people
tell her
that
the
are saying it in this way, and you're saying, oh, because they're well-respected, we shouldn't listen to them?
No, and the funny thing about the Angry Joe vids breaking down The Last of Us 2, they're actually really well argued. That's
Certainly,
even
for the
that's
time of
funny
release.
to me. Yeah, like the guy that says it's bad fan fiction, he's actually like the MVP of that discussion.
Pendejo, pendejo.
Pendejo. Yeah. So.
Puta madre.
He's feeling very vulnerable and unneeded for the first time in a long time. Helping Abby gives Joel a sense of self-worth again.
Whoa.
Wait, stop.
Whoa.
No. By this point, Ellie has said that she doesn't know if she can forgive him, which is a terrible line. But then she says, "But I would like to try." This is the day after that. He doesn't need a new purpose. Fuck off.
No, he's repairing
also-
his relationship with Ellie at this point.
Yeah.
No, and where is he getting this also?
Well, this is a bit of a jump over a chasm. He's reaching. He's definitely inferring a lot there.
Like, at best, you could say he's just trying to save this person's life. Like, and to then say, oh, he's projecting Ellie into this new character. That I don't see that.
Which, by the way,
at all.
Not a bad idea, but they didn't do that. So
also, yeah.
Because chronologically, it doesn't make sense.
No,
Yeah,
well, they
chronologically,
don't
it
spend
doesn't
enough
make
fucking
sense.
time with each other either. Like, imagine they had to go on, an hour or two of gameplay, and he does help her out, and they do, do combo up with ladders and saving each other's lives and stuff. But nah.
That's just fan
Even if it's
fiction.
just for a moment. Joel's also
It's just fan service.
Dude, even he
Yeah,
had
fan
he had
service.
to say, even if it's just for a moment, because he knows that it's like you can barely fucking count this. Just to roll it back.
very vulnerable and unneeded for the first time in a long time. Helping Abby gives Joel a sense of self-worth again, even if it's just for a moment. Joel's
No.
No.
You don't even know the chronological order of the whole fucking game yourself. Did you play it?
Did you
play the game from start to finish?
It is
Did
hard
you watch
to keep
the
track of
final
all the
cutscene?
flashbacks.
Okay.
This is a point against the storytelling of the game, because the flashbacks in the flashback ruin the whole storytelling.
These videos are very good.
This is not a very accurate point, is what we're trying to say.
also finally become part of something that is bigger than himself. He is part of a larger community. The game's writers leave notes scattered throughout the chapter that indicates the community is attempting to regain their humanity.
Well, we can read.
Regain their humanity.
Regain their humanity, meaning like he has to be
No.
nicer and more trusting.
No. What is he? Is he talking about the
He's-
community gaining their humanity, or
But
Joel?
Regaining humanity doesn't mean being stupid.
No, but every time
Yeah,
you make these arguments, it goes in the opposite direction too. Like the idea that you go, oh, the community's healing and becoming more caring. It's like the hardened fucking patrolmen are gonna be like, yeah, we need to be even more. We gotta protect these fuckers. Like we're the line between the infected and this incredibly important piece of humanity that's left.
Yeah.
Not just infected, hunters. Hunters too.
Yeah.
Hostile
the
humans.
The idea that it makes your patrolmen soft. It's like, what do you mean?
There are people out there that live outside those walls that see that town and go, we should try to attack that town. That's what the game literally tells us. That's what we see literally in the first game. There's a whole hunter attack.
It's like the True Detective line that we're bad men. We keep the other bad men out the door. That's right.
Yeah.
That's the thing they do.
Instead of immediately assuming other survivors have bad intentions, they are trying to form connections with other groups. Joel's closely connected to
I
leadership.
think the zombies pressing in on them immediately are a little bit more of a concern.
You can't claim this with the many examples of them not doing it. Like this is the one example that they do, and you're like, see, they do it. You're like, oh, okay.
See, this person doesn't look both ways before crossing the street. There's this one instance of them just putting a blindfold on and playing in traffic.
Exactly.
Of Jackson. So at this moment, Joel is the ambassador for Jackson.
No.
Where
He's not the ambassador for Jackson.
Give him some evidence somewhere along the line. That'd be nice.
No, and even though he's saying that, right? At best, the ambassador would be Tommy. Like, he's the guy that goes, "Hey guys, come to our town."
But they shouldn't be doing that. That's absurd.
Yeah,
It's Joel. He's the ambassador. The Joel lore has expanded. Joel is not only death; he is an ambassador at the United Nations for Jackson, Wyoming.
Where is he getting this?
They
That's
are treating
my big
this
question.
like as though he came in and he was like, "I am a representative from Jackson. We would like to welcome you with open arms." And then they shoot him in the leg, and he's like, "No, don't do it. I'm just the messenger."
Me, Joel, me, representative Jackson. You come trade with Joel, please.
Negotiations have concluded badly.
The negotiations never took place.
He's not speaking for himself. Community. Things like this show
Guys,
Joel has found meaning in his life.
where-
He is no
I
longer
have
on
to
edge
ask.
and ready to.
I really have to ask, where is he getting this? Like, do you get my problem with this? Like, where is he getting that suddenly Joel takes it upon himself to be an ambassador in that sequence of events?
From inferences, like there's nothing else. You have like the connections and the flashbacks, and he's basically just saying, "Hey, we assume this because he helped Abby." It's
Also, technically in that scene, technically in that scene, it's Tommy being the ambassador.
Yeah,
He's saying,
exactly.
"Why don't you go into our town and resupply?"
Yeah,
It's not Joel making that offer.
I just like the idea that when Tommy's
Joel's
real,
the guy-
when he's labeled off all the fucking details, including the
Yeah.
postage code and security numbers and stuff, and then it just pans over to Joel, and he's just looking at Tommy like, "The fuck, dude? Like, what?"
No, it's even worse than that, Mahler. He goes, "Oh, I'm Joel. Oh, why'd you stop, guys? Am I a famous person? Uh-huh."
Well, we pointed this out before, but the game fucked up because they had them react to Joel, but it didn't have them react to Tommy.
I have it now on the exact frame. Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
They're all there to find a man named Tommy. Tommy says his name is Tommy. None of them give a fuck. And then he says, "My name is Joel." And they all go, and it's just like, oh, fucking... You forgot who they're there for.
Why are you standing in the middle of the room?
Yeah, that's another thing that Joel would totally do.
She was after Tommy.
Stand in the center of all of these mysterious people and start spinning around like, "Hey, what's up? What's going on? Oh, no,
Don't
no matter
stand
where
with your back to the wall. Don't stand close to like an exit way. No. Just fucking hell.
Y'all see what you heard of it.
Alfie is speaking for the community. Things like this show Joel has found meaning in his life. He is no longer on edge and ready to kill anyone he crosses paths with.
He was never ready to kill. I mean, I guess if you want to, he's not just going around killing everyone he sees.
That's Abby.
He didn't even do that in the first game because he didn't. Well, he was going to kill Henry until he realized that Henry was traveling.
But
with,
he was attacked by
his kid
Henry.
brother. Yes, but then he also still was like willing to work with Henry when Ellie tried reasoning with him, and it happened again after Henry saved them from drowning because he was like he disarmed him, was pointing a gun at him, seemed ready to kill him, but was talked down from it. Like Joel's not as bloodthirsty as like Cosmonaut Variety Hour or Just Right make him out to be. As long as you're not like actively trying to kill him, he can be reasoned with.
Oh yeah, you can reason with a Grim Reaper, okay. Just don't shake his hand.
That's what. The writers built an entire community to visually show that Joel is not a savage anymore.
What do you mean?
Shows that he lives there. That doesn't prove anything about his character. You're just
And
saying
he's not
he
a
lives...
savage.
When was he a savage? What do you mean?
He's a pragmatic guy who is trying his best to live in a violent world. That's his setup in the first game. He's not a savage.
Yeah, the whole
He's
reason
very
he's so
practical.
fucking violent is because he's trying to act first. Like he's trying to get ahead of the game, which is people trying to kill you.
Yeah,
No, and-
like all the people that you kill in The Last of Us, if you just walk around and trying to get through an area without sneaking through, they'll attack you. Like you have to basically kill in self-defense the entire game.
I don't agree with Joel being a savage also. Like that implies him being a barbarian and just looting people randomly when he's not like that. Like he's not a raider.
And people look at this and just think,
Joel gets killed by a tranny with a golf club.
alright, that clip was out of context, but I couldn't resist.
Wait.
Here's the full.
Careful.
Good on Joe, though. I tell you, good on Joe. Call it like it is, buddy.
You said,
I thought it was
I
a
want
cat.
y'all to know the comment that I got spoiled on this fucking asshole. He was like, Joel gets killed by a tranny with a golf club. And I was like, oh my god, let me see. These internet trolls.
I think what it really comes down to is people are just upset they didn't get another huge climactic Joel story.
I just want to start. Let's stop a second, right? Because go back like 5 years, right? And Joe would be arguing with people like Total Biscuit. Joe was very much on the feminism's fine, social justice fine. This isn't going to change anything. And I love watching them destroy everything he loves to the point where he just has to admit that I was right about everything.
He said this was the game that did it, right? He was like, this was the thing that did it. He broke on this one.
Yep, there is an agenda behind it, and as we have been saying for a long time now, Joe, I didn't want to be right about it, but it's obvious, you know. And it's like, I'm glad you're on the sensible side finally.
Golf club. And I was like, oh
give it
give
it a few years.
These
Internet
internet
will
trolls.
say.
I think what it really comes down.
Of course, Abby was meant to be representative of
Last of Us 3, man. It's gonna be great.
Totally will.
Is people are just upset they didn't get another huge climactic Joel story.
Like to go out and like defending Ellie in like a gunfight or something.
That's some revolutionary storytelling.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'll be the one to say I'm not requesting that. I want it to make sense.
It should make sense, but I would have been fine with that.
It would have been fan servicey, but it would have been decent fan service as long as it made sense.
Yeah, it would have made sense. It would have been really heroic, and people would have really appreciated that. And people would have said that's in line with Joel's character.
Joel would totally sacrifice himself to save Ellie.
Let's throw out that defense.
I think it would have been more interesting if Abby was the character that change your mind.
Yeah, I just want to throw that out there. Wanting Joel to have a death that is heroic / he does something good and in exchange for his life, sacrifice-wise, nothing wrong with wanting that. That's
it's normal to want a character you like to not be humiliated.
And to
radical.
Go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like some emotional satisfaction here. But I can't help but notice that the guy that we just saw the clip of, he's hardly some fat neckbeard, is he? Like, you know, he looked quite buff. So,
what's wrong with neckbeards, huh? Huh?
Well, as probably the leading neckbeard on the internet.
The king of the neckbeard.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but originally the criticism was that everyone looks like the South Park neckbeard. And it's like, well, that dude doesn't, does he?
Good point, Sargon. He did say that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, I'll say it. I'll give it to old Druckmann. I mean, what he did certainly was revolutionary.
No, it wasn't. TLJ did it already.
I mean, it wasn't. They did it in TLJ. Fuck it.
Yeah. It wasn't even original.
I get the intent behind it. Like, the intent is for the player to also get mad at Abby, right? That's why they made it so shocking and violent and psychopathic. That's the intent behind it, right?
And arguably also to just sort of like set up, hey, anyone can die in the setting, which I'm fine with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the argument floats around.
I think that's preferable.
The argument that floats around is like, why did you expect Joel would have anything but a violent death, considering all that he's done? Which is a weird, like, karma argument or something. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, that's a weird, like, a just world scenario. That's what they're arguing. Like, of course Joel will get such a violent, bloody death. Then, by that logic, shouldn't some other character in the game also meet the tragic, violent end? Just say
anyone you control in any of these games should get violent, bloody deaths, because the mechanics require you to kill people violently and bloodily.
Yeah, and they call their friends' names out. No, Doggy, no.
No, Winston.
No, Winston, not my friend Winston. They got Clara. Clara's neck is slit. Oh my god.
It would be so much funnier if they were like, Clara, we were gonna get married. I'll get you
17 minutes from retirement. Oh no.
I loved your poems.
When Abby blows off Joel's kneecap with a shotgun, Tommy yells, no, but he really should have said Joel, and then maybe that would have actually gotten them to think, oh shit,
these are people. These are people, yeah.
He called out his name.
No, the true, as chat pointing out, the true one would have been for Tommy to say, Chris, as Joel was shot. That would have done it.
There, man. Please tell me more about how you can improve this game. I think it's pretty obvious we've seen that story before. We all saw Logan. We all know the inspiration.
Don't appeal to that
Oh
shit.
no, we get a good story again. Oh no.
Yeah, don't appeal to this.
Really
like,
Logan, didn't
they? No.
It's like if I said, like, I want to make a movie with a bunch of people trapped in a house and one of them is a zombie. It's like, they already did that. It's called this. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I want to do it different.
Simpsons
Yeah, well, they already did it. Oh.
Simpsons did it.
I mean, it's like, do you mind if I do it differently? No. You're like, oh.
It reminds me of that YMS video I just watched. I watched YMS's Kimba video, which was a really great watch. And there's like the whole South Park episode where it's like, yeah, Simpsons already did it.
Yeah, he points out that when you have a Lion TV show that's done like a bazillion episodes, then you have a Lion film, you're probably gonna find a whole bunch of things you can compare, like just by how the odds work.
I mean, you look at like a website like TV Tropes, which, you know, basically collects all the different storytelling devices and cliches
Yeah.
and stuff that you see in fiction. It's like everything has tropes. Everything will have something in common with loads of other things. It's
it's how narratives work.
I want my protagonist to
To
learn
have
about
a story, there's got to be a logical progression from A to B to C, and if there
Yeah.
not then you don't have a narrative. So
if you
yeah,
got your
everything's
little sitcom, you're like, my main character who's kind of an idiot, he's gonna get into guns, he's gonna buy one, he's gonna test it out. It's like Simpsons having a whole episode about that, and you're like, okay, I'm still gonna do it. Hopefully I do it differently.
To tell, you know?
Yeah.
You can probably
Fishing
make
for
a
that.
million jokes about it, but Simpsons can only do like, I don't know, 500 in an episode. So there's, you know, plenty more that you can do.
Nobody says Simpsons already did it anymore though, because nobody's watching it anymore. Nobody knows what it's doing anymore.
South Park did it.
Simpsons could start copying Simpsons episodes and no one would notice.
No one would know.
I love the people in chat going wow 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 from YMS's video.
Oh my god. I think he put up on Twitter recently. That's like his most liked video. It's because everyone fucking loved what he did. It's like internet history.
Well, it's amazing. It's like he was going to do a throwaway like section talking about the Lion King ripping off of Kimba, and then it just leads him down this rabbit hole that results in him spending like an entire summer researching Kimba, watching like all Kimba media in its entirety, and then making a 2.5 hour long video thoroughly just destroying this 25-year-long urban legend.
I have been watching the highlights of him doing his Lion King and Kimba stuff, and I'm super excited to see this Lion King video he's making. He's got a lot of interesting stuff to say, and I'm really looking forward to it.
He's apparently been infected with the Long too. Like he's
talking about stuff he cares about.
He's only like 15 minutes into the movies, and he's got like an hour of video.
Welcome to the log. He was already a log man. When you put all of his videos together, he was inspiration for the long.
That movie seems heavily reliant on the Last of Us formula. The Last of Us was a trendsetter, not just in video games, but in movies. Do you honestly think they're just gonna play it safe for the next installment and do something like, I wanted Joel to shoot?
So now you're arguing, what did you expect?
Yeah, so honestly, especially in hindsight, that is what they should have done.
It would have been easier to execute properly.
I was about to say, why can't you play something safe, quote unquote, and still make a good story?
Well, I just find it
Easier to execute than Joel.
I just need to know, just let me know, because I'll put it in my little notepad. How many times does a archetype have to be done in other media before you're not allowed to do it anymore? Was it 3? If it's 3, alright, I'll just make a note. 3?
Well, there's a reason why things are cliches. They're cliches because they fundamentally work. And
Yeah, people will be like, okay, I sort of saw it coming, this ending for Joel, and man, it was super satisfying. Darn.
He could have gone out. He could have gone out like Tess. He could have mirrored Tess's.
No,
could have gone out like
Blaze of Glory send off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the easier choice better by virtue of being easier to execute?
No.
No,
I
I'm
wouldn't
just
say
saying
so, yeah.
it would have been. That's not what I said. I'm just saying it would have been easier to execute.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, by the way. I was just reading it out.
Yeah, I know. I know. I saw Theo's message.
Wow. Leave him alone. Name dropping. That's fucked up.
Yeah, like I believe Rax said that would have been the better choice to execute. And I think I said it would have been easier to execute too.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, ease of
easier,
execution
more satisfying.
doesn't,
People would have. People would have walked away with the Last of Us franchise and be like, you know what, that was good. I really like that stuff that they did. You know, I was worried, but I got something really satisfying. People stayed in character. It was really great. I can't wait for The Last of Us 3. No one is saying I can't wait for The Last of Us 3.
No, Ronald, there's like one guy somewhere. He's like, yeah.
I don't think there's going to be one, honestly. I honestly don't think there's going to be Last of Us 3.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, if like I don't know what to base it off other than just sales, and they might be convinced that they did really well and that they should go for it. I don't know.
They've gone silent about the sales since the second week. There was an 80% drop off, and now like I can't find out how many copies they've actually sold. And so it's like, and considering the 5-6 million copies that they've sold from the first week, how many of the people that bought those copies actually liked the second game? Because it was supposed to be like a 50-50 split at least.
Why would they need to create a Last of Us 3? I mean, what more is there to destroy?
We could have said that about 2.
Nothing. Doesn't matter.
And
Like, you don't have any further expectations, do you? You just expect it's going to be shit.
well,
Seth,
I mean,
they're gonna
Ellie,
take out Seth
dude,
as
like
Cameron
I hate to say it, but Ellie's still alive. They can fuck with her as much as they wanna.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I want to see what they're going to do. I want to see how bad it can get.
I don't think anyone gives a shit about Ellie anymore. Her character was just absolutely assassinated during this game.
I agree, but you can still fuck around and well, you can have Manny spit on her. You know?
What are you gonna do?
You can have zombie Manny spitting on her. Okay, that's what they're gonna do.
No, listen. In Last of Us 2, people don't die to gunshots taken through the back of the head, so it'll turn out that Manny's fine. He's just blind in one eye now.
It's so shitty because it just shows how crappy a bunch of writers they are, because they want their payoff and they deliver it in a cheap way, but they don't want to commit to it. And it's just so crap. They're like, oh yeah,
dude,
he gets shot in the fucking head in this scene. So your brain goes, oh no, this character, I can't believe that he's dead. And then they're just like, yeah, it's like he's actually just fine. Don't worry about it. We were just tricking you into thinking that he died from that gunshot to the back of the head. Haha, are we not clever, we writers? Haha.
I'll tell you what, there might be, if there was a third game, it will be Abby.
Oh,
Will
yeah,
she
imagine
also get
making her the
killed?
protagonist. Yes,
Will she also get killed violently?
It'll be Abby and whatever the trans character is called. Lev. Abby and Lev finding the fireflies and
Buddy cop
all
movie.
this stuff.
You know, the funny thing is, like, do you remember the Abby part of the game in the intro of her part where she was reading a book and while she was falling asleep? I did research, and that book was made by David Benioff.
Yeah,
and
we
the lead
brought that up.
character,
I heard about that.
And the lead character's name in that book is Lev. That's what's interesting to me. I think they named it. They named him because of that. So
I mean, birds of a feather fly together, like Dan and Dave plus Ryan Johnson plus who's the Star Trek one that's fucking everything up?
Yeah, Kurtzman.
Whatever you both just said, then you add that to
Special K.
Mal, are you okay there, bro?
Mario.
You've been up for a long time, okay? Cut us some slack.
Yeah, we did not look at the clock at this point. It's a bad move.
It's day again.
Yay! It's gonna be night for me eventually.
Shoot the bad
Which means I
guys.
get to
It's
go to
ironic because
sleep.
playing it safe would have probably shut
Right.
everyone the hell up. This is why the Lion King remake did so well. It was absolute garbage compared to the original, but half of America just wants to see the same shit over and over.
Wait, so you consider it playing safe to like not really remake it like 1-to-1, but to tear out all of like the emotion of the original? That's a safe choice.
I don't know if that's a good. I am super curious to get some Lion King reviews from people who never saw the original. Well, everyone's seen the original Lion King. It's like the Bible of cinema. Everyone knows about it, and everyone's seen it. And it's on. You go into a hotel room, and there's a copy of The Lion King sitting on the nightstand. It's just everywhere. So I'm curious to see what the perceptions of this new Lion King based off the old one, and how big those member berries are, and to see what people really think if they didn't see the original. I don't know, because from what I've seen, it looks horrible.
They done fucked up.
If the end of this game was Joel and Ellie driving down the highway in a gunfight to save Ellie's life one last time, these people would be saying it was a good ending.
Hell
I'm not
yeah,
saying
that sounds great.
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
that sounds good.
Ending.
That sounds fun.
What if it was a good ending?
Would
Would you do
satisfying.
like
And it would be a genuine subversion of expectations also, because people are expecting Joel to die, right?
Yeah,
So
I do think
that's
more people are
true.
expecting Joel to die than who weren't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, everyone was expecting Joel to die. I think it was just a matter of how.
But
Yeah, that would have been a diverting of it if Joel didn't die.
We talk
if Ellie
about
died.
like the challenges of a writer. What if you came in like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed into the wonderful world of writing for this game, and everyone agreed like prior with a bunch of bullet points that Joel was going to die, and we're going to figure it out today how we're going to do it and stuff. They go, actually no, we're going to keep him alive. We want to kill him in the third one. And you're like, ooh.
Oh.
We're going to keep him alive the whole game? You're like, yep. And you're like, ooh. And I almost see that as like, damn, that might be more challenging to keep him alive the whole thing.
I think that'd be super interesting because we've said people are expecting him to die, but you just sort of give him some close calls, get people really, really nervous.
Put him into a coma
well,
or something, right?
again-
So the effect of him being dead is still there, but he's not dead. He's
we had that in
unconscious
the
and
first
can't
game,
operate. Oh, did you?
And I want to push back on, because I fucking hate it when they're like, this story is over. Fuck that shit. Your story's not over until you're dead. So like he could actually be played throughout this game even. Fuck it. Let's go with it. Let's make Ellie is once maybe not, she's not even in the game. What about that? What about the crazy idea? And we're playing as an aged Joel. We're entering to like late 60s or some shit, and like he just consistently watch everybody he ever meets and forms relationships with die like, every time, and he outlives them all, and that would be severe survivor's guilt at that point.
Honestly, they could totally subvert my expectations by just making it good.
All I'm trying to like the only thing I'm trying to get at with this is that the conversation seems so limited all the time in scope. It's like, come on, he had to die
Like,
at
there's
the
only
beginning.
2 things you could
Yeah.
do. That's what people do. They do all the time with Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. It's either, well, he had to be this, or and if he wasn't this, you just wanted to have this one other option.
It's almost
even though there's an uncountable amount of potential.
Joel just telling Ellie, why couldn't the ending of The Last of Us 2 have something to do with Jackson? Why couldn't it have something to do with a completely different community? Why?
Yeah.
Just saying Joel protecting Ellie at the end of The Last of Us 2, whatever. No, there's plenty of other branches could be taken, you know.
You know, I said your story isn't over till you're dead, so is it not true? No one's ever really gone. Fucking Emperor Palpatine. Fucking hell.
So we're gonna get the Joel Spirit Force Ghost.
Oh yes, definitely.
Robo Joel, haven't we?
But yeah,
Directed by Ryan Johnson.
I'm starting to think, because I used to think it was just a shitty argument they bring in to try and defend themselves, where they go, oh, you wanted Luke flying 360, throwing his lightsabers everywhere. But actually, like, we had a guest on, I think it was part 2, who just sort of fell into making that argument. They were like, so Luke as he is a really interesting 180 on the character. Then we were like, yeah, it fucking goes against everything he's supposed to be. And then they were like, so did you just want to, like, see him, you know, just amazing Jedi Master and shit? It's like, why is that the second option? Why is there only those two? Why can't
Yeah, it's binary.
it always has to be the two? There's like, we're talking stories here. There are billions of fucking options. We could do whatever the fuck we want. They could just be all frogs. They're all just frogs. Everyone's frogs. Everything is frogs. All the land, the planets, the space.
Frogs all the way down.
Frogs, it's all frogs.
Why couldn't you have had Joel
be a frog?
As a frog. Just hopping around.
And find out that he was the one that killed her dad. You know, happenstance brings them together. They've got to survive together. Lots of stuff could have been talked through.
This is why really want. Like, I'm partially interested in the idea of just like, imagine the boldness of a fucking crazy ass development team or a producer team with films. We're gonna release 2 of this, and we're gonna go 2 different directions entirely. Like, this is story, not even A and B, just this is Last of Us, and then Last of Us 2, and they both have different subtitles. And they just decided to go 2 different directions. 2 different teams worked on it. They worked, just, has that ever happened? And obviously Pokemon doesn't count. I swear to God, don't fucking reference Pokemon, okay? Gold and Silver is a different storyline.
Like BioShock plays with, you know, Mass Effect like plays with different story threads and
so what I guess I'm talking about is like, on one hand, we have Neil Druckmann's like, let me go do my thing. You're like, yeah, sure. And then the other team is like, let's have it so that Ellie is killed in the fucking opening. And Joel goes nuts. And by the end of the game, he's killed so many more people. All of Jackson's destroyed. It's like the worst ending for him ever. His whole world has fallen apart.
Alt-right Nazi bigot, white supremacist because he killed not just a female, but a member of the alphabet community.
Oh, well, let's see how it goes.
No, we don't have to. We don't have to make everyone hate us, you know?
Well, this is the thing, and then you're like, hey, what about a 3rd development team? And it's like, both of them get killed in the opening, and you play as Jumble, the brother. who we never met before. That's his nickname, though.
What about you play as a tapeworm inside the intestines of like a really good, wonderful person?
Oh man,
that you cause an
imagine the
infection and then
QTEs.
kill 'em?
Imagine those QTEs.
Yeah, and your name is Adam, and you're a tapeworm named Adam.
I hate to do this, chat, so I'm gonna have to duck out. 'Cause I'm gonna have to
Oh,
go
I'd
dinner
bring up
with
the
the
tapeworms and he has to leave.
It's the
No.
tapeworms.
No,
But,
senpai,
thank
don't
you.
go.
I don't have a choice, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for having me on. This has been great fun. And
It's
honestly,
been fun hanging out, Sargon.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah,
thanks
guys.
for popping in for
by.
number 100.
yeah, no, it's a real pleasure. And I'm happy to come back anytime.
We'll get
Take it
some
easy,
for
chaps.
you. See you later.
Sargon was very. I just want to say it was very nice to meet you. Okay, all right then.
Man on a mission.
Southpaw, all of the important people had said goodbye already. God.
Yeah, all the important people.
He had to run. I'm sure of it. He would never be so rude. He's British. We
Well,
come with anti-rude senses.
I was waiting for everyone to finish talking so I could have my turn. But
Yeah,
okay.
weekend warrior.
Oh, well, he was so cool though. Sorry, I think it's the first time I've been on with Sargon, so it's kind of like, yeah.
I like how EFAP is the way weekend warriors meet a bunch of people he wants to hang out with. Remember when Armored Skeptic came on?
It's so cool. Like with Armored Skeptic, I was like fanboying inside.
You fanboyed each other and it was wonderful.
Yeah. He was so cool though. So the
Anyway,
video.
yes, let us
Remember the
continue.
video?
And that game doesn't sound cool. I'm just saying Halo 3 came out 13 years ago.
It's the same argument. It's that this good thing came out last year. It's old and it wouldn't be good again.
Can we just fast forward to why make Last of Us 2? Last of Us 1 came out. It's already done.
Can you just explain to us how this is actually good, or are you agreeing that it's terrible? In which case, why are you defending why it's terrible? Tell me.
I will say.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
I'm tired of hearing someone else
game itself.
So, two things. Rags and I are running low on fuel, so if you lack structure in your video, we're going to be even more testy. And this video, like, I did point out, I was like, oh, we shoot up how bad the CLJ is, and then we compare back to The Last of Us 2 and how it does it well. I was like, oh, that's our structure, cool. We did that for 1 point. Then we moved on to something completely different. And now we're on something completely different as well. Like it's a bit like these are just a selection of thoughts. It's like, okay. And like it would help if the arguments were strong, but I'm getting, why would you want to have Joel and Ellie have a car chase at the end when we did that in Halo 3? I'm like, all right, I need to sit down.
What endings are we allowed to have? Just shitty ones. We're just we've had so many games with great endings. Now we have to go through all the really crappy shitty ones until we go all the way around the horn again and we can start having good endings again.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I want to note down. How long do we have to wait before we can do a thing again? You know, just a thing.
Well, I don't think they've done a game since like Silent Hill since like 2002. So
can we do Pong yet?
Silent Hill 2's ending now, please.
It's been a while since Pong, right? Nobody's done that for a while. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna blow up the whole fucking industry with Pong 2. The Pong.
Do it.
Everyone wants to act like they're too smart for movies like Star Wars, but then something thematically complex comes out that isn't from.
Please. You know what's thematically complex? Being like, violence is good, but also it's bad.
No, it's like the message of the. I hate it. I'm repeating myself because every argument from people who like The Last of Us 2 seems to be the same. Like it's thematically complex and you just didn't get it. Like,
you know,
why is he saying that it's it's big brains that say it's not, but they defend it like that? Like,
but why isn't he explaining why? If you say it's big brain and we're dumb, stupid mammals, explain to us why. Why is it big brain? Where's this argument?
Please tell me.
Pro-game argument here. There's no pro-game argument here.
It reminds me of describing.
Like your opinion, I'm going to make a shitty reference. I don't like this opinion. I'm going to make a shitty reference.
Describing Kylo Ren as complex. It's the same thing. Like, yeah, he's complex.
He's so complex.
He's not complex.
He's so complex because I can't even describe him because I don't know where to begin, and I certainly
he's got a little mouse inside his head that runs around pressing buttons, and every button changes his personality. So it's just like, and he's just like, oh, yeah, I'll be that now. Good old Kylo. Complex.
Christopher Nolan and everyone hates it. A lot of people are also mad because Joel didn't get a redemption arc. What kind of redemption are you guys?
He already got a redemption
so
arc in the
let's.
first game.
So
He didn't
while
need
you're
to
making
be
this stupid
redeemed.
video, stop for a second and answer your own question.
We gotta unpack that. Joel didn't get a
Where does he get
redemption arc. It's
that?
like, first of all, establish what he needs to get redemption for, please. Is it lying to
Yeah.
Ellie?
He doomed humanity.
He needs to redeem himself to himself because he's treating himself like shit by not doing things he needs to be doing to redeem himself in the eyes of Ellie.
Like shit. Yes, like, best benefit of the doubt I will hand you. He lied to Ellie, quote-unquote. But it's tough for me because, like, I don't actually have a problem with someone lying when it's like, what is it, white lies?
In
Is
that
what they're called?
context, yeah, something like that. It's a lie that isn't intended to be malicious.
Yeah, like, he can. This is the problem with him not explaining anything. He can easily explain why he said what he said. But
Yeah, and he
doesn't.
just doesn't.
Because he
Maybe he
didn't
does.
need to, because the ending of the first game made it perfectly clear he didn't need to. That's why. And then the second game suddenly came and said, no, we really need to discuss this. No, we didn't. The ending of the first game explained it all. It left it perfectly and openly ambiguous.
Maybe it
with
all would have
little
worked
hints
out had he
that
told.
was exactly what's going on.
Maybe it all would have worked out if he had told Ellie when she was younger, because she seems to just be a better person when she was younger. So it would have worked out.
Much better. Like the only scene in The Last of Us 2, the only part of the game which I would class as really good is the museum segment. Because it's the only time that I feel like the characters are actually the characters. Ellie's Ellie and Joel's Joel. And then the whole of the rest of the game, neither of the characters behave like themselves ever again.
It was a little bit in the was it the hotel or whatever? That was alright.
Yeah.
A little bit in the hotel, but she was getting stroppy then.
Liars.
Yeah.
She was developing into stroppy Ellie by then, you know. So
You guys looking for here? How do you redeem yourself after dooming humanity?
You didn't doom humanity. Stop. Enough of this infantile. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do. I'm fucking agitated. So we're gonna have to do this. Let's say best possible scenario. We'll start at the best possible scenario, then we'll go with what actually happened. So let's say perfect world, idealistic circumstances, they develop a cure and can actually spread this cure to every human being on the planet. No, the galaxy. All right?
Whoa.
They spread the. I know, right? We're going big because I'm home, so I can't go there.
Mhm.
Now, it spreads the cure to the galaxy. No one can die from infection anymore. They can still die from everything else. So the amount of people who actually die from the infection part, not the getting clawed up and bitten and having throats cut and grabbed and getting shot by other humans and killed in these turf wars that happen throughout this game and the last game, they still die. So you save potentially a really small amount of lives are actually saved from that. All of the events of the second game, the conflict between the WLF and the scars and all that stuff, all that still happens. All that still happens. It
Yeah.
doesn't stop anything, right? And again, this is taking the best possible case scenario of the Fireflies who are shown to be insanely dubious in the first game, extremely incapable of probably actually mass producing this thing and distributing it and getting it to people and all that stuff, assuming they even get the cure in the first place from her brain. We're already given an insane amount of leeway to all of that, and that probably wouldn't happen. So the idea that Joel is dooming humanity here, when humanity is clearly on the uptick because we see the difference between the first game and the second game with the settlements and everything, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny to think about. The second game kind of disproves that humanity was doomed by Joel, doesn't it?
They're doing better. They're clearly doing better. So don't give me this horseshit. You stop to think about it for 5 seconds and you're like, oh, actually, yeah, the cure. I mean, it would have been better to have a cure. Sure.
Also, I appreciate that some people might be like, you don't know that that had anything to do with any of the motivations in his head at that point. And it's like, just because the second game has him fumble and not say a single thing in his defense doesn't mean that's what was happening in his head in the first game.
Also, I have to say, it's kind of funny for the Fireflies to just assume that that was the one doctor on Earth that could develop a vaccine, and for everyone to assume that Ellie would be the only person in existence to have an immunity or the fungus to mutate and become benign. Like, you think that that's never going to happen again? Really?
Every step along the way, from beginning to end, that you look at, in just the tiniest bit of, the tiniest little bit of skepticism at everything that you see, and it all starts to fall apart. It looks worse and worse and worse for the Fireflies, and Joel becomes more and more and more and more vindicated. Joel did the right thing. I would have done the same thing in Joel's shoes. Fuck the Fireflies. He did the right thing to save Ellie.
Especially since they were going to kill her by putting her in an operation without her consent.
Also, no, he's a monster.
These are the heroes.
Not beloved. Boo. Bad person, doomed humanity.
Like this idea that
every death after
humanity.
Joel saved her is his fault.
I just like the idea that they get rid of all the spores in the world when they release the cure into the air and it instantly spreads across the entire Earth and gets rid of them all, and they go, yay! And then a clicker just eats the person who does that, and they're like, oh fuck, right.
Oh shit, that's right. This isn't a immunity.
Jesus, this solves very little of our problems. Fuck.
You still have all the factions and all. It's just, come on. Like if I went out and I killed the guy who was about to create the cure for cancer, I wouldn't be dooming humanity.
I'm sorry. You must have robot just read this.
Joel Dameron, yay.
Oh, this is the case of the men who keep, everyone's telling them they're wrong, and the narrative is like, yep, they're wrong. All the viewers are like, but
they're not. They're right.
But
they are very much the correct men.
Apology letter? Synthesized the cure himself. He was a construction worker. He lived his life protecting his tribe, and he never...
It's not a cure. It is a vaccine.
Yeah, and it's not a guarantee whatsoever. And they're fucking insane to chop out a fucking brain after like half a day of testing. It's insane.
Oh yeah, that's also crazy to me. Like, they never consider that Jerry's actions are unreasonable.
No, everyone just goes. This is what I mean. He's like a cult leader.
How are they going to synthesize the part that they require off Ellie? There's only a finite amount of it. So how are they going to synthesize that when she's the only person apparently in the world who is immune?
What if there was a choice to like let them do it, and then turns out it was all bullshit. They were a crazy cult, and the doctor is just like chanting with her brain while dripping the blood over himself while like, just saying all weird words, and we're just like,
and he injects himself and then gets bit on purpose.
And then he turns into like a nemesis type bloater, and he starts chasing everybody, and he's like, I am Ubenfrog.
That'd be awesome.
And then it just says, you chose wrong, you should have saved her, you idiot. Credits.
Like, you chose poorly.
Regretted it, and that's why people like him. People that post memes like this and think their favorite character has to be inherently good.
Who idolizes
Joker? Who the fuck?
Who idolizes Scarface?
Who idolizes Heisenberg?
Jeez. Who are these people? Like, I agree, but who is this meme made for?
They're good characters. It's not like we don't think
funnily enough, I think that's the point. I think that's the point he's making, is like, just because you respect the character or the writing of the character doesn't mean they're your hero. Like, what the fuck? Though it's weird to equate, like, to throw Joel in with this lot. I'd be like, careful. whoa.
Joel's got morality. You know, there is morality. He's had to do some horrible things to survive, but he's not, by definition, a horrible person. There's two different people was just so reluctant to bring nuance into an argument.
No, he did bad things in the past, and that means that he is an irredeemable piece of shit.
Right? Okay.
Like, if the Joel would be playing in the first game,
they use.
Well, if the Joel that we were playing in the first game was Hunter Joel, yeah, I totally get it. But he's clearly a changed person since then.
You try living in a world like this. I would smash my neighbor's face in with a brick to save my family, if that's what it entailed.
Jeez, well, people thought I was going crazy.
This is this world. You know, the very nice, comfortable morality of sitting by our computers or sitting in our sofas and making videos about this is all very well and easy to judge. But if you were in an actual situation, a life and death situation like this, you would have to compromise what would be societal morals to live. And he got into a community where, you know, in the first game, and he changed. He, you know, once he was back in a more established civilization, shall we say, he became more of a normal, you know, reverted back to a more rounded moral person. But this, just because he was he had a checkered past in the first game, doesn't mean that he should be fucking hung, drawn, and quartered and have his face smashed in by a golf club because Abby fucking smash.
It's weird that
think about the surrounding elements of it.
It's weird that people seem to think that Abby redeems herself, but Joel doesn't deserve like redemption at all or forgiveness.
How does Abby redeem herself? Because she saved a trans kid, kid that nearly got them. That he got his sister killed because he was so fucking he. I got so don't want to get the wrong pronoun because they were so fucking selfish that they ran away back to the village to try and make peace with their mother that we never saw, and ended up killing his mother, which we never saw because we only saw it through the eyes of his sister and Abby, because she tried to attack him. And so, great. Yeah,
but
you redeemed yourself.
I still want to recognize that, you know, like the whole, I don't know, let's just say you rescue dogs every single day and you're really cuddly and great with them, but once per Sunday, you just butcher one screaming and torture it and enjoy it. That's just something I'd just be like, are the scales balanced? Or is that just like, no, you're just kind of insane. Like, you spend the week doing that, but... Because what she does to Joel, like, just gives me a big impression of her character. It's like, yeah, but she's nice to other people. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. And it's not to imply there's no such thing as redemption. What we need is for her to recognize what she did was fucked up, but that never happens.
Your Honor, I know that I beat this person to death with a golf club over a period of several hours, but I also saved this transgender kid from their abusive cult. So, I mean, maybe let me off easy here.
It's on everyone individually to decide what they think of her as a character, but for me, like, she's still insane, as far as I'm concerned. Like,
no, I have to repeat that. She does not acknowledge what she did was wrong. She never says sorry to Ellie. So I don't think her redemption is earned at all. Redemption in so many quotes. Like,
yeah.
You know what would make me like convinced to go ahead and spare Abby? If Abby was basically willing to fall on her sword, she gives her own gun to Ellie and says, "Just kill me. Just finish me. I feel so horrible over what I did to you." And then that might make me like reconsider.
Dude, if we can make changes, fucking hell, let's get some dialogue in there. Let's get them talking. Holy shit.
Yeah, they never talk. They never had like a moment to like discuss anything. So it's just fucked up.
Good to be enjoyed are weirdos. Some YouTubers are claiming they're okay with Joel dying, but just not the manner he died in. This game is giving you a hard dose of the reality pill.
Oh,
realistic. There it is again.
Dude, it's like they set him up, he's got the bat, they throw the ball, and then he just disappears. And you're like, wait, no, what? It seemed like you were going to the place we want you to go. And then you said, we're getting hit with a dose of reality. What the fuck?
No. How is it realistic also that Ellie sees the person beating up her father figure and she doesn't do anything at the doorway? How is that realistic? And she has a gun and she has a clear aim.
Abby wears the same plot armor in this game.
Yeah, she got Molotovs by that time, yeah.
Oh, dude, it actually fucking hurt my feelings on a very, very deep level. That she, like, chose to address this room by clumsily walking through the door where she hears screams on the other side. It's like, Ellie, we've done this many times. What are you doing?
Yeah, because if I am opening a door, just cracking it open a little bit, and I see someone wailing on my loved one with a golf club, and they're all beaten and bloodied and clearly unable to fight back, my first instinct isn't to immediately line up the sights and shoot the person in the head. and fill them up with lead. No, I'm gonna just walk in there, go like, "What are you doing?"
So yeah, and every time Ellie is not under our control, she's kind of fucking retarded. You have this instance here with Joel where she just forgets everything in life, and that bad stuff happens. And if you remember in the final fight with or at least not the final fight, but when the first time you fight Abby, there's 3 times where while you are playing Abby in her cutscenes, you go through doorways following her when you know she has a gun, and she doesn't just wait for you to come through the door and shoot you. And then on the third way, because they have the first door, then you have going through the curtains, and then you have going through the next door after that. And instead, instead of Abby just or Ellie shooting Abby once she walks through the door like a fucking idiot, she tries to go up and do the Tommy thing of, instead of shooting you safely at a distance, I'm going to try and hit you with my gun.
No, not even a gun, like a plank.
Like
just
a plank or whatever?
A plank instead of using her machete. She has a machete. If you
She's
go
a
up to her,
gun!
I know either of those is better than a fucking plank.
Use a shotgun, yeah. I don't get
What
it.
happens when you follow people through doorways in video games? The other person shoots you because you were being fucking stupid.
You got shouting, screaming, and hitting. If she just like slowly opened the door and pushed it forward just a little bit, poked a little eye out, seen what was going on, immediately get that shot going. This all could have happened. The whole story changes.
You know, it's really funny. Ludonarrative dissonance that I discovered in my Survivor Plus playthrough is once she got to where Joel is being beaten, I decided to, instead of immediately going through the door, I decided to shoot the door to see if anyone would respond. They don't. They just keep on beating him.
Dude, they are not capable of stuff like that, okay?
Well, I mean, in the first game, if you take too long to kill the doctor, Fireflies rush in and gun Joel down. That happened to me for the first time during my playthrough, and you can see my jaw drop. Like, they actually accounted for that in the first game, and they don't in the second game.
Can't imagine why.
Which is we rarely get to say goodbye the way we wanted to. When that happens, how long are you going to let it control you? Are you going to be able to move on? Are you going to make 8 angry YouTube?
So it's realistic is such a low fucking bar. It's so mind-numbingly low.
I made a mistake.
Standard.
I thought when he said, like, people aren't annoyed that he died, it's the manner in which he died. I thought he was referencing, like, the way it all happened, all the mechanics that came about to put him in that position and kill him. He was actually referencing the fact that he was bludgeoned, like, rather than executed.
It's logically possible for it to happen, so shut the fuck up. Consume.
Like, but that's what he doesn't actually, I don't think he's registered how stupid all of these stupid events are that lead to it. I think he's just talking about, like, how his face got all fucked up and he's bleeding. It's like, isn't that...
You're just mad that your favorite character got run over by a car. It doesn't matter that, you know, they were blindfolding themselves and playing in traffic, despite the fact that they always...
Joel can be thrown into a dicer and all the bits of flesh shower over Jackson. I'd just be like, okay, as long as it makes fucking sense, okay? I just needed to make fucking sense. Let's just do that.
No, and I hate the realistic argument also. Like, it's realistic for Joel to go through this brutal death, but at the same time, it's realistic that if Joel didn't give up Ellie, the world would be such a beautiful, magical place. Like, isn't it? Don't they recognize how naive that sounds? Right? Isn't that?
No, I think that's stupid. They think that if he did allow Ellie to get killed, that everything would be fantastic. Everything would be great. Everyone be dancing and throwing flowers at each other.
Like, that's the thing, right? Like, the world is doomed because of Joel, but really, is it really going to be perfect if Joel gave the cure? Also, it's how is that realistic?
I'm going to take this another step further. In the first game, Joel falls like 2 stories onto a piece of rebar that probably has rust on it. That would probably give him an infection and would kill him within 3 weeks without immediate medical attention if he doesn't die immediately from bleeding out, especially after he gets pulled off the rebar and possibly breaking his back from the fall. That fall kills the guy that he's fighting, but doesn't kill Joel. So if we're talking about realism here, he should already be dead, and I'm in favor of him dying instead of living if we're going to have him get impaled on rebar. I'm okay with them doing the section where he gets wounded and Ellie has to protect him, but it probably shouldn't be an impaling. Like, just have him get shot, or stabbed in the side. Something that's survivable, a lot more than survivable than getting impaled.
Before this game came out, I said plenty of times, I think in videos and in streams when discussing The Last of Us, that I thought that the direction of the second game was kind of setting Joel up to be the reluctant villain because of the nature of what had happened in the first game. That they would set him actually opposed to Ellie. So Joel was never going to get a happy ending in this fucking series, regardless of whether or not you saw his actions as good or bad. He was never going to get a happy ending because of it.
Little did you know that they'd retcon his actions from the previous game to make him a villain.
Yeah. Well, they retconned his right until right at the end of the game.
All the information surrounding all the decisions.
They withheld all the information until right at the end. So it was again clearly trying to manipulate. So poor.
As it's worse than that. Like at the end of Abby's part, where she's at, where the fuck is Santa Monica, right? Like it's like contacting the Fireflies is like this beacon of hope for humanity. They're setting it up like that. It just pissed me off so much.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, they're Fireflies.
We're getting the team back together again, folks.
Yeah, humanity has a chance. And it's so pissed me off. Like the Fireflies were fine in the first game because they were like ambiguous and as grim and as dark as this world would be. Like they're violent, they're ambiguous, and in the second game they're like these perfect people that would have fixed the world had Joel given up Ellie. So fuck, like
We're
really
gonna save the world with love and friendship.
Fuck off, like Jesus Christ.
With the
I hate it.
Fireflies, go Fireflies!
Yeah, I remember Abby saying that the Fireflies were all about bringing the world back from the brink, like bringing back civilization. But when you actually play through the first game, they're just as holic as everyone else.
They blow up the fucking place at the beginning.
Yeah, in the
don't
intro. Yeah. No, they knock out Joel when he was clearly trying to say, "I'm trying to save this girl's life," right? Like, these are the beacons of the future. I don't fucking think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the game was strong enough, it wouldn't have to hide these issues. It wouldn't have to hide these conversations.
Yeah.
But the story wasn't strong enough, and so Cuckman knew that he had to purposely hide the conversations, which we knew and have discussed today, that should have been gone through, and then he just puts it in a little sentence right at the 25th hour of the fucking game.
That fixes it, right?
We get to say goodbye the way we wanted to. When that happens, how long are you gonna let it control you? Are you gonna be able to move on? Are you gonna make 8
Fuck
angry
off
YouTube?
with this nonsense.
No.
Also,
it's proof
no.
that you're a
Yeah.
baby.
They say, yeah, sometimes life is shit, so fucking get used to it. It's like, yeah,
Stop
what a
caring
great
about people.
What an amazing
shit
design
about
philosophy for stories. It's like, yeah, it's fucking
Well,
it's supposed to make you mad, upset, and angry, and it's shit. Get over it.
If we pretend for a second that the Eagles plot hole is like 100% legit, as in like it was a mistake in the film, and someone says like, yeah, why didn't they take the Eagles to Mordor? And someone goes, sometimes life is shit. Be like, what?
Yeah.
What? That doesn't address anything I just said. It's like, sometimes life is shit, mate. So what are you gonna make? Some angry videos? Is that what you're gonna do?
You nailed it.
Okay.
Nailed it. This is on par with just pretend that this is what you wanted.
Well, this really, it's good that this is 100 because it does feel a little like, it's like, Rags, how long have we been doing this? I feel old. Like,
Well, I think we were going like 23 hours or 24. I don't know.
No. I bet like fucking 2 years of
Just
these
this
shitty arguments.
big fucking charade we call life. I don't fucking know.
It's so much of this.
What are we referring to? The
desperate
game?
arguments.
Wait, 2 years. This is the 2nd year anniversary in a day. It's the 2 year in a day anniversary of every frame of pause.
I like that this guy feels the need to go, yeah, sometimes life is shit, as if like people
watching the
haven't
video, I know.
experienced like losing a loved one in a senseless act of violence or suicide or disease. Really? Do we really need this concept explained to us?
Just get over it, dude. Fuck. Just get over it.
I would still push back on just like, oh, you want to do that? Okay, fucking write it well though. And then they're like, but isn't it good enough just the idea? And it's like, no.
But then you get big brain out. But big brain, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. You don't get the complexity.
You don't get it. In the winter, there's random hordes of zombies. They just turn up. You know, it's weird.
That's reality. No, that's reality.
They
guys.
just know when Abby turns up. They just know that Joel was gonna turn up. It's just this whole thing.
Imagine you got like a movie building up this conflict between two characters, and then randomly at the end, the antagonist gets run over by a drunk driver that's completely unrelated to the building up conflict. Like, sometimes you'll just get run over by a drunk driver.
Get over it. You don't understand the context of it.
Doesn't matter that it fucking, invalidates the whole buildup of tension and conflict throughout the story. Makes it all fucking worthless.
What are you gonna do? Make 8 YouTube videos about it?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure because we caught a little bit of that before we rewound it. He's about to say that. Just let him do the thing. Hang on.
Are you going to be able to move on? Or are you going to make 8 angry YouTube videos about it?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
he's gonna make money off stupid people. Yes.
I'll just make one video. That's
I hate
a
this.
long video.
YouTubers being dismissive about other YouTubers making commentary on things they care about.
Yeah, I know. Can't we just do it again?
Like, oh, you made a video and you were angry. He's like, yeah, because some people care about things.
Let's just flip the logic. Like, oh, look at you. You're making a defensive video because you care about your little game. Oh, are you upset? Are you angry?
You're trying to defend your shitty fucking video game that everybody hates.
Hey, man, it's like 99% people hate it. Chill out. Fucking pushing it to 100 like that.
It's just a game.
It's just a game, bro.
When I type in the sales for this game, the things that pop up are sales drop and refunds.
Tell that to Joel's bastion head.
Oh, reference.
Oh no. Oh no.
Watching Joel die was
Brains
painful,
100.
sudden, shocking, and violent.
Yes.
It filled me with rage, and that was the whole point. The point of this game is to turn Abby into
Oh
someone.
yeah, well, it was a cheap emotional response. That was the point. Cheap.
Yeah, if the point is to make people just feel mad, here's the thing. Making people feel things is really, really easy. It's so easy you can do it by accident without even trying. The hard part is making people feel the specific things that's earned and justified by what you actually show them. I'm not going to give this game credit for making us angry because they humiliated Joel when they killed him in this way that makes no sense. And if you do give him credit for that, then you need to get some higher standards, my dude, because that's shit.
Well, it's funny you point out, like, it's so easy to manipulate, get those emotions going. It's like, oh yeah, The Last of Us 2 knows all about that. It's like, look at the doggo, look at he's so cute. Look at him. Oh, look at the zebra, so cute. Covered in blood, but still cute.
Look, Abby said she's willing to kill herself. Isn't that sweet, guys? She's heroic also, I guess. Like,
High five, +5 in the likable character category.
Would this guy still be making these arguments if the plot of The Last of Us 2 was instead about David's son getting revenge against Ellie and Joel having to forgive David's son? Because I have a feeling that everyone praising this game would be singing a completely different tune.
Lies.
One you despise.
I am not someone who is loved.
Why would you love her?
Oh, Jesus.
Why? Tell me why you'd
not
love
love-
her.
And when you're playing as her, there's nothing lovable about her also.
Dude,
So,
yeah,
I
but he's
don't-
going the route. He's doing the thing. He's doing the themes where it's like, don't you get it? Abby's not necessarily just a character. She's making a point as a person in the story. It's a narrative element, thematic through line.
like-
You're supposed to learn something from her. How you
like,
feel about
okay.
her.
Like, okay, fine. Like, let's say that Abby is justified in killing Joel. Let's give the game that. I think that's what they were going for. Like, every
Well, yeah,
character.
they definitely try to retcon the last game to make it so.
Well,
yeah, but
even if she was justified in killing him, it doesn't explain the sadism.
yeah, it
I
doesn't-
mean,
yeah, I
as
was
it
gonna say that.
stands, she's a murderer.
doesn't-
She starts the game
doesn't-
off as a murderer.
It doesn't justify her nice psychotic rampage, and she doesn't really grow as a character. She does. I am firmly on the she does. Okay, Abby has a basic grasp of social norms. Abby is nice to people that are nice to her.
Basic
and-
grasp of burritos.
Yeah, and that's it. And she'll be mean to people that are mean to her. She doesn't get she doesn't have any sort of nuance after the game, during the game, none of that shit.
Isn't it perfect that we've got scared Peepo up there looking at Jared Leto trying to cover his eyes?
Oh, good point. I guess he should be expanded once again. That poor man. He's just
like, okay, like why does Abby stop from killing Dina? It's not because she realizes it's fucked up. It's because she has a friend that she trusts that says, "Don't do it. No."
It'll be really hard for us to hang out if you do that.
Yeah, why doesn't she kill Ellie? Because her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, says no, don't do it. It's not. She doesn't have a moral compass. It's just that the people she likes doesn't want her to do that.
Well, she betrays her whole team for 2 other Randys. That's a moral compass, right?
No. Like the whole team, you mean the WF, right?
Yeah.
Not the Jacks, not the Firefly team. Yeah, that's also weird.
I love it when Isaac just shows up. It's so funny. It's like, oh hey buddy.
Yeah, that's funny, right? Like that's another thing that bothered me in Mel and Owen not wanting to tell Ellie where Abby is. Like, just tell her she's on an island. They don't know where on the island Abby is,
Yeah,
right?
That scene's terrible. It should be. She's like, I'm not giving up my friend. What it should be is, what'll happen to us when we tell you. That's like, I feel like the dialogue is so garbage in a lot of the. Well, we already know this. We've been over it. It's the biggest sandwich.
Well, what it should be was, I'm pregnant. Don't kill me.
Yeah,
Look at my huge baby bump. Don't stab me in the neck. You'll kill me and the baby.
Give me a moment while I undo my comically large jump of things. You can't tell that I'm pregnant.
Yeah. This is like you notice this, right? As like the whole game she's flaunting her pregnancy, but at that moment she's covering herself up. Like
yeah, so it's a point I use. Every point in the game that she's in, proudly showing the baby bump. The time where Ellie isn't meant to see she's pregnant, cover her up. So she goes, "Oh no, I killed a pregnant woman."
What would have made that scene better is if Mel just goes, I'm pregnant, and Ellie's like, "What?" And she's like, I'm pretty sure it's not yours, at least. Like, it's just even if they called back to that Dina line, I would have actually given the game props for a funny joke. Wouldn't have made sense, but it would have been funny.
You're pregnant, but who's the mother?
Like that scene is so like the defense I thought up for that scene was it was raining at that time, right? So she has the jacket. But it doesn't make sense for her to just was she cold because of that?
She's inside. She was inside with all
she was inside. Yeah, she had a sweater and a jacket on. Like isn't that extra warm? Was it really that cold? I think it was real, or is it?
Oh, you know how being pregnant makes you feel cold?
But we went through. If somebody pointed a gun, you would immediately be like, please don't point it at her. Pointing at me, she's pregnant.
It's so
that would be the first defense that you would use against
It tells you how much he cared about his potential child. He's like, oh, just
he didn't
keep
give
pointing the gun over there. It's fine.
He was thinking about that Abby poontang that he just smashed the night before.
That idea was to get gamers to experience a radical concept called empathy. Wow, so brave.
Empathy like Abby felt when she brained Joel for a couple hours.
Yeah, don't you get it?
Oh my god, it said the word from the last video. Fuck, empathy is earned.
No, don't you get it, Rags? How angry you are at her is what she felt against Joel. So your anger to kill her.
No, mine's justified because she's a murderer and Joel isn't.
Oh,
but her dad saved a zebra.
South also, isn't this the point where we empathize with the person that killed the father figure in front of the lady that is begging her not to do it?
Yeah, which is juxtaposed with her sobbing into the camera for 25 seconds. Like, look how sad she is. Feel bad for her, and then cut to she's like going to kill someone's father figure right in front of them as they're sobbing similarly to her.
Yeah,
empathy.
I really feel the empathy. That South, do they think they're making such a dramatic moment, or they did not realize how it makes her so psychotic?
Wait, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Like, in them writing that scene with Abby crying, and then it cuts to her in the present, smashing Joel's brains out, were they thinking of that, oh, what a dramatic moment, what a twist, but they didn't realize that it makes Abby look more psychotic when she still decides to smash Joel's head in? Like,
oh yeah, they're totally going for the "you're not so different, you and I," you know. It's like,
you're kind of different though.
yeah, like I'm pretty sure that you're torturing someone that killed your father rather quickly to save my life, and he also saved your life just an hour ago.
Yeah.
Although Ellie wouldn't know that information, but Tommy would certainly have told Ellie, like, yeah, the bitch that killed Joel, we saved her life right before she did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate this empathy word. Like, do they realize what it means?
No.
No.
Like,
I mean, well, just I'll always be stuck all the way back at, like, you guys do get there's a difference between her desire to kill Joel and our desire to kill her. You do, right? And Naughty Dog are like, no, what would be the difference? And you're like, oh, okay, well,
death is death, regardless of context.
This is anger, vengeance, blood-fueled rage. It's like, all right,
guys.
So ergo empathy.
Yes.
With you after I just murdered you,
Okay,
but technically
right.
found out that you could have hung back since you were pregnant, but you chose not to. So all this is kind of your fault.
Yeah, it kind of is.
That's ridiculous.
It's her fault and the fault of everyone else around her who did not even suggest the idea that a pregnant woman going on this adventure was just insane.
Yeah, it's not up to
Okay.
it's not up to them though. It's her decision.
Yeah,
No,
I still
I'll be
think they're
fair.
somewhat responsible.
Okay, I'll be fair to the game here. Like, they were just going to travel to the forward operating base, right? They didn't expect an ambush, but they cleared her for active duty in the first place, which is the dumb thing, right? It's like, why clear this clearly pregnant lady for active duty?
But it's not. It goes further than that, though. It's not just a pregnant lady. Humanity is on the verge of extinction.
Yeah,
and you
fair
have
point,
a
Ed,
pregnant woman, and you want to put her into the fucking field?
Well, not only that,
you're a fucking equal opportunist. Fuck off! You'd be protecting her at all costs.
No,
at the
not
stadium.
only that, as she's supposed to be this gifted surgeon who's like a very good asset.
Yeah.
You'd keep her in the main base. You wouldn't want her to go anywhere else, right?
No. She would be gold dust. Gold dust. But
A pregnant magic surgeon.
But
Keep her
Cuckman
inside.
looks through this game. He looks through it with modern day sensibilities, and he doesn't understand that if the world was 25 years deep into an apocalypse, these things wouldn't be like they are now.
Yeah. Oh, as
In
it's
his
actually
game.
worse. Like I
It would be much worse.
No, I made a no. I mean, the scene is much worse now that you mentioned. Like, I made a note. Like, Abby asks Mel, "Does Owen know?" And then Mel does this smug expression, like, "What does Owen have to say about this?" Like her decision is my body, my choice, and all that. It's like that reminds me of that. It's like, and the funny thing is, Mel adores Owen, right? Like, she's acting all high and mighty, like Owen's decision or any input from him wouldn't affect her. Yeah, right. Like the moment Owen gets killed, right? Shot, Mel goes, I'm gonna kill you, Ellie. She goes for the knife. Like, get off.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
No
But
protection.
the only reason why you'd grab the baby, surely as a almost like a Pavlovian response.
Yeah.
You would grab your baby. As an instinctive reaction, you'd grab it to protect it. Your arms
Pavlovian
would go around
response
the baby
implies
to
that
protect
whenever your husband gets shot, you grab your baby.
But you know, for protection, because you'd be, that would be like a protective instinct. Would be to kind of like put your hands around your belly, probably.
I don't know.
Speculation, of course.
No, as the right
Maybe
thing to do.
I mean,
be
I
to
can believe
attack.
she's so upset she tries to stab this person who just shot the person.
Yeah.
Well, there's also the mech argument that the baby's in control of the body.
But
Yeah, that's true. The mech argument does,
She
yeah.
doesn't seem to care about Owen, though. So
I must save my vessel.
I know all the men are brow beaten in this fucking game. So
Yeah.
You at all?
I'm gonna be 100% honest. The concept of what if the main guy is murdered and then you become the murderer sounds like an M. Night Shyamalan script pitch.
No,
I have a feeling
it doesn't. And also, that's not a good thing.
I was gonna say, why would you? That's not associated with goodisms anymore.
Not a
It
good-
hasn't been for a long time.
Not only is that a bad
and
thing, but they've Naughty Dog has single-handedly probably ruined anyone from trying this concept in far into the future because of how poorly it turned out here.
It's a really interesting concept and one that I actually wouldn't mind trying to pull off myself. I just think that you got to be very careful when you do it, because if you fuck up, and they fucked up hard, I mean it's really fucking terrible for your brand. That's all I'm gonna say.
someone was smoking a few too many bong rips and this idea popped in their head, and $100 million later, here we are. With that being said, all these ideas were executed way better than anyone is giving them credit for, and a million times better than anything from these three.
Go into detail about that?
No.
Examples, please.
Yeah, because we're at this point in the video, and we've not really gotten any explanation as to how it's good. You just told us what it was. You didn't tell us why it's good.
Rags, it's like 9 minutes of setting up that the mad people on the internet passionate about the subject matter are wrong.
Yeah.
Then
glad I
4
haven't been
minutes
told
of
that
intro.
before.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Watching Luke die was like watching my old high school friend Carl die from an overdose. To most of us, he was dead already. No one even mourned him, really. That goes for
That doesn't even work because Luke wasn't dead to us already.
No,
That's
the
analogy
framing
doesn't
device.
work.
No, the framing device. That's his framing device, right? Like he's comparing why they fucked up Luke versus why Joel is good. That's the idea behind it.
It's bad. And I know what he's trying to do. It's just a shitty analogy.
Yeah.
You should set that
Carl
up
and
though.
Luke.
Like, to
One
some
line where
degree.
Ray's like, Luke's dead. And Leia's like, I know. And that was it. The Rise of Skywalker was even worse because he might as well have just been alive for this scene. It would make no difference in the story because he's doing the same shit.
Agree. I agree.
I know. I mean, then again, it's all advantages to be a Force ghost anyway. So
and wouldn't it cascade, like, he's alive and just sitting on this island, he's like, go save the world, I would just sit here. I'll get your X-Wing, I guess. Here you go. Go fuck off.
You can do it. I'm old. I got arthritis. I can't fly.
Shit, the whole trilogy, which is just hanging out on an island and being a creep.
A creep?
Joel's death.
Well, see,
alone?
You just called Luke a paedophile.
Well, no. Unlike, here's the thing. Unlike Epstein, Luke actually did kill himself. Okay.
God damn, Sal. That's pretty funny.
Good. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give
Thank
you
very
a-
much.
Yeah, me too. Virtual clap. Like,
You get a golf clap for that.
Virtual clap. You could just do a real clap.
No, a golf clap. Not for a Last of Us 2 stream.
Oh no.
Death set the entire story into motion. The effects of his death are felt all the way up to the very last of the game. Didn't?
Yeah. The effects of his death are felt all the way up to the end of the game. It's like, yeah, because that's what the whole plot was about. That's entirely what... Okay, well, moving on.
See any Star Wars fanatics this outraged over Luke's death? Probably because people stopped caring.
Count the people on the page. Count the fucking... Oh my god, this guy's fucking...
That's the real death of a character. Social issues in media.
Oh, that's it. That
Oh,
section,
okay.
guys. We spent 14 minutes getting to there, and he spent 3 seconds on it. Sweet.
Star Wars, they turned Finn into the janitor. Now, I'm not mad about that. Always feels good to have someone on the team that makes us look.
Well, no, he was always the janitor.
Bit racist, dude.
no, Star Wars is
You're not
racist. Not him, though.
Space Janitors are pretty cool, in fairness.
Yeah.
Look good.
They can fly.
I'm just saying I think John Boyega is a little more talented than that. Also, the woke lady's plan is kept secret for no reason. Her plan
No reason.
No reason.
and doesn't even work or make any sense at all. All while touting
you,
the theme,
yes.
always trust women. But everything about her leadership...
You know,
No, it's
the arguments,
women.
the arguments he's
I
been
agree.
defending The Last of Us 2 with can be used to defend TLJ. Just saying.
Just saying. There's a reason why people constantly compare these two things together.
Like, I'll just be
Yeah.
like, dude, didn't you... Holdo, you're not supposed to take her as the character, like the hair and the... She represents an idea, hope, in the face of absolute destruction. Don't you understand? Hope is at the sun.
I don't know if he's being unironic here. If he's being unironic, I appreciate it. If he's being ironic, we're gonna have words later.
Hope is like the sun. It goes away and leaves you in darkness.
Yeah.
skills is raising alarms to any functional thinking person. And if you disagree with her or don't like her, it's framed in a way to suggest that you, the viewer, are a sexist. The movie is hyper-aware of its own existence in a snobby-ass way. Immersion in the Star Wars universe was damaged beyond repair at this moment.
Yep. Kind of like The Last of Us 2, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why doesn't he see that? Why doesn't he see that for Last of Us 2 though? That's what's surprising.
Because he doesn't have consistent standards that he applies to all pieces of media.
He would say that's worse, though, right?
Part 2.
And he's given an example with this, but he's not giving any examples with The Last of Us 2.
Oh, that's a
to
good
support
point.
his arguments.
Yeah.
Precedence over the story, and neither make any fucking sense. In The Last of Us 2, there is no woke lady trying to tell you that you are a sexist. If there is a woke character in this game,
there's a bunch of Joel is a monster. That's pretty bad.
I mean, I feel like the developers are reaching through the screen and telling me what I need to think and do.
I can't believe I'm doing this, but there's no character in TLJ telling you you're sexist. It's meta stuff.
Yeah,
It's always meta stuff.
Last of Us too. It's all meta.
Like, she doesn't tell Poe you're a sexist. That's not a thing that happens.
Yeah, this is a really bad comparison. Fits in with the
Jesse's
rest
a
of the
fucking sperm donor in this game, for fuck's sake.
Poor
That's
guy.
what Jesse's good for.
I missed it, and I never missed that shit because it stops the program dead. There are progressive themes and parts of this game that are woven into the narrative in a realistic way.
It's disconnected from the main narrative that we actually give a shit about, though.
Yeah, the themes are not only not supported, they're anti-supported.
Like, you have this, we're having to play as Abby, and you start off and you're like, oh my god, are we actually going to see, like, Abby's perspective as Ellie is tearing through her friends, right? And no, it's like a completely different story. And it's like, these characters...
It's not a different story. It's The Last of Us Part 1 with some names changed around it.
Yeah.
The Last of Us 2 is like a story that tells you the theme of it is that cheating is bad and you shouldn't do it, but throughout the entirety of the game, your character cheats and succeeds and wins and isn't caught, and they could have only done better if they just cheated more.
That's not a bad thing. If you say this game is woke, you did not play this game, or you just don't know how to think for yourself.
Pause. Bigots and in the first 90 minutes.
6 minutes left in this video. Don't do this shit to us, janitor. Don't say something so retarded. It's gonna take us another 45 minutes to get through a few seconds.
No,
Come on.
Like in the first few minutes, guys, we got a lady that says bigot sandwiches. How is that not woke?
We've got a trans
because it's true.
25 years deep into the apocalypse, who wants to go back and explain to his mother their decision.
Well, that's the thing, is like,
which gets people killed. Identity politics is the first thing that fucking goes in an apocalypse. All right, identity politics. Sorry, not apocalypse. Identity politics is the first thing that will go in an apocalypse. It's a fucking luxury.
Also, even if it isn't woke, like the story
is a luxury.
Like woke or not, the story is fucking horseshit.
Also, I mean,
I agree with that.
I mean, it could have been woke, and it still could have been like decently structured. That I don't think that those two things are like mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
and the thing is, like,
you could have kept your biggest sandwich.
Here's the thing. Liana Kersner did this video where she talked about how the bigot sandwiches line made her more like hyper aware of all the other woke stuff happening in the game. If they just don't have that line be one of the first things that you hear coming out of the character's mouth in this game, like it could have been, backlash could have been considerably smaller.
I'm betting it's both. We need to get on the same page about what woke is. Just because there is a muscular girl in the game or a transgender person does not make it woke. Being woke.
No,
them paired together doing the things that they're doing in the setting that they're doing them in is highly fucking suspect.
No, also Rags, he's ignoring all the other stuff that is woke, like the bigot sandwich sequence, the sequence with
no
Lev's
forgiveness
mom
for people who say that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Woke is when you are a pretentious douchebag about social issues, but caring about social issues is actually a good thing.
Wow, this is so woke, guys. Stop virtue signaling me
about that. The social issues in this game are raw and real. The struggles are not pretty, and it's painted as a long road.
Social issues are raw and real. This is one of the most artificial games I've ever seen.
Are you suggesting if we add blood and death to the the thing we're dealing with at hand, it's all right now because it's raw? Seems a little bit weird.
road ahead, but Lev ended up being one of my favorite characters in the series.
Did you?
Why?
They called me. Yeah.
What did they call
Do you
you?
want to ask me about it?
Explain.
To ask you about it.
Explain. Give your fucking reasoning. Explain.
No, he's just gonna show
Move
his
on.
sequence.
And that is how you listen and respond to someone who's going through a difficult time. There's no lecture, there's no ham-fisted speech about morals and society, no prying or
Tell me about the fucking game and why it's good.
So the scene here. Yeah, Abby's basically supposed to be this role model that we're supposed to aspire to here. How she approaches her conversation with Lev, and it's like, I don't know if a person in Abby's situation who was born after the apocalypse, apparently, because she's supposed to be 21 in this game, or something around that. I don't think that she'd be actually like that uber sensitive and self-aware about the feelings of transgender people. She'd probably be like,
why were they calling you a woman or whatever? That's kind of weird.
This isn't 2018. It's not current year. It's not even current year plus 14 from now. It's
identity politics would be the first thing that
no. In a real and raw apocalypse, everyone knows that transgender issues would be very, very important, and everybody would know about them. And they'd be very, very, very. They'd want to pay attention to that stuff.
Are people just unwilling to reconcile with the fact that transgender stuff is kind of confusing to people that have never heard about it before? As Abby
No, they're big at
really
sandwiches.
hasn't?
Just listen to Dave Chappelle talk about it. It's so funny.
I'm not
trying to fucking live meal to meal to survive, and you think they're going to give a shit what you want to be called in your pretty little fucking world?
He spent all this time about this fucking stupid garbage nonsense, and he's talking about how Lev is one of the best characters in the series, and he hasn't said why.
He's a bigot.
If
that's how he thinks, he's a bigot because he's basing his decision. He must be basing his decision purely on the character being trans, which is bigotry.
Well,
I don't know about that. I just would like a reason.
That character that could possibly, in this series, make you say this is the best character, one of the best characters in the series. Nothing.
I don't
it's
know
just
about that.
The setting doesn't really. The setting of this specific game doesn't really make sense for what they're trying to do here. With see, this is how a true ally will treat a transgender person. Like, if you have it set in like a modern day, sure, you have a character that's that sensitive. But Abby, why the fuck would she be this sensitive to someone that this appears to be the first time she's encountered a transgender person. So it's like,
no, they're everywhere.
Yeah. Of course
you get bonus points for being trans.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not anti-trans or whatever. But yeah, it would weird someone out if this is their first time experiencing this. Why are they ignoring this fact?
I don't want to get drawn into this stupid conversation, honestly. It's like, this is almost seems like a big red herring for talking about that instead of talking about how the game is not shit.
Yeah.
Like, he skipped if he doesn't say anything about why Lev is one of his favorite characters in the series, but instead chose to use up his time to talk about something totally fucking irrelevant and meaningless, then it'll match the rest of the video, I suppose.
No, Rags, the game is good because it tackles social issues like this in a nuanced way.
He seems to be appealing to the whole it's done in a subtle way and dealt with without being like ham-fisted moralizing. I was just like, I don't see how that characterizes Lev very well. I barely remembered Lev.
I'd also like to just point out that Fat Geralt refers to Lev as a boy with scars on his face. So it's like, why is Fat Geralt a slaver respecting Lev's pronouns?
Probably because he looks like a guy.
But like,
Lev
wouldn't
looks
they
like
have done like a strip search for like bites or something?
Well, I probably not. I don't know. I don't think
Why
you'd
wouldn't
assume
they?
that anyone I don't know. I just feel like they wouldn't like, oh, these are people who don't look like they've been bitten and they're acting normal and they're not panicking and they're just being people. We have to take all their clothes off and check for bite marks.
They'd be cages, they'd be naked, they'd be starved, they'd be broken down.
Yeah, I think
in an apocalypse.
I guess it depends on what the slaver people do exactly with them. Do we find out what they're not eating them, right? I'm assuming.
No, the slave
they're not
people
eating them,
are
they're just
working in
slaves.
the farms, in the farms that they're around the slave area. I think.
Right.
I'm pretty sure if you want to like actually be, realistic about how people like the Rattlers, slavers, would treat their slaves, yeah, I think that they would do a strip search to make sure that they're not hiding a bite or something, and could then like
Or a
bite
weapon.
their other slaves.
You
For
can do a
weapons,
pat
yeah,
down
add
for
it
that.
for it.
The only people that aren't using the correct pronouns are the Seraphites, but I feel like a lot more people should be like kind of confused about this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not about hating Lev as a character or saying transgender people shouldn't be in the game. It's just like, wouldn't it make more sense if the people in universe were more confused about this? Because this is a genuinely confusing thing for even
Sorry.
yeah, well, for even folks like myself, you know, it weirds me out. It would weird me out, you know, upon my first time hearing about it. Like that's confusing, but okay.
Taking over the conversation or lecturing the audience. Lev just wanted Abby to recognize what he was going through, and that's all that was needed. Maybe in the next game they could include the struggles of what it's like to be a Naughty Dog employee.
Wait.
I would be remiss if I...
Wait, they actually do talk about it. Like, later on, Lev just bears his soul to Abby. They do talk about it in the game. She does say she's weird when she's called by her female name, right? So, I don't know, like, the social thing he's explaining, like, it's not ham-fisted, it kind of is, when you really think about it. Right?
Yeah, I wasn't impressed at all with the handling of it. It's not like I don't think anything was really explored. It was in simplistic terms, it was a religious cult that tried to hunt Lev down.
Yeah, because
and we stopped that from happening.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, it's a tough life. You don't want to be a concubine for an elder in the Seraphites, do you? It's like, not really, no.
And that's supposed to be a deep message about trans issues, I guess?
Well, this is what I mean. I feel like they didn't do much with that, if that's what they're aiming to do.
Yeah, so why is it being praised all the time, Mahler?
Dunno.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I failed to mention, this is the most accessible video game ever created for gamers with disabilities.
Oh, that's good.
You might have.
Yeah, if you're bad at video games, you can just turn on the invisible while prone mode and just crawl through the whole game.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't know. That almost seems like it's an indictment against. If someone said this game is great, you could beat it even if you're blind. I'd be like, okay.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming we're supposed to like assume that if you're blind, it's really neat that they've got settings that allow you to. I'm assuming not fully blind, otherwise, how does it work?
Is it
No,
legally
that's
blind or is it
Steve Saylor?
Like, do you play only using sound or?
Sorry,
let me hear what this guy
stupid
says. I want to hear what this guy says.
But he wouldn't be wearing glasses if he were.
Sort of made in
oh, fuck
blind
this
game
game because it's got disability access. Sorry, where are those YouTubers?
Well, I mean, it seems like he's just
with these options being there.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm happy to agree with that. I am curious if
absolutely.
If there are settings that allow blind people to play, like fully blind. I'm assuming he's not fully blind.
I would assume so.
You might have sort of seen the journey that I have made in Blind Gamer, in this amazing journey that I've been on for the past 5 years. So when I say that this is a huge...
I was thinking how hilarious it would be if the Blind Gamer Steve sign was upside down, but...
Yeah, damn it, right.
Huge deal.
I thought it would have been more hilarious if he said, I played through this game and it had the best functionality for any disabled gamer, and I can't thank Naughty Dog enough. That said, it was shit.
I really don't want to come across as an asshole because it's good that this is an accessible game. You know, that's a good thing. But I feel like you're really starting to kind of scrape the bottom of the barrel for trying to show how great the game is by saying, it's accessible to blind people.
Oh, apparently the Steve Saylor
Oh,
fellow can't see from 6 inches away, or more than 6 inches away.
Okay.
Okay.
Categorizing it, accessibility, super plus, difficulty.
Yeah, that's
it's like
great.
that's a whole other thing. And I really don't think journalist people should be putting on the fucking modes that are meant for people who have like one finger or some shit, right? Like it is frustrating at the idea because I just be like, are you really? What are you doing? And not to say that they all are. It's just well, there's already a few reviews that me and Fringy saw with people talking about how they would turn on the accessibility stuff because they couldn't be bothered to look and find the actual things. They just wanted to pick them all up immediately.
I feel like this is kind of on par with saying this game is really, really great because it has subtitles in, I don't know, Swahili or something, so I mean, yeah, that's good that it's accessible in that way, so people who only speak Swahili can also enjoy the game's, can absorb the game's story.
But that's what I'm trying to say. This doesn't have any impact on what we're discussing. We're not saying this is a bad thing. This is a functional tool. That's great. We're talking about the story. We're talking about why we didn't agree with the gameplay, the game's direction. We're not talking about this sort of element. And so bringing this in doesn't prove anything. It's not validating his point, and it's not knocking our value down.
It sounds like
it's
a
just
desperation
there
point.
It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It feels like a non sequitur.
Yeah.
In a huge career high to be able to be brought into this beloved of a studio to work on the accessibility of this game.
Oh, cool.
This is a huge deal.
Yeah, that's nifty. That's
Naughty
great.
Dog
That's
isn't
good.
just acting like they care about minorities. They have single-handedly paved
That's
the path
good. Like,
that
this is
all
good.
video
This
game
is great.
developers.
But let's be frank. How many people does this apply to? And does this make the game like better or just more accessible?
I'll be honest, I don't really
because
care.
this doesn't actually
I
make the
think
game
that's-
better, just more accessible.
Well, that's still a
it's like
plus in the
technically-
accessibility category. I don't.
Yeah, it's good. I just don't really care other than saying good that it's there.
Well, it's like technically groundbreaking. It might like motivate more developers to add in
Sure, like,
options like this.
use the
Yeah,
technology,
good.
maybe.
But this is one of those things
doesn't
where we're
change the
straying
story.
away from the game itself
Of
when we
course,
talk
yeah.
about these points.
Yeah, it's a total red herring.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
In the industry if they want to make their video game more accessible to disabled video game players.
And I hope that we can
I
come
wish
back
disabled video game players got a better story.
Yeah.
to this
No, I
conversation
wish we
5,
got a
10
better
years from
story,
now
everyone.
and be able to like say that this was just the beginning.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's
Nice
cool.
music.
Yeah, I hate the banjo music sometimes in the game though, for real.
Oh,
Is he
poor
done?
kid.
Oh, we're bad again.
No, Ellie, don't go. Please stay. You have a good thing going. Baby Jessie needs you.
What are you doing?
Ellie's trying to leave to go kill Abby, but she needs to.
Jesse's dead. I think he means JJ. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he means. Yeah,
She needs to stay with her family.
No, the story's
She's making
great.
the
That's why he
wrong
knows their
choice.
names.
I thought you played this game to kill people.
I don't.
Hey.
Sal,
know
isn't
why I
it
play this
annoying
game
that the people that hate the game know the people in the game more, though?
Hey, that was one slip up. You know.
Okay, fine. Okay.
It happens to anybody.
Well, it's at least 2 slip-ups, in fairness.
A huge complaint I see about the Star Wars sequels is that Rey is a Mary Sue.
Oh,
Nothing that makes Rey interesting
Yeah,
or
it
unique.
is.
Swear to
Yes.
fucking
No,
God, if you
don't.
say, well, Ellie isn't a Mary Sue, we're like, what the fuck
No,
relevance does this have to anything?
Or is Abby going to be the Mary Sue? Is that gonna be what he's gonna say?
Oh, and
I'd say
in chat, he said baby Jessie.
Baby Jesse. Hey,
Oh, no.
that works then. Good
Yeah,
job.
there you
All
go.
right, if he's
Baby
the baby
Jesse.
Jesse,
Okay,
you're
okay.
good. You're off the hook the rest of the video show.
Ah.
Unique. She's simply a Mary Sue.
Why Rey stands as a lifeless, blatant.
Another cameo.
Yeah.
Literature Devil, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome back, Richard.
Watch his video.
Mary Sue.
This idea that Rey is a Mary Sue.
Can you really call Rey a Mary Sue?
Petition to change Mary Sue.
Hey, how's it going,
Skywalker.
Jeremy?
Okay, so
Yeah,
I posted
good
that the
appearance.
character
Max Landis.
Rey in Star Wars: The Force Awakens is a Mary Sue.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Pre-cancellation.
So Rey is a Mary Sue.
Hey, baby.
What?
Do you agree that Rey was written like a Mary Sue in Star Wars?
I didn't watch the last Star Wars. I don't know who Mary
What's this
Sue
got to do with
is.
The Last of Us Part 2?
Hey, we're getting there. It's gonna be a great payoff, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
Mary Sue is a term. It's a term we give to the girl in Star Wars because she doesn't go through enough hardships and she's just like really strong with no explanation.
Oh,
we
that's
call
what
her
he's
Mary
got-
Sue because she doesn't make enough mistakes.
That's what he's gonna do. They go through hardship. That's why they're okay characters.
Please leave.
Okay.
Good luck.
Oh, I remember this part. I know exactly what he's here to set up. Okay.
Arthur's gonna forgive Abby.
Okay.
So, does Ellie make
hardships.
mistakes in this? Yes, she
Yes.
does. But people aren't really complaining about Ellie, are they? They're gripes with Abby.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
a lot of complaints
I
for
think-
Ellie.
I have
Lot of
no idea what
complaints.
rock you've been under, my dude.
Ellie's character was assassinated in this. She is that this game did the unthinkable and made me hate Ellie, a character that I found super endearing. You know, when you guys were talking about like kid characters in the first part of 100, I was talking like how like Ellie was my favorite like kid character, with John Connor being like a very close second. Okay, and Ellie just edged him out just because I get more time with her than I get with John Connor, which is, you know, unfair. Apples to oranges. I get it. And this game made me fucking hate her, especially seeing the way that she treats Joel, seeing how for 2 years she basically disowns him, doesn't talk to him, and doesn't seem to take into consideration what she means to him and why he would do what he did to save her life. Just
Yeah,
a
and like
fucking
what you
horrible, cruel person.
like what you said, South. The speech she gave to Joel, how much Joel means to her, and they just ignore that in the second game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes
So-
for as she's an asshole and an idiot throughout a
She-
lot of this game.
She guilt trips Joel into like wanting to stay with her, and then he does so, and then she abuses him for it. She is just like
horrible
fucking
person.
epitome of a toxic woman right there.
So, does Abby make mistakes? Does she go through hardships?
Who's saying that she doesn't?
Also, the end, right at the end of the game. Is
Why
an
are we
example.
talking about this?
What people are saying is that she's a horrible person. That's what people are saying. They're not saying that she never fails or she doesn't go through hardships. Of course she does.
Well, this is what I mean. I'm kind of waiting to pull it, but is he actually being like, there's Mary Sue in Star Wars, not in this though? It's like, and
okay,
Mary Sue is a category of problem.
Were those hardships related to her killing Joel? Were they a consequence of her killing Joel? Did
Well,
she have
again, I want to stress, it's
Not
like
really.
it's like talking about like, oh, Deus Ex Machina is in this, but it's not in this. Like, again, that's just a category of problem. It doesn't matter if it's in this or what are you talking about? I don't understand.
They beat the fucking shit out of this girl.
Okay.
I cannot believe the amount of pain and suffering and violence these women go through and inflict on others. And it just keeps going. It somehow gets worse and worse and worse all the way up to the final showdown, which is so dark. I felt sick while playing this part. You're sick, Naughty Dog. You're a twisted company that just put out a piece of media that made me feel physically ill. I have no idea why this game isn't being celebrated.
What point are we addressing?
Well, I'm waiting to get to it. I feel like we're building to something, right?
All right, here we go. I hear the music ramping up.
Yeah,
so
we're building and building. It's gonna get a payoff.
On every level. If you played this entire game and you came out of it still wanting to kill Abby, you didn't play this game. This game.
No,
played
did
you.
play his fucking game.
As a
Yeah, Abby's a terrible, horrible person. She's a murderer. She deserves
Nope, you
justice.
played. You played.
Here's the
Anybody?
thing, yeah, the theme of the game does not mess with match with what actually happens.
No,
There's definitely
you got played, bitch.
Forgiveness is never developed in it. They just throw that out there at the final bit. It's like, hey, it's about forgiveness. Actually, it's like, no, it's always been about revenge. Like
Yeah,
Ellie
this
cheated
video is
Abby
really
the entire
shitty.
time. Yeah.
And Mahler, the thing you said, Deus Ex Machina, I would argue that Ellie seeing that vision at the final moment of the game where it's barely even set up, I think that's kind of Deus Ex Machina.
I'm sure the people who love this game would argue it was triggered by her bringing someone so close to death, or something like that.
Yeah,
but before that, the Joel memory. That's the funny thing is like she saved Abby's life, and then she gets that flashback. She's like, "Oh no, I kill you," and then she gets another flashback. She's like, "No, I know kill you." It's like it's just because she could.
And if this was Joel, Joel would fucking kill her.
I will say,
absolutely would.
Shit out of her.
I will say the game absolutely did play all of us when they showed in the trailer that Joel was going to be there and be like, "You think I'd let you do this on your own?" And it turns out to be a completely
in fairness,
different
Southpaw, did you look at the box art? Because you should have known.
Yeah, it's true. She's not on the box art, so
Yeah.
got me,
Cover,
guys.
man. What could you expect?
Got me. And they're doing the thing again where they keep the people that defend The Last of Us 2 keep saying that if you don't want to forgive Abby, you didn't play it right. They
Yeah, you
keep
don't
saying
get
that.
the game. That's what they say. They're like, you didn't get the point of the ending, and it's like,
Yeah,
the
girl.
point is
I
skewed.
watched Girlfriend Review's video. She said that. Donkey says that. This guy says that.
It cannot possibly be the case that the people that made the game did a terrible job at conveying their point and convincing people that Abby was a person that didn't deserve to die. It can't possibly be the artist's fault for doing a shitty job with communicating their theme.
No, it's frustrating because for all the talk of empathy, they don't seem to empathize well with people that seem to don't like this game.
For all the talk about subjectivity, it seems like these people don't believe in death of the author and think that the author's intent is the interpretation that everyone should go along with.
They don't believe in subjectivity. You don't have to go to death of the author.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we're allowed to have our own interpretations of the content, right? And if our interpretation is that Abby still deserves to die, it shouldn't matter if the author's intent is no. You should like her. You should like her by now and spare her.
Gameplay you.
Gameplay you.
No, if you played this entire game and you came out of it still wanting to kill Abby, you didn't play this game played you. You have outed yourself as a possible incel, and the FBI is on their way.
Why are you insulting people?
That's the money shot right there. You're an incel if you think that Abby's died.
It's a non-insult.
Come on, dude.
Dude, I'm sure you're
The
very
gameplay
nice
was
guy,
amazing,
but seriously,
immersive,
fuck
and
you.
all in service of the story being told.
Okay, so here we go. Something to actually talk about. So the mechanics, from what I saw, were not consistent. They didn't look fun. The game was immersive in the sense
they were not
graphically,
fun.
sure, but I felt like it was a bunch of crazy people in a world that is actually real.
I was about to say that dodge function that he's showing right now, that is really inconsistent. Like,
it
sucks.
Yeah.
Seen it.
Repetitive too, especially in this fight scene.
I've had multiple people say the gameplay in the first one's better, especially in terms of combat.
Definitely.
I heard it's better. I heard the first one's better. I heard that they spent 7 years or whatever making it worse. So, but it
I
looks
thought
good.
the gameplay was fine. I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it was terrible. I just thought it was fine.
It's fine, but the story sucks, so it kind of like everything goes down.
Yes.
Like you're
But you don't
experiencing.
play The Last of Us for the gameplay. You play The Last of Us for the story. It's a narrative game. That's what we're really here for. You want that next bit of story. You want that next bit of plot development, characterization. The gameplay elements, they just, are a means to the end almost with a game like this, I feel.
Some premium Goodell with the fucking incel comments.
The score and audio mixing was next level. This is a game that must be played alone in the dark at 3 a.m. with headphones on for the true gamer experience. This game was revolutionary in interactive media. Make no mistake.
I just don't care that blind people can play it. I just don't give a shit.
It was
It's
like the story better.
It's good for them. I hope more games do it, but it doesn't make the game better. It just makes the game more accessible. And if we have to talk
I
about,
just want to, we just got to be sure what we're talking about. In terms of story, it does nothing. In terms of mechanics, it does nothing. In terms of accessibility, it's amazing, fantastic, excellent, good job.
More games should do that, absolutely. But that doesn't have anything to do with the game itself. And I feel like if you have to go to that to try and show how a game's good, you're really, really stretching for points.
Just have that scene. Just have that scene.
I'm not sure I know what his point is.
Just have that scene where you are.
The point is I don't have many points, so a blind person can play it, so that makes the game good, right?
Okay.
And the test of time. If you follow my Twitter, you know this game set me on an emotional roller coaster. And that's what Naughty Dog set out to do. After Joel's death, I believe.
Sorry, sir, you've been docked 2 points.
The game played you. You didn't play the game. The game played you.
Yeah.
See, I can do it too. We can all do it. It doesn't mean anything. You're not clever.
Believed the outrage YouTubers that this game was just a woke piece of garbage. It's so easy to get caught.
Okay, so they're the outrage YouTubers. What are you? You're the right one, right?
You just seem like the
You brought the pro arguments. You destroyed those outrage YouTubers.
Replace every single character with white men. Make every character a white man. It's still garbage. It's still a garbage story.
Yeah.
Caught up in the YouTube, Twitter, social media bubble, but most people don't use either. When I blocked out all the outside noise and let the character's actions speak instead, I realized this game was unlike
I love that. He's
anything
he's talking about the character's actions and he's showing Abby beating Dina's head in. It's like, wow.
I'm glad she's pregnant. Did a fucking multi-kill.
That's like a Goodell moment right
can
there.
You believe?
Can
you believe this guy can show that scene and be like, yeah, if you still wanted to kill Abby at the end of this, then you're wrong.
You're
also, he's appealing to the whole like. He's appealing
It's
to the
the-
whole, I did media blackout, and I, took the characters for what they were, and I thought it was great. It's like, okay, let me just go Derek, and he's like, yeah. It's like, did you do media blackout? And he's like, yeah. Did you like it? No, I thought it was shit. Okay, there we go. I'm glad we did that. There we go. Argument destroyed. And
a game will probably never be made like this again.
Thank God.
Thank
fuck.
May you please be correct on that.
Yeah, let's hope they learn their lesson, I suppose.
Oh, my friend on Discord is listening on, and he has CadP Gamer. Shout out to CadP. He has this very good observation about the video. The video is, why didn't Ellie have damage tattooed on her forehead? The Last of Us 2 review. Where is his review? It's all criticism towards people reacting to the game.
Yeah, this
right?
is a really shitty review of a game. I learned basically
a
nothing about the
review?
game. It's apparently this is supposed to be
It says The Last of Us 2 review in the title right there.
I would, like, if you asked me to name this, I'd be like, more of a commentary. Like Last of Us 2 release commentary? I don't know what else I'd call it.
It's kind of like I Hate Everything's video on The Last Jedi, where it's more so about like how the fans reacted to it rather than the game itself. It's like it's a vaguely about the game. It's just so little of it is reviewing it or like pointing to examples. So it's
it's
just
worthless. It's like a Chris Stuckman review.
There's 13 minutes of fuck you
Yeah.
before he even got to anything. And then he said two things, and then he was like, "Here,
I'm
here's
sure
a
that's
blind
just a
guy."
coincidence. In fact, I don't even know what I'm talking about. My
Good.
frontal
How we
lobe
know
stopped
that?
developing after drinking too
You're
much
telling
Mountain
me.
Dew. That's the part of the brain that makes you feel empathy. So 0 out of 10, game fucking sucked.
Yay.
Good.
Oh, yeah, good job.
There we go.
I agree. And now it's not 0. It's kind of like a 2. Like
Yeah,
a
come on,
two.
man. You're being too harsh to the game. Give it a 2.
I gave it a 4 out of 10, so okay.
Okay, fair enough. Like,
Oh,
That's not a 0.
Wow,
That's pretty high.
That's interesting.
The video, we didn't play the video. The video played us.
Oh,
Got it.
got us.
I have been bamboozled.
Oh my
Crappy
god.
gameplay, the
that's the review,
nonsensical
guys.
story, the
9 out of
reflection
10.
of characters, the retcon of the story. Yeah, it's great. 9 out of 10. Fuck it.
Well played, janitor.
I'm gonna put it.
Yeah,
I'm happy to
played.
put it at a 3. I think was the score I
I
gave it
think 3,
ultimately.
but I've decided on based on watching it.
3 is the fair score. I would give it lower personally on like a subjective level, but 3 is fine.
No, it feels like a 2 to me because even though if you like
I'd like
the
to be part of the
gameplay,
senior.
the
No,
story
you don't
just
wanna
brings
support
everything
it.
down. That's
Well, the
that's-
game looked great. I mean, the game is a beautiful looking game. There's no denying it. It's a beautiful looking game. The world looks awesome. The environments are really, really sort of interactive and dynamic.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it's lovely. The character models are good. The acting, for the most part, is very good. So that's kind of where it scored positively. The gameplay isn't terrible. Like I said, it's not great. It's not terrible. So that's kind of where the bulk of the 4 points come from. And then
Everything
probably
else.
not for story.
Yeah.
And hey, he said something about joining, but right now I'm running on fumes. I am so fucking tired.
Maybe if
we can do something, maybe something later. We could talk about his terrible video, but
maybe in 2
not now.
hours ish from now is the possible best I could do because we got to do something else. Un momento, but
in 2 hours I'm gonna be thrashed.
Yeah. Mauler, is it okay if I give janitor your Discord ID so that you can contact him?
Sure.
Okay, or he can contact you, I guess. All right, cool.
Sorry, you don't have to contact him back.
Come on, Az.
No. I mean, look, I'm sure the guy's lovely, but that video was fucking atrocious, and the way that he spoke about people, essentially, you don't have the same opinion as me. You're a dickhead. Go fuck off, dude. Fuck off if you're one of those people.
Yeah, it was a really shitty video. That was pretty bad. Pretty worthless.
If I have a problem with the thing I'm reviewing, I don't usually tell the people who liked it that they're dumb or they're stupid. I just shit on the thing, right? I don't understand why everyone has to bait or say that the other side is wrong. Does that make sense? Like I'm making the argument that what I am talking about is bad.
This was meant to be a review, and he spent 13 minutes telling people that disagree with him that they were fucking incels.
Yeah.
And horrible people and shitty, and this isn't how you should feel. Don't tell me how I should fucking feel about something. If you want to make a review, make a review. Put your points on the table and justify them. I don't know if he justified one fucking point in that video. Not one.
Yeah.
Apart from, here's a blind guy, he can play the game. We all agree. That's great.
Yeah, that's good, but that's not the game. This is a game review.
Yeah.
Not the accessibility is not the game itself. And the whole thing about Lev's like one of my favorite characters in the series. It doesn't say anything about why. Waste time talking about some trans thing I don't fucking give a shit about. It's like, man, like,
Lev's the greatest character in the game, Rags.
It's fucking amazing, magical,
bestest ever. The story of how he got his sister killed because he was a selfish twat. It's great. Stunning and brave. Somebody dying over there.
DC trailer ever, or from what I heard, there's copyrightisms. We can't play it on the stream.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah,
but the IGN trailer is. I advise everyone to watch the Batman trailer at least. It is so good.
It's a great trailer.
I liked it.
Loved it.
All right, it's all right. It's not bad.
The funny thing is, some guy on Twitter pointed out that there was this kid that. Oh, I don't want to spoil it, but it's a good trailer. Everyone should watch it first.
All right. Also, I guess I will just boot all of you out. I am so sorry.
Fuck off.
Thank you very much, dude. Congratulations on EFAP 100.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, before that, apparently today is Hideo Kojima's birthday and Kobe Bryant's birthday. So it's
wow, no wonder I can't understand anything.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming.
Day, guys. The EFAP community should be proud.
Thank you very much. Audience, thank you so much for being awesome. You guys are great supporting Mauler and everyone and Rags.
Good.
They're superb. Thank you all very much. You take care, guys.
Bye
guys.
I'll see you later.
See you. Bye. Yeah, thank you for having me on, Mauler. It's always great being here on EFAP, and I'm glad to have helped cover the janitor's video.
Same here.
Yeah, it was interesting. Thank you, lads, for coming on. I will catch you around in the future, perhaps.
Excellent.
Catch you more.
Have a good one.
Goodbye.
So many people to remove. Disgusting. Horrible. Bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. How you doing there, Rags? You still alive?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm alive.
What are we at? 6 o'clock. I got something.
It is basically noon for me. It is noon. It is the middle of the next day.
We're climbing that ladder of staying awakeness.
At least you didn't have the ladder of shitting and puking this morning.
What happened? Was it a toxic pizza or something?
Okay, I got a serious bone to pick with fucking Domino's. That Alfredo pasta may have been one of the worst things I've tasted all year. Actually, no, the worst thing I've tasted all year. You gotta understand, it is very difficult to get me sick. The last time I remember throwing up was 2 years ago. After a bad dab, and I don't remember the last time before that.
Bad dab?
Yeah.
You dabbed so hard. You dabbed on the haters so hard that you threw up.
You've never done that?
Yes, we'll go with that interpretation.
Fucking metal. The last time I threw up was recently.
Well, technically last time I threw up was this morning when I woke up and felt like a corpse. I was just like, I couldn't move my body because I felt any position was just bad. And then I had the worst sensation in the world where I both felt like I had to shit really bad and felt like I had to throw up really bad. And then I didn't know which one I had to do more because you can't just, take a shit and then in the middle of the shit feel like you have to throw up, right? Because that's going to be like the worst thing.
Well, you could like... All right,
so I don't want to like get up, turn around, and like throw up
No,
into the
turn
shit.
sideways, right? And then you could throw up into the. You could throw up into the. Get a bucket. You got a bucket, right?
I didn't have a bucket then.
Oh man, you got to plan ahead. You
Well,
gotta have a vomit bucket.
Well, I'm sure there's a vomit bucket somewhere, but it wasn't in that bathroom. But I decided I needed to puke more, and that's how it went. And I don't think I'm ever going to order Domino's ever again for the rest of my life.
They ruined it for you. They
yeah.
ruined chicken Alfredo for you for the rest of forever.
Well, I didn't like Alfredo in the first place, but now I really don't like Alfredo.
Jesus, Italian hate. Jesus.
Wow.
So I got food poisoning from crab cakes once, and that was years and years and years ago, and it took me. I don't even know if I can eat them now. My body's just like, oh, I know what's going on here. I remember this. No, sir. Nope.
Well, at least it's not like a big deal, because I stopped liking Domino's pizza after working for them for 3 years. And the only thing I still liked was the pasta. Well, now they've ruined the pasta. So now I can not go there ever again and not feel bad about it.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Only problem is that the only other place that sells decent pasta is Pizza Hut. And, well, I can't do that. Not with the people there.
So one by one, much like Domino's, all the pizza places you like are falling down.
Yeah. I guess I'm just going to have to make my own pasta, which isn't exactly a bad thing. It's just more effort than I want to put into.
So if you want to jump into that link, you see I've got something a little sort of thingy just thrown together where it's like, this is, August 23rd probably is actually technically the anniversary of the back end of the first EFAP. Assuming we went over midnight, I can't remember. I wouldn't know. How could I find out stuff like that? I'm not a wizard. But either way, do you guys remember episode 1? It was a while ago.
Like Phantom Menace?
Phantom Menace. No. Also, are you both in, by the way?
I am.
Oh, I'm in.
Jump on in. We're it's just like a little sort of holy shit 1 to 100 sort of thing. It'll be amusing. Just check out how episode 1 went. All that time ago, and maybe collect some of the pieces of it that were maybe more amusing than remembered. But hello all. Is it up for you both?
Oh my god, it's EFAP watching EFAP from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Look at how unprofessional and bright our thing was.
It
my god.
burnt screens. And
oh my goodness gracious.
Even Peepo will be here for us as well. But I mean, I'm mainly just gonna play this. Like we don't actually have to
Peepo has. What happened? Peepo has grown twice his size since I left.
Plenty
last
of
night.
horrifying events that Peepo has had to deal with. It grows his power to protect us from such events.
Oh no.
Yeah, we'll have new EFAP commenting on old EFAP chat.
Dude, can you imagine if we could go back in time and then show old EFAP, new EFAP, reviewing old EFAP?
Oh, that's peak EFAP right there, what you just described. We'll get that one day.
One day.
We're doing a thing today. This very beautiful man's gonna...
Oh, you know what's going to be bad?
He's going to share his perspective on having friends. Why is this man shirtless?
Hit the play button. I see he's... He converted to Hinduism while we were away, which seems really strange. Is that a safe on the right-hand side of the screen?
Oh my god!
What is that?
I think that's actually like the back of a monitor.
It might
wow,
be.
my audio quality was
I'm going to choose to interpret that it's a safe. This
Fucking
video is
Blue Yeti
actually
mic.
Positively received.
It's a free app you can download, but you have to do a bunch of shit. Like, it's complicated. But yeah, he can watch literally anything for free. It's amazing.
Wait, torrent.
I was about to say, is that legal?
Listen, it's also important to note there is no link in the description, which means I never figured it out.
And I love he's like, yeah, he figured this thing out where he was like getting money from banks by taking knives to people and just asking them. Wait.
Hey, Jared, look at him. He's got that criminal smile.
Fuck. What's the name of it? It's been so long.
She forgot the name of the movie
not
you're
The Last
reviewing.
Jedi, but the other one, The Force Awakens. That's it. Right?
Someone in the chat said his mental capacity has only degraded since then.
It's been so long, Wolf. Come on.
It's been so long.
I remember when I was like going to Target and I saw all these like cutouts, you know, the different Star Wars characters, and I was just
Got a little
like,
point in there.
He just it's the thing where it's like he's beginning his review and he just says like, so I went to Target with my mom, and it's like, wait, what was this?
Myself like, what the hell? Why are they doing this? Like,
We'll get to the movie, but let me talk to you about going to Target with my
Dude.
mom.
Look at this. Oh god, look at that
Dude,
face
that
he's
voice.
making.
I love how he decides to do this in the middle of his video.
I think most people gravitated towards the Force Awakens because I don't know why that is, but
The reason he's like, I think people gravitated towards this movie is because I don't know why that is. It's like sometimes you forget that his sentence is contradicted itself.
I cannot believe, looking back, that
there's a
this
fucking
guy in Tonal is the reason why this show exists.
Yep, it's quite the throwback. This...
Halloween pumpkin in the back of the fucking room. Like he's fucking ready to go trick or treating. Well, I mean, he's already got a good costume right now. It's fucking been there since Halloween. And he just left it there. For next year.
Why bother taking it down?
I don't know why he didn't put the pumpkin in the safe. No, the safe for next year. No, the safe is where he keeps all the half-eaten yo-yos.
Oh, the half-eaten yo-yos.
Oh, yeah. Someone gave him a toy yo-yo on Trick or Treat, and so he ate it.
He always starts a new yo-yo.
Yeah, that's the only thing I regret from deleting all my other videos is that one stream with the three of us, Fringy, and watching him review TLJ.
Yeah, that shit was great.
That was one of the best streams, I think. Well, definitely the best stream I did on my channel.
The half-eaten yo-yo. It's a national treasure.
Dude, I saw someone reference the cornstarch video yesterday.
Oh yeah. That's locked only in people's memories. It's like, can they trust it really happened? I don't know.
The thing is, I don't even think I could find that cornstarch video. What's weird is that I was sent to the cornstarch video by the person who made the cornstarch video, and I, to this day, don't know why they sent me that.
Goes for a second.
when it comes to remakes and stuff like that, if a movie's good,
He hasn't talked about the fucking movie at all.
I haven't seen a lot of old Star Wars movies all the way through because I felt like George Lucas was somewhat of a tryhard and he turned his
Somewhat of a
I miss Jared, kind of.
He's like, okay, he's about to deliver a criticism of the OT. He's like, we're ready, let's go. And it's like, George Lucas is a tryhard.
The director's attitude.
Actually was kind of creeped out by the stormtroopers. I thought they were scary. I didn't like Chewbacca.
Jesus.
Oh, the stormtroopers are scary.
I think I was a
Like,
little
stopped
high that
watching it
night.
because the stormtroopers spooked him.
Anyways, guys, I know I didn't really review.
It's at like the 6.5 minute mark where he says, I know I haven't reviewed the film.
I love how he's just grinning like he knows what a shit face he is.
Why did you title it that?
Yeah, like remember after the you put in the title as it's rendering. You didn't have to call this The Force Awakens review. You could have called this. You could have called this. I don't know. George Lucas is a tryhard.
Random
he did the
thoughts
same
about
thing in his
things.
Last Jedi. Ended it in like 6 different areas, and he'd be like, "Oh well, you know."
I was about to say, as a Jared aficionado, when he says "anyway, guys," that's the signal for the end of the video. Anyway, guys. He says "anyway, guys," but he's ending it. We've still got a while left.
Oh yeah. You can still enjoy a movie without watching all of it.
What?
But if you really enjoy it, you know, if you find yourself really captivated to it, there's just something about it when when you have that feeling where you're just really captivated. That's when you should watch it all.
I'm
But,
sorry.
like,
Did you just say
you know,
that you don't have to watch the whole thing, but this is a film that really captivates? It's like, apparently not.
Yeah, he said.
I can just picture him debating Just Right, and then he's like, "Why do you watch the whole movie?" But Just Right's
that
like,
message
"What?"
in the chat from Cad P Gamer: autism with the eyes and the mouth. I don't know
He's
which
like,
chat to
Just
pay
Right is
attention to.
struggling
They're
to come
both
up with an
funny.
answer. He's like, I never thought about it.
He actually like changes Just Right's mind.
anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed this.
There you go. That's the second ending.
Force Awakens.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. There's 3 minutes left. He did exactly the same thing in the Last Jedi video.
Keep an eye. I want to see if we get a third. Anyway, guys.
What happens with this next Star Wars movie? You know, it should be interesting because some of them knows it so much.
Just dig deep, man.
Can't you just cut? Why can't you cut? He would have rendered this video. Why can't you cut? Can't you cut? Like, just cut.
You know what? There's an authenticity to this that's just unparalleled by any other YouTuber because he is so honest that he will literally pick his
Someone
nose
replicated
and clean
the
out his
autism
ears
chat.
and drink right in front of you with his safe in the background with his little pumpkin there with his baby wipes on his dresser. Arm and hammer.
You bring.
She has 2 of.
You bring all this shit up, and he's just like, I don't understand. What's the problem?
So there's no problem. No problem. Is that a fucking Cat in the Hat thing back? You see the little hat. You see the little hat, right? Right by the red bin, yeah.
The red yo-yo bin.
Oh yeah, I think it is. That's very likely.
With the big green dinosaur in the far right corner. It's like I see you're a reader, Jared. Do you have any favorite authors? He's like, yes, Dr. Seuss.
Ridiculous. I think I need to blow my nose, but.
That's like one of my favorite bits ever. Where he just looks around.
I forgot how insane the back of his head is, because it's already like, wait, we look at his hair right here, and it's like it couldn't possibly be worse, but it's just like a pyramid sticking out from the back of his head.
It is something like you'd see in an anime or on an Egyptian cave painting.
Oh yeah,
or
like some
something.
like really overdone anime hair, or I mean, actually, it probably fit better into like those really shitty. What's that fucking terrible show called?
Devs?
No, it's a cartoon. I know ER hates it.
Korra?
And Jay. No, it's another one. It's got like gay rock people or something.
Gay rock people.
Someone in the chat's got to
the
know.
Smurfs?
No.
Gay rock people.
I'm sorry. I'm not on my quickest right now.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Steven Universe, that's the one.
Bakugan?
Oh,
Everyone-
gay
they're-
rock.
they're-
I see. Yeah.
Gay rock
I knew that gay rock
Dwarves?
people was going to get people to know what I'm talking about.
Dwarf Jews?
Wow,
yeah, I
everyone
remember
knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, shit,
I guess
man.
that. I guess that's all you need.
I have to say though that I really did enjoy that dude that fucking what's his name, the guy with the long hair.
Oh my god,
I think he's like,
you didn't know his name.
Darth Vader's son, or no,
Darth Vader's son.
He caught himself. He caught himself. Took him a while, but he remembered that Luke was Darth Vader's. Oh my god.
The way his pose right now would be in like one of those Renaissance paintings.
Oh, do you remember that the actual Photoshop of that?
I think.
Yeah, I do. It was
I
really
think
good.
it shows up
Yeah.
in the supercut.
Drona
actually.
Janisa or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was also in The Last Jedi.
I would assume
Use our first
Kylo Ren would be.
memes. Gerardi Mundi, remember that?
The
Oh, yeah.
haters of Force Awakens. Guys, listen. You're letting your nostalgia make you that way. This movie, Force Awakens, it
Gerona
wasn't a bad
Janisa,
movie.
that's what it was.
Whether or not it stayed true to the roots of Star Wars, I mean,
How would you know?
it's kind of a
You still haven't watched. Yeah, take off those nostalgia goggles, Waller. This movie was great. I mean, the fucking special effects.
Someone in
Kylo
the-
Ren was in it.
I think a
Someone
lot
in
of
the
people
chat said
have
the
a hard-
first James Moore donation.
Yeah. There'd be a lot of firsts for that stream.
time accepting change. That's what it all boils down to. They don't want an inch of anything moved, from their childhood. They don't want an inch of anything changed.
An inch of
from
anything.
their childhood. And I
He just said
An
the same
infinite
thing
amount.
twice. It's wonderful. I love it.
said
the same sentence twice.
Nostalgia. I could have swore that I said that before.
Anyways, guys, there's a little side.
Anyway, guys.
Anyways, guys, what is that, number 5 now?
I think so. This could be the real one, though, Wolf.
Anyways, guys, thanks for watching.
Anyways,
Six times.
The ending is really awesome. If you haven't seen the ending, you know what I'm
please
talking
do another
about.
one.
If you've seen it, I mean, you know what I'm
Wait. If you haven't seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Actually,
Caught himself.
talking about. Luke Skywalker plays a very short role. And trust me when I tell you that he didn't have to study his lines very hard because he doesn't exactly say anything.
You're on a joke.
On a nice note, I thought it was pretty cool.
I want you to look at this. This is me.
Oh.
That's the thumbnail he went with. Three
Oh, I remember us losing our shit during this one.
Dude, when I've got hover zoom, so what it plays videos when I hover over things temporarily, and I hover over this, it's playing the Jared video. You can see it on my stream.
Is that him? Is that his name, Tone Loke?
Yes.
Despite us all being
Before
on the
he
same side
became
at the end of the
Tonal.
road,
I don't agree with that. There's some fucking vile ass console fanboys out there, man.
No, I just love it's
And they
like
fucking hate our guts.
I love the idea that he's like, ultimately we all agree, and Rag's like, I disagree with that.
No, there's some vile ass motherfuckers out there who want you to suffer because you didn't buy the right corporation game box.
Oh yes.
we are so segregated in this $82 billion world.
But it's self-segregation, so it's okay, right?
Because that's like saying you're segregated by choosing to go to the gym instead of swimming or something. You'd be like,
instead of being
you're,
Karen.
you're segregating yourself between the people at McDonald's and you at the gym. Because you each made your choice. And the people at the gym chose wrong. It's that simple.
I don't know. He's probably just trying to make it sound a bit more doom and gloom, isn't he?
No, that can't
No.
be. No.
From Tone Loke? Come on.
No. Tone Loke. What a stupid fucking
I'm not so sure that Sony is in the position to sell a huge more amount of the PlayStation 4.
a huge more amount. Damn, son.
4K TVs are common, but they're not too common. And even still...
I don't even...
Dude, how did he just say that?
Instead of going, oh, what I meant,
Oh, the
sorry, what I
first
meant to say
Goodell
was-
comments.
I mean, but
Yeah.
they're common, but they're
The original tonalisms.
not too
What I'm doing right now is just like taking notes of the funniest things he says because they're just gonna be in my April Fool's video. This week's just like
They're common,
Right.
but they're not too common.
Yeah, it's about emphasis. Like, they're common, but they're not too common.
Hmm.
He needs to know which words to put huge more emphasis on.
That's one kink in the wrench for Sony right now.
It's a kink in the wrench. It's called a malaphor, which is an unintentional blended idiom.
Oh.
And that's the only link that I could find for it.
So he unintentionally said something that might be correct.
No, he said it wrong, but because enough people say it wrong, this one website shows it as a thing that people say that's wrong.
But didn't he just talk about in the beginning of the video about how it's bad that that's a thing that happens anyway? You know,
Maybe
exclusives?
he's trying to, like... Maybe he's...
Rags.exe is still working.
Do just that.
The Giants used to gather here to trade with the
What does
Gods
this have
for long
anything
time.
to do with what you just said?
This
wonder
is-
if Odin
dude,
was ever here. It's like, oh,
This is
thanks.
fast becoming one of my favorite memes with the essay people. They just play a cutscene thing that just doesn't matter.
It has
And
2 years later,
on-
that has not changed.
No, it's still doing it.
If you ever went
Absolutely
randomly,
nothing to
just let me
do.
know and I'll just
Not
throw
changed,
random clips
except
your
for
way.
tonal.
It's like,
Yeah.
it can jump anything from Overwatch to 7 Days to Die to fucking anything.
Okay.
You might pick it up for a few bucks cheaper here and there, depending on what version you
Punches
buy. But
indescript
generally,
Punching wood.
He
has to build a
literally
crafting
cut to
table.
God of War, punched nothing, walked forward, now is walking back. Did you even look at your footage, dude?
I
is
love
what
these
you're gonna throw
editing
down for the
visuals.
console. The Xbox One also
I gotta fucking wake you to have to make a video about the PlayStation.
currently runs $350.
What are you doing with that? Okay, this Asian guy's expression is exactly what everyone who just watched that part of the video should be thinking.
Was I supposed to be looking at something?
Sudden Jared sneaking a peek.
Jared
jump scare.
He comes, literally, if you guys look at the stream, he comes right above our heads. He's like...
Oh god,
He's got fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
So let's unpack this.
Let's unpack this.
Alright, so he has used Q-tips.
Is that a nail filer with tinfoil on top?
I think that's a... Is that a popsicle stick?
Oh my god, why would you begin it that way?
I forgot how
He has
hideous
his
this desk
glasses,
was.
He has
Scissors,
a pair of
duct
scissors.
tape.
He has... Yeah, it's not even duct tape. It's like thin black masking tape or something. He has
Paper
a...
plate.
He has a crayon.
That's
a crayon.
Is that a pink highlighter back there?
It's probably... I think it was probably like a pink pen or pink
Is that
highlighter, yeah.
is that the handle for a screwdriver, the red?
It might be. It might.
It looks
Look
like
at
a
how
small
he uses the
screwdriver.
Q-tip
He
and
has
puts
so
it
many
right in
just
front of
things.
his-
I've never
He's
seen
just
so
been
many
dirty.
Q-tips on a desk before.
It's like they're used. Look, man.
They're yellow.
He was just like, I'm too
Oh,
fucking
God, I
lazy
can't wait
to
for the
not even
skeleton
like throw
part.
it away, but
Oh, me
next time
too.
I
I'm
get
so
up,
ready.
take them with me.
Next time I
I mean, you got to understand. Well, I'm glad that in the last podcast, I was like, I wonder what his other wall looked like. At least we're finally getting that.
This is behind
But
the scenes shit right here.
Okay, now you're seeing what we're seeing.
This childlike glee in his eyes.
It's already perfect. Is that a skeleton?
Why does it look like part of the door has been burned?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Jared. 3 seconds.
I don't know if I can do it.
What's that on the wall behind
It's
him?
a skeleton.
Is it? Yeah, it is. It's got like fucking symbols on it. That's some black magic shit. There's symbols on the skeleton.
What do you think that means?
It means he's trying to fucking summon something from the ether. You know what I mean?
First one to admit I'm not the brightest bulb in the pack. And that never really bothered me though, because I know I got the swagger. And I was looking
Oh, there's his head again.
How big this door is.
Door.
I know.
Oh
it
my
looks like it was lit on
God.
fire.
No, you know why that's there, right?
Why?
It's because of his hand. He closes the door. He pulls it closed with his hand whenever he leaves or goes. And so you do that enough, and that's what your door will look like. I'm serious. Like, check. Yeah, that's why there's a mark there, because he grabs the door by his hand, and you do that 1,000 times, and
For
it leaves a
30
mark.
years.
Well, no, like, oh my God, look at the light switch. There's not a cover on the light switch.
He still shows up on hover zoom, even though we went past the downward thrust video. I don't understand why he's still there.
I'm fascinated at his lack of cleanliness.
The Jared
Because
lore is so complex, even his door has his own side story. Dude, he
Jared
got
lore.
100k views once upon a time. Good for him.
No, that's.
Oh wait, that's you. Oh, that's you.
Fair use notice. I don't know what that's all about.
I think it's safe to assume it's a fair use notice.
Oh, he has to warn people that he's not being a troll, even though he's being a troll. Okay.
No, I'm not. That's not what it's for. I know.
So
The conflagration.
let
of
me just say
2017.
that I wasn't looking that well that day. I probably just didn't get a lot of
Dude, that door.
all the Hot Wheels that are just stapled to his head.
I think we're about to comment on that shit.
So I told Mahler a bit about this. I've been watching the Chris Chan documentary on YouTube, and looking back at this Jared video, the similarities between him and Chris Chan are eerily.
Does his door have that thing?
No, but he did have a bunch of shit on his wall. Like, it's going back and like looking at this, it's like, oh my God, he was literally becoming Chris Chan. He's like a step away, aside from the not being transgender yet. Amazing. Everyone in the chat should go watch the Chris Chan documentary. It's legitimately some of the best content I've seen on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I binge watched the whole thing in like a week.
Post and oh, you to see the dark spot beneath the handle?
I can't believe that background is so funny.
There's dark spots all around the
Oh my God!
switch.
He's guys. He's got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines attached to the wall.
No, oh shit, those are Hot Wheels.
Are they Hot Wheels?
Those are Hot Wheels. See the logo?
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
but
a little,
the reason I thought they were
banner.
next to the green, he's attached them to the wall.
He has.
They're
Hot
not even
Wheels-
straight.
He just like glued Hot Wheels card packages to the wall.
Oh my
God!
It's insane! How does this man exist? Oh my God! How does this happen?
Oh my God!
Dude, the idea, he puts the first one up, and it took a while. He had to do it with the ruler. The second one, he was just like, "Oh fuck it."
That's too much. It's too much counting.
Hello, Punky J.
Hi, Rags.
This is why I believe.
Hi, Rags.
There it is.
Is that where,
So many
is
layers
that,
to this video.
Oh my God, is that where it came from? Jared started the high rags?
Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, on lore, Jared was the first one to say high rags. I don't know.
Oh my goodness
yeah.
gracious, he lives on in high rags. Wow.
I didn't remember that. I forgot our own lore.
Time capsule, man. I love it.
An Xbox One only costs $300. Still overpriced. Let's be frank. If you have a good.
He's somewhat right.
He's somewhat right.
Somewhat correct.
If I could go out and buy an Xbox One right now for $100, I would only do it just
we're
to
getting so
resell it at
close.
its normal value.
That's shallow. That's really shallow.
That's shallow, Rex.
I want to make $200.
What else is he gonna go into? Let's see all his pictures. Okay, so game, so
He's gonna respond to you based on the pictures.
but that's what I grew up on, homie. And the fact that none of y'all can appreciate
He's got swagger, of course he's calling us homie.
that or respect me even for being a
to call us homie with the Ninja Turtles.
Seems to me that Punky J would rather go to GameStop to buy a game used
Oh, here it is.
than spend $5 more and support the developer instead.
Or not.
He's exactly right. It is because of this.
He's exactly right.
Who's fucking shallow? Exactly.
Dude.
Awesome video.
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and a Steven
I think this
Crowder
is it.
video. But man, that he's so, and that means that recently he's been watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons on YouTube.
Dude, imagine putting that together as a profile. It's like this person is interested in the nostalgia critic, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Steven Crowder. What does this say? It's like, I don't know.
and then the thing is like the person that you're imagining in your head, totally wrong. I don't care what you think, it's totally wrong. You ain't guessing this. He's got a skeleton.
I want to see what's under his desk.
Oh.
Oh no.
Jesus. I
skeleton
shudder
lore
to
is
think of the
great.
things that have fallen
It's like
down there.
Half-eaten chicken leg.
I was gonna say it falls into two categories: living and non-living.
Organic.
I used to have a boyfriend who would only.
Oh my god, he's a queer.
It's so good.
Oh my god!
There it is.
In all its glory.
Did he seriously just say that?
Bigotry is so pure.
He's a queen.
Oh my god! That's amazing.
He sounded so disgusted.
Oh my god.
Still not very big.
First off, thickness is way more important than length. But if you're playing on a gaming laptop,
That's debatable. If that's then how come you can buy monitors?
He took you so seriously on
I
that.
didn't know I was making a dick joke. Oh my god, Jared.
Actually, if you consider a monitor inside.
You guys have to realize that console gamers, we don't know a lot of shit that PC gamers do because we're not really friends.
Did you really just... You know, this whole argument I've been making, you have to account for the fact that we don't have all the facts. I was just thinking, imagine a random person who's watched my videos catches this stream and it's like me, Wolf, and Rags responding to a guy responding to Rags responding to him. They'd just be like, what?
Oh,
and then they see him.
And now it's us responding to us responding to Jared responding to Rags responding to Jared.
Next year we can just add on another layer. It's like, this isn't Star Wars.
In the end, there were a lot of closed-minded people. It doesn't matter if I sound...
You fucking agreed with me most of the time.
Also, didn't he just say it's all about opinions and then he said, no, actually it's closed-minded people?
I think what he really meant to say was clothes-minded people.
Oh yeah, people who wear clothes. Not that I do, but you know.
Because the truth of the matter is, I'd rather be an idiot than someone who's just closed-minded, arrogant, and just really, really sarcastic, a sarcastic asshole. And that's who
I'd rather
be an idiot. You barely played me in this video. I don't know if people are gonna really have that impression of me, because I kind of am, but I don't know if you really put across that, because you barely actually play me speaking.
Has there ever been a good sentence that began with, I would rather be an idiot than...
than a queer.
Since those 2 years, yes, I have gone to PC as well, but I'm also a console gamer. I do not believe either one is better, and quite honestly, I
Okay.
It's like I've gone to PCs.
I told him he looked like he was in the Renaissance.
Put that on the stream.
Oh, the first meme.
Please
The
tell
very
me you
first
retweeted
meme.
that.
Oh wow!
I hadn't had a chance yet.
That's beautiful.
Guys, look at how the memes began. This is the earliest shit.
This is your history. This is your history. You did this 2 years ago.
We're talking about evolution. You see the super meme, and you're like, where did it all start? And you see this picture of Jared photoshopped on top of Kylo Ren.
This is where it began.
This is not even well photoshopped. It's just
a picture slapped on top.
Oh man, how the times have changed.
Oh, sorry, but I'm just looking at the chat and there's so many Jared memes. There's Jar Wars, Jared Binks, General Jarius, Darth Genesis.
Jared Barker.
The thing is, I could believe Darth Genesis.
The Jarlic bit.
Jarek and Sky Genesis.
Clear gone Genesis.
I don't have a Twitter up. Put it in the Discord.
I love it. It says behold.
Behold Gerard.
Oh, the first E-Man gameplay. I mean, wow.
Oh, that's good.
Jaretti Mundi.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's legitimately really good.
It was already in EFAP episode 1 that we were impressed by the memeage.
Jeez. And now they're making basically movies.
Yep.
I want to go back in time and show old us all the shit that people make for us now. Just watch our old selves' minds getting blown. If you told me that 20-minute meme would exist back then, I would have not believed you.
No. Gonna cut it there, folks. Are we gonna end it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That was a good 4 hours or
It's
so.
4 hours, yeah, and there was plenty.
What is it with us in just 4-hour shows all the time?
Other than that, I guess we'll be going. So goodbye.
Toodly doodly doo.
Farewell.
Oh my
4-hour
God.
show, crazy. What were we thinking?
Wow. Wow.
Back when 4 hours was the norm.
It's crazy. That is wild.
Yeah, that was episode 1. It's been a while. We came a long way, you know? Added 2 zeros onto it.
Back when we didn't even have any plans on making a podcast.
Nope. I want to say was it episode 3 that we were like, hey, should we like do this?
I think so. 3-ish, around 3, 2, 3, 4.
Was that the one with Appa Bend?
It could have been 2, because 2
Can't
was
remember.
plot holes, and plot
Was he
holes
like
was
a
like,
minor
holy
back
shit.
then?
Yeah, it was somewhere to like 2 or 3 that we were like, all right, guys, choose our name.
Every frame of pause. Bravo.
Remember when it was going to be video response theory?
Video response theory is a good one. But EFAP is that's
That's one
shit.
strong name. Survive through the ages. So I figure, for old time's sake, we could check out a Toy Story series review. Yeah, sounds exciting, right?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Who's it by?
The length and author shall be revealed in a moment.
Let me use the loo. I'll be right back in just a second.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chill out for a bit.
Yeah.
All right.
I should do some calculation here. Where are we? I believe we did 2 11.5-hour streams, which means
You're almost at the 24.
Oh,
if
we
you're
must
not
have-
already.
I'd imagine we passed that. I don't even know anymore. Time is a little.
Yeah, because you started at 9 my time yesterday, which was 4 hours ago.
So 12, 22, 23, 27.5. That's how far we are. Which means I gotta do 2.5. And then we hit the finish line. I bet everyone thought that we weren't gonna be able to beat last year's. Well, look at me now, Mom. But yeah, we'll probably check that out and then get some people in, and I imagine we're just gonna have a chat. I'm afraid Folkarones with super chats, Rags and I will do a huge big thing for it. We'll assault them all in one giant thing. I'm not entirely sure how we did this year, because I think that the third part of last year's one was almost all super chats outside of like meme videos. Oh, people are asking about Jay. Jay is hopefully once we watch this Toy Story series review, we're gonna try and grab Jay, and it'll just be a handful of people who are available. We did what we could. I think EFAP 100 was a success. I have to admit, personal highlight was tonal. I'm too biased, I know. It's just hard to...
Oh, yeah.
That was wonderful.
How are you going to one-up tonal going forward?
Gonna have to, like, get, I don't know, Trump.
Alex Jones, Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah, these are the kind of guests people are going to be asking for. So what else can we do? I wonder if there's anybody who's stayed up for the full thing. I don't. It's not me asking for everybody to wave their hand in chat or anything. I was just curious. Because it's been a trip. Did the Last of Us 2 didn't do any Joker? Did some Star Wars? We read out the Chris Stuckman script. That was good shit. Fringy was having so much fun.
Oh, the BVS one?
Yeah, Fringy was Batman. He was just losing his shit constantly trying to read it.
I remember reading that when he originally put it out there and thinking, why would you ever release this to the public?
I only ever found out, I think, when I'd met Fringy and he referenced it. Like, I don't know how I missed it, because that shit was hilarious. The snapped neck thing. I knew about the meme before I'd even read it. Tell that to Zod, snapped neck. Why would you write that?
I love that he, in that video, was bragging about it. Like, I wrote this in 20 minutes. It's like, yeah, I can tell.
Well,
I like that his film quality has not improved since that script.
Oh, because did you see which one? Did you see the what was it called? Notes from Melanie, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we did a reaction to that.
I don't know if he's done any more yet. We'll be eager to see it. They should give him a DC movie, preferably BVS remake, preferably the scene where they fight. Do it.
You know, I'll take that back. He is a little bit better than tell that to Zod snap neck. I can't, or at least I can't remember any embarrassing lines like that in Notes for Melanie.
Well, like he as far as I'm aware, anyway, he like said that script was bad. And he's like, oh, all right.
Yeah, well, at least he admits to it.
Yeah, instead of being like, no.
I think he originally was defensive over it when it first came out, but
all I ever knew was the super defensive reaction to the Red Letter Media thing, which was hilarious. We were thinking of showing that on EFAP 100. We ran out of time, but that's okay. Are you guys ready for a Toy Story series review?
Oh yeah, I'd love.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Here we go.
Was it a surprise?
What's up, guys? I want to review Toy Story series 1, 2, and 3.
We gotta pause this. How did you find this?
It's he's got a whole channel. Like
he hasn't stopped, has he?
No, well, no, he hasn't made anything for ages. But
this was uploaded in 2017.
All right,
so this is one of the channels that he didn't play porn on to get banned from YouTube.
Yeah, this is I think it's Brother Genesis, but
I'm super curious what kind of porn he would play.
But we got.
I don't want to know.
Series 1, 2, and 3 he's reviewing of Toy Story. That's pretty cool.
So this is fascinating. The bed, still those foam mats, no sheets.
Remember when it was sitting on it? Remember when it was a plastic table?
Dare I say this is better?
It's relatively better.
His room. You can see the floor.
Things
the problem is that all of the dirtiness from his room has been absorbed by his shirt. What the fuck?
It looks like he spilled. Oh, yeah, it looks like
he threw up on it
and kept wearing it for days.
Well, he's done that before. He's gone a week wearing the same shirt over and over and over and over again. You can check by the thumbnails. You can see they're color coordinated because he keeps wearing the same shirt. And then every 7 days, he's not wearing a shirt because that was laundry day. And so he just went that day without wearing a shirt.
What I find so fascinating is that this is actually the most normal his hair has ever looked.
Yeah, it actually is, shocking as that sounds.
You know, we had the incident thing called the conflagration. Would this be prior or the room? I mean, the event that took place that did stuff, changed things, moved things around.
Well, Jared's room presents with us an ecological dilemma. And that if you wash it with water, you're going to eventually pollute the rivers and streams.
Yes.
If you burn it, you're going to pollute the air. So you don't really know to do, so you just sort of leave it where it is.
Did
Try
I
not to think
ever
about it.
did I ever tell you guys about the big gas spill at the gas station I used to work at a couple years back?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, so I worked at a gas station for about 9 months. I hated it. And there was this guy who, the guy who comes in with the truck to fill up the station with more gas, that is. And he did not accurately put the safeguards in place that are supposed to cap it off before it overflows. And he sat in his truck on his phone for 3 minutes while the gas overflowed and just not drenched. It turned the whole parking lot into this like pond.
That must have smelled
gas.
great. That must have smelled like industry.
Oh, it's truly great. It was really great trying to get the smell out of my car for the weeks following. And he tried using a hose to spray the gas into a drain nearby. And the fire department was very, very unhappy about that. Just a relevant story to him.
That must have been really interesting. See that much gas everywhere. Ugh.
Was it all colorful?
Oh yeah, on a hot summer day with the sun beaming down on the gas, I was like, "What's happening?
Sun will catch the parking lot on fire."
What happened? And I went out to the guy and I asked him, like, "What the hell happened?" And he was like, "Oh, it's just a small mistake." And I was like, "This does not look like a small mistake." It was 200 gallons of gasoline.
What's a big mistake?
Overflowed. Yeah, he does not have that job anymore.
It's because there was a big mistake.
It was a very, very big mistake. Yes.
So anyway, Toy Story series 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Amazing shit. I love this stuff as a kid, man. Especially Toy Story 1. Toy Story, the first one, I think was the best. I still like 2 and 3. 2 was a little bit weird. It was kind of like, I don't know, you mainly just saw Woody and the new characters, the girl, the cowboy girl, and
Jesse.
fucking, what was that other guy? Some fat old guy.
Stinky Pete.
And the horse. And of course the creepy cuck,
What? The what?
What was that?
The horse is the creepy cuck.
And the horse. And of course the creepy cuck, that the cuck toy collector who kidnaps
Cuck toy collector. That's
Woody,
wonderful.
And it's just it is interesting. I mean, it's funny, especially when Buzz Lightyear, what is it, like they're in that store and Buzz is they're looking for Buzz and there's like a bunch of Buzz Lightyears and shit. It's just really funny. Oh yeah.
He's such a genuine reviewer. What can you say? It's just pouring out from his mind every single thought.
Yeah, Buzz I think becomes evil Buzz, and I enjoyed that a lot. But yeah, Toy Story 2 wasn't really my favorite. I actually like 3 and 1 better. Toy Story 3 was very bizarre as well, and I didn't like how Andy
all
went
these
to give
toys
away
were
his
talking.
toys. I thought that was pretty fucked up. Even though he didn't know they were real, it's still fucked up. You know what I mean? Just I don't think it was right how they did that, but I think it still told an important story. And I think it was also very symbolic. I think that there was like an Illuminati symbolic message to this.
What?
Like with prison camps and
What?
warning about.
We're getting dark over here.
Okay, it's been a while since I've seen any of the Toy Story movies. What the hell is he talking about?
I think most people are lost on that one. Like, wait, what?
Prison camps and things like that.
Illuminati prison camps.
Plus, I did like that pink bear, whatever his name was. And what was that other creepy thing? That like weird ass baby. Fucking. It was a weird movie. Actually, it was quite weird, but that's probably why I liked it, because I'm a weirdo myself. But anyways, Toy Story. I mean, what's not to hate about this movie? It's
what's
hilarious.
Not to hate? What's not to hate about it?
Let's not.
If you were talking about Toy Story 4, I might agree with that.
Oh
but-
yeah.
How Buzz or Woody has such an ego, and his little alpha male fucking personality couldn't handle Buzz when he first showed up, and he wanted to find a way to kill him or get rid of him, and it
Those
ended
are
up
two very
costing him,
different
and
things,
he
Jared.
wound up at that crazy kid's house. Let's talk about Sid. Sid is awesome. I love Sid as a character.
I'll bet you do.
Of course he loves Sid.
I can't fathom why he would look up to Sid as a character.
Sid,
Oh
the
my god, I
legendary
cannot
character.
believe that I've never heard anyone in the world refer to Sid as awesome. That just says so much about him.
Someone for everyone.
A crazy fucking kid. He was just such a badass, and he brought a lot of edge to the show. And I thought it was hilarious how they made him a fucking garbage man in the third one. If you notice, that's Sid as the garbage man in Toy Story 3. You see,
He's so proud that he read that from someplace that
might-
it took precedent over basically everything else in the reviews and stuff.
That's the thing. I'd be surprised if he noticed that himself, but still proud. It's like, good job.
I didn't notice that, but then again, it's been like forever since I've seen any of the movies.
It's a neat little reference.
you see him holding on the back of a garbage truck, like listening to some like heavy metal music or something. I just thought that was kind of stupid how they made him a garbage man. I mean, what the fuck? Why would you make him a garbage man?
He wanted Sid to have the happy ending because Sid's just great.
Sid shouldn't have
Love
been
Sid.
a garbage man.
Fantastic.
Oh my god, this is so... It's like he's projecting. He relates to Sid and is sad that
Well, he's
Sid
jealous
became a
of Sid.
garbage man.
Yeah, he's jealous that Sid got a job as a garbage man.
Well,
And
he seems
Jared's
to...
like, man, I could never get a job.
He seems to think it's demeaning. But Jared, if you think that Sid is someone to look up to, that says so much about you. Probably because you're a garbage person that admitted to being a pedophile.
Garbage person? That's very inclusive language of you.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you. Good on you. He wants to be a garbage person one day.
Oh, he already is.
I mean, what is this, like the 1920s?
I mean, he clearly collects garbage in
What
his
do you mean
room.
1920s? They're garbage men around today.
I mean, what is this, like the 1920s? I mean, come on.
1920s when we had garbage men.
Does he not realize that garbage men are still a thing?
No, he doesn't know what goes on outside. Of course not.
What is this, the 1920s?
Every once in a while, he'll open the blinds and be like, "Where are all the spaceships?"
Fucking 1920 garbage collectors.
I mean, what is this, like the 1920s? I mean, come on. We
Telling
all know
you, this
white
guy is
people
the
aren't
second
garbage
coming of
men.
Christian.
Anyways, I
shit!
don't wanna
He
start-
said, "Oh, that was
wait,
a joke. We all know white people aren't garbage men
Let's
anymore."
repeat that for the audience to hear it unadulterated.
Why would you make him a garbage man? I mean, what is this, like the 1920s? I mean, come on. We all know white people aren't garbage men anyways.
What? What about places that are majority white that need garbage collection? What happens then? It's like a paradox.
I can't say that I have necessarily paid attention to the racial makeup of garbage men, but I seem to remember seeing some white garbage men in the past.
I would dare say I've seen more white garbage men than black garbage men myself. Like Sid.
I think all men are garbage.
Yes.
So, yeah. How about that?
Girl, Jared.
Anyways, I don't want to start any shit with that there, but...
You don't want to stop shit!
Instant regret.
Yeah.
So yeah, with Toy Story, man, just fucking awesome. I love the people that voice them. You don't, when you're a kid, you don't know who they are, but
Now
then
that
you
I'm an
learn
adult.
who they are that voice them. Tim Allen, the great Tim
Tim
Allen, Tom Hanks, fucking Jim Varney. A lot of you guys probably don't know who that is. He played a character called Ernest T. Bass.
Love it.
Back in the 80s and the 90s, with movies like Ernest Goes to School, Ernest Goes to Camp.
I'm not at all
Ernest Goes
shocked
to the
that he knows about the Ernest movies.
Another childhood hero. Ernest and Sid.
Poorhouse. I'm just kidding. That would have been funny though. Anyways, so yeah. I mean, what else is there really to say about Toy Story? It's just a fucking epic movie, man. And if you don't like this movie, you're Hitler. You're either Hitler, or Mussolini, or like fucking Pol Pot or something. I don't know, but you have to love this movie. Even the cynical people, I've noticed, even the real cynical people of YouTube who shit on everything still love movies like Toy Story. So I'll give them props for that.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they love the characters and just the dialogue, the relationship with Andy and his toys, and I can definitely agree with them there. It really is an awesome thing. When you're watching Toy Story and you see Woody and Buzz, reunited again with Andy, it kind of makes your heart melt a little bit. It really is. I just had to say that, but. It's also really funny seeing the toys in real life. They did this a little bit in Toy Story 3.
Seeing the toys in real life?
Even a little bit in the second one. But, when they're just kind of scampering about, like, on the streets. That's some of the best scenes.
He thinks that the outside world is real life.
I was about to say, what is he?
That's amazing.
The house is just Toy World.
Like, inside is, like, Toy World, but outside, oh, that's the real life.
Fucking Hitler hates Toy Story though.
When they're in the real world, I just think that's hilarious. But yeah, it's still a great movie. Fucking Toy Story, man. Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to check to see if my toys were real, and I know some other people did this too, so don't front. Like I would crack my door, seeing if like my Ninja Turtles were like having a party and shit.
He has one at
around.
hand.
Of course he does.
He's like
a safety
something.
turtle.
He just has Ninja Turtle.
Maybe like fucking each other in the ass.
What?
Hopefully not homo, but
gotta defend the honor of my Ninja Turtles toys. They ain't gay.
Dude, he wanted to make the gay joke, and then he was like, "Wait, I must respect my toys."
I am not ready to commit to this.
Probably fucking each other in the ass, but they're not gay though.
Gay.
We're like having a party.
It's totally fraternal.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Shit.
Look, it's
dancing around. Maybe like fucking each other in the ass. Hopefully not homo, but.
Yeah, I want them to fuck each other in the ass in a totally straight and brotherly way.
No homo is fine.
Oh, not the gay way.
Anyways,
it's not gay if you're just
the weird,
experimenting.
They did some weird shit when Andy wasn't looking. I'm just saying.
No, I didn't know that.
Jared, I'm pretty sure you're the only one in the world who came to that conclusion.
Totally lacked libidos. I didn't even think to think.
Yeah.
Show it in the movie, but come on, let's just be real. Like Woody and Bo Peep, he was smashing that shit. He was. And, fucking Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. And they were doing all kinds of freaky shit. I mean,
they were making tater tots? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
They could, like, take parts of their body off, so they were, like, fucking each other in all kinds of different places.
I said we've descended from the Toy Story review into the sexual fetishism of the toys.
He was like, even the most cynical people love this wholesome movie. They were probably fucking each other when Andy wasn't looking.
They taking off each other's arms and sticking them up their assholes.
What? The fact that he's just like rapid firing like all the ways that the toys could be having sex, it implies that he's clearly thought about this for a while.
It's the most lucid he's ever been.
Especially the Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. Holy shit.
That's my fetish, potato fetish. Well, it's like Blessed Pikeman said, he just needs a sock and some mashed potatoes or something.
Oh.
But anyways, guys, thanks for watching Toy Story series.
He's got another mug.
I heard there's going to be a Toy Story 4. Cannot wait. I hope Andy finally gets to reunite back with his little toys. That'll be awesome. So, anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Peace.
There we have it. Classic Jared. Just as good as memory serves.
Jesus
it was so cool to get a Toy Story Series 1, 2, and 3 review in one video.
I'm trying to figure out which one he talked about the most.
It's hard to tell. I think he
guess-
talked about fucking the most.
Yeah, there was a nice little portion on fucking.
I think probably the second. No,
Second one, I think you talked about the least.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. Sometimes you didn't really know which one he was talking about.
I love that he still forgets like half the characters' names. What's wrong with his arm? Why is he got?
It's like, it's like a little band on there.
Oh, he was probably like sitting on it a weird way or something, or he put it around. I don't know. Maybe
Did he have like a belt around his arm
so he could shoot up?
I don't know if he's smart enough to do that.
Maybe something to do
or
with
to know how to
toys.
do that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. That's the magic. Is you never know. Is like is he addicted to drugs?
Where'd the
Is he not?
safe go?
Oh, and there was something to show you, Wolf.
Ooh.
Well, you'd missed it. It was a Bayoin original.
Oh, I've
that's a
seen this.
great
I saw
one.
this in the chat.
This is some good stuff. I like this.
I like how I'm not fat. All the Australians getting pursued by the emus.
Man, North America's
Yeah. Like with Tonal there with his slingshot.
Absolutely beautiful. The first first Bayoin art was that disgusting thing from TLJ with the floating sack thing.
Oh yeah,
Floating sack thing.
that's some memory lane shit right there. That thing was terrifying, and I'm pretty sure I'd like not seen it from the movie before the picture, and then you see it in the movie, and you're like, oh my god,
I think I mentioned it, or Wolf or myself mentioned it while we were on a still. And
Yeah, because we
mentioned how-
paused at one point and then we all noticed it and we were like, how did we not notice this before?
God, weird floating scrotum blimp is so...
Blimp.
Oh, how much time has gone by.
Yeah,
How much time
yeah.
has passed?
20 something in 2
Oh, yeah.
years. Taboo.
20 something in 2 years.
Mr. Frodo. It's been 20 something in 2 years, Mr. Frodo.
Everybody's fucking
Makes
dead.
sense to me.
Fucking
Dude, it was so cool when I was like the video that totally felt like Tone was shifting gears was the 3 favorite video games one. He was like, that was the turning point video. I was like,
He knew.
God.
I woke up this morning after my, throwing up. And I was just thinking, like, did that conversation with Tonald actually happen? I was kind of amazed.
I will admit, there is a weird time ain't working the way it's supposed to right now. Like
I'm running on fumes.
Things are weird. Yeah, like all the fuel is gone, and it's all those stankies in the tank.
Stanky tanks. We're on our stanky tanks right now. We're on our 300-gallon gas-covered parking lot. That's what we're doing.
And yeah, wait, what was because this is the thing, I'm not letting time defeat me. That would be the big gay. So it was 11.5 plus 11.5 equals 23, which means gotta do 7-hour stream, and we're nearly up to 5 hours, which means gotta hang for just over 2 hours. And of course, guys,
Alright.
I wouldn't want to torture you in case you want
2 hours. No, I've made it this far.
to.
I can do
You can
2
do
more
it, man.
hours. Yeah, I can do it.
Do it.
It's all good in the hood.
Yeah.
For schnizzle.
Of course, afterward, you'll probably go into hibernation, which I don't blame you.
I think I am gonna go into just a coma.
Yeah, hibernation is overrated. Comas are way cooler.
That's cool. They are longer.
Also, yes, good to see you, Mr. Bullshit.
Thank you. Good to see you too. I didn't think I'd make it, but here we are. I've already slept.
Yeah, there's a
Which is
couple
kinda
people
crazy.
that might be able to squeak in right at the end, but if not, it's okay. If you don't turn up to 100, unfortunately, it doesn't mean you're an awful human being.
It just means you've kind of lost what it is to be a man, just a little bit.
Makes sense.
Clicker.
Oh, hello.
I have a Fritonus.
Which one of these faces is new? Metal.
Hello, that's me. It's me again.
Look, Rags is upside down. He's having trouble. It's the
I
tears
know.
guy. It's the one that cries.
I'm hanging on. I'm hanging there, Rags. Hanging there, Rags. I'm like a hanging there cat, except fuck cat.
Fuck cat.
How dare you?
How y'all doing?
Tired.
Hanging in there.
I'm really tired. Yeah, I'm.
I would imagine so.
Yeah,
I wonder
I'm.
why. I'll open a beer for, I don't know, guess the end stretch. I don't know how long are you gonna even continue. I have no fucking idea.
I believe they said about 2 to 3 hours.
Oh boy.
He has like just over 2, I think. So we're gonna chill. And
Just gonna chill.
chat.
We don't have anything on the docket.
I don't even know that I would survive such things. Like honestly, the last video we covered, I was getting so tired of like arguments.
I
was
last video I saw was the restoring the balance to Star Wars thingy.
Oh,
I'm so glad I got out of that when I did.
Dude, that was so bad.
When I woke up and you guys were still covering it like 4 hours later, I was like, oh god, I would not have survived that.
I think the video was like 40 minutes long, right? Or 30 minutes? I don't know.
It was like 35, I think.
Oh boy. Yeah, cheers to 100 EFAPs.
Dude,
are you
like
drinking on the
that-
job?
Yes.
So that tonal interview, I think that redeemed 2020 entirely.
Oh, dude. I feel like he's gonna be ending up as president pretty quick.
Oh, please
Just
do.
vote it in, you know.
just do it, man. He's positive enough. I don't think he would not try.
HIV
He's gotta
positive.
go.
What are you talking about, Jared?
Oh,
Well, that's probably still the case.
Yeah, but
he
he's still a
actually?
virgin, but he's HIV positive. Like he got it from his shirt or something.
Oh, shirt. Oh, that's
Like
tragic.
it grew on him. Not like it started to like him or he started to like it, but it like started to develop on his shirt. Like bacteria in a glass.
I'd like to think that there's like barnacle like growth on his back, and that's just like feeding in the HIV.
That's what's in his. That's eventually those Q-tips that were dirty that he left on his desk, which are probably still there. They just started to become sentient and seek out ears. There's a horror story. If anyone wants to make a spooky,
horror story
movie. No, those are different.
Oh,
I mean, you could have a horror story about scary ladies of the night.
And Q-tip monsters.
What about the lads of the night?
Violate them.
What's it
You
like to
could-
be the lads of the night?
You could be you could dress them up in outfits. One of them could be a vigilante called Scarlet Harlot. She goes around at night in the streets of Victorian England with her magic parasol, and she uses it to blow away. Well, I mean, that's probably choice of words, I admit, but she uses it to like I don't actually know what she does.
Where is Jay? I have sent Jay an invite. I'm not sure. Jay Broloni. I mean, could join at any moment.
Which every time I look back up to the screen, I have to find out which face is new. Blessed Pipeman is here.
Yes.
Dr.
That's
Pipeman,
fantastic.
hello there.
That's great. That's great.
Bloody hell, you all sound like you're on a cancer ward. The
Guys.
energy is just...
Hey,
I'm good.
Guys,
I'm
it's
doing
lad
Gucci.
there.
Answer what builds character.
I already slept, so I don't know. What does that say about me? I
already
Well
slapped.
done. How many
Also,
hours are
I-
you at now? 26 hours. So you've
This is
been doing the stream for 26 hours.
This isn't
Presumably you
making
were
me feel less tired.
Okay. But surely you were awake before you did the streams. How many hours in total have you been up?
Hour and a
About-
half before we started is when I got up.
About
Okay.
50 minutes or so before we woke up. Yeah. I say we woke up like we sleep together, but we don't.
Have you taken any stimulants, caffeine, or well,
Yeah,
say
I've been on a steady diet of those little granola bars and Lara bars and black tea, and I have some peanuts, and I ordered a pizza, and they got my order right, and it was great. It was so it was perfect, down to the perfect. I couldn't have asked them to do a better job.
Do you
They
know
nailed
how
it.
triggering this is right now?
Do you?
Oh no,
Wolf, you're a pizza master. Do
Mhm.
you prefer to have your pizzas in the more traditional triangular cut pattern or the squares?
It depends on where I'm getting it from.
All right. So, who would you get it from if you wanted a square cut pizza?
Jets, because their deep dish is the only good
Jets.
pizza they have.
I've never heard of Jets. Perhaps that is a local establishment.
I know it's in Michigan. I know it's in Colorado. I don't go to other states, so I don't know where else it's at.
Really? When you go from one to the other, you just teleport, or like how does that work?
Yes, I teleport.
Don't teleport.
Don't tell anybody you can do that. You'll end up in a prison.
Because if you teleport, you die.
Oh yeah, that's true. You get separated into little pieces and then sent through transfertisms, and then it rebuilds you. It's not even you anymore.
Which means technically, if you teleport, sure, you die, but the version of you that pops out at the other end is a virgin.
Whoa. I'm what?
This is funny. You know the Fly. The Fly deals with like decay and death and the combo of like biology. But when I had like first rewatched it within the past few years, the first thought I had when he did the first teleport, I was like, oh my god, he's dead. It's like, what was he is now gone. Terrifying stuff. Everyone should watch The Fly.
Yeah.
Fly is great.
Baptisms.
The big
Hey,
spook
speaking
movie.
of Jeff Goldblum, we saw Jurassic World Fallen.
Oh right,
Park?
yeah. Well, we could talk. Yeah,
Fallen
let's talk a bit
Kingdom.
about that because we didn't get to cover anything related. Guys, seriously, I thought we were going to be
watched
covering
that shit, I
about
didn't have to.
3 times the amount of shit we got covered. I thought we would be covering way more. So many videos went for so long. I couldn't have seen this coming. There's no way.
We don't have a precedent for this on EFAP episode
No.
100.
So, but Fallen
Jurassic
Kingdom.
Fallen Kingdom is horrible.
We
It is
like-
one of the worst movies I have ever seen.
Is that the first time you've seen it, Regs?
Yeah, it actually is.
I think
Oh,
he may have
I
seen
probably
like
watched it at release.
Yeah, because honestly, rewatching it, I said to Rags, I was like, God, I'm getting the buzz back to make a fucking video on this movie. It's so bad. Just like I already did, so I'll just leave it. But
I like how that was originally going to be the video we were going to collab on, and then they decided to release it in the UK 2 weeks before the US for some arbitrary fucking reason.
didn't it
we
still
didn't
work
do
out
it.
though? I thought we released on the same day and just promoted each other. Wasn't that what we did? If I remember.
Oh yeah, because we were gonna do what movie were we gonna do? Was it A Quiet Place or was it Annihilation? I think it was Annihilation.
I thought we were gonna do 2. Like we were gonna do like I would cameo in a breakdown of something and vice versa. But yeah, Annihilation was definitely on the cards. And fucking hell, A Quiet Place, man. Like I know it's a cool movie for a lot of people. Fucking hell, it's stupid. Why did they do the river scene? It ruined everything.
There was a sequel, wasn't there? A Quiet Place 2.
Is that
That
out?
came-
Was that
Yeah,
coming
it's
out?
out.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't know if
I was
quite
not
that
aware
been-
of this.
Well, I think
Yeah,
COVID may have fucked it up. I don't know.
Well,
if
no.
It, I don't know if it got a cinematic release, but there is a sequel.
Great.
A Quiet
Well, they
Place
can-
2, Even Quieter. I don't know what. I don't know what it's called, but
You know what's
maybe-
really insane is after like however many years, New Mutants finally came out.
What?
Do you remember that? The
Oh.
last X-Men movie that they kept changing the rating of from
I
PG-13 to R and back again like 11 different times?
No idea what you're talking about.
Wow.
So that's Professor Charles Xavier and Company.
Well,
Wow.
no.
Hmm.
I mean, it's the
Oh.
same universe, but a whole bunch of like stupid kids, I guess. The movie got delayed like 100 times. And
Arya
then,
Stark is in it, right?
yeah,
Yeah. I know
which
that
is
one.
funny because she's like 5 years younger in that movie than she is currently, and it only just came out.
When it was supposed to be a horror, wasn't it? It was supposed to be a horror movie set in the X-Men universe.
One of the great lines that they ended up unfortunately taking out of the movie was, "This isn't a school, it's a haunted house."
See, now that terrifies me. That's just such a great line.
It was like up there with Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
I thought you were gonna go with Zod snap neck, but fair enough.
I'll snap your neck.
Shut up. Oh yeah, we gotta catch up on the DC news once the stream is over and I've hibernated, because there's trailers out. People talking.
Batism and justiceism.
There was a tweet that I casually saw where someone reviewed the trailer negatively, and Zack Snyder quote tweeted them, like a reviewer, and he said something like, "It's not meant for, like, it's meant for people who aren't children, so you wouldn't get it," or some shit like that. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, Zack Snyder, you gotta make a good movie before you get the right to say anything like that.
What do you mean? He always does good movies, right?
Oh yeah, BVS,
Yeah,
truly
just ask him.
excellent.
That's like the best movie.
Batman
Man of
versus
Steel,
the
really great.
Can Superman catch diseases?
Maybe if he flies really.
Maybe if it was a disease made of kryptonite.
Does he have super healing?
I don't know. I don't even know if he can be penetrated. So, like,
Oh my God.
could he even could he even get wounds to heal?
Well, we can cut him with kryptonite, right?
Someone in the chat, tell me if Superman could become ill with sicknesses. I want to know who wins in a fight versus Superman and the germ
Corona?
theory of disease.
I think
Superman has 16 STDs.
What if couldn't? Ooh, oh my God! What if Superman has a tapeworm?
It would be a super
tapeworm.
Do you think he'd like laser himself to get it off?
Well, he wouldn't know if he has a tapeworm. It would be inside of him, and he would just feel a little more hungry than normal, I guess, because not everything he's eating is going all the way through the.
Can Superman like laser his own arm off by accident?
I don't think so.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
The laser is
Can
really
Superman
powerful,
die
but
of
not
starvation?
more powerful than his skin.
Can
No.
Superman give people cancer with his X-ray vision? Because if you get X-rayed too much, you get cancer.
Yeah, but you have to do it like hundreds of times a day or something like that.
There's like a guy in work
That's
he really doesn't like, and he's just like, you know what?
Well, that's why at the
Every time
when
he passes his cubicle, he just roasts him just a little bit more.
that's why when you go to the hospital and you get your X-rays, you get X-rayed, but the technician, they leave the room.
Yeah.
Because you only have to do one X-ray that year or whatever, but they have to do a bunch all the time. So that's why they are the ones who have to leave the room.
Yeah.
It's not because X-rays are, like that one X-ray is going to hurt you. You just can't be giving one person that many X-rays.
But it's a gamble, isn't it? Because you either get cancer or superpowers. So, which is it?
Maybe cancer is a superpower. It's super. It's maybe super getting to heaven faster.
I'm so glad you're not part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Hey, kid, that cancer of yours, that's a real superpower. What?
I'm just trying to make the child feel better.
If you turn into Walter White in the process, you could interpret that as a superpower.
That's true.
Someone named just a second. His name is in Cyrillic.
What?
Are you okay?
Vasily. I haven't read Cyrillic in a while.
Vasily?
Something.
Je m'appelle?
This is what sleep deprivation sounds like.
See, I'm hiding it better.
Said Rags. Now we're getting to the letters I know. Rags, Superman can become sick on Krypton or with Kryptonian diseases. So do the Kryptonians have like cryptosyphilis?
Yeah, but Krypton was destroyed, so surely all of its diseases are destroyed too.
No, all of the particles were spread throughout the universe.
Oh,
in
and
an
like each planet
explosion.
collected one, and they were like, "This is our last chance against the Superman if he is to come here."
It's like every planet in the universe got a Kryptonian disease. I don't know what Earth's is. Maybe Earth's is. Oh my gosh, maybe that's like the FBI. They didn't actually invent crack to kill the black people. That's actually a Kryptonian death disease that came to Earth, and it just happened to hit a black person first. I don't know. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's possible. I'm not even saying it's possible because you have to demonstrate possibility. I'm saying it might be possible.
You don't know if it's not true, so
Well, I'm not asserting that it's true.
yeah.
That
But
sounds
it's
like
not true.
That sounds like
I don't know
communist
that.
propaganda, communist logic.
I don't even know if it's possible.
Dude, we spent like 7 or 8 hours or some shit on that first Jim Sterling video. That wasn't expected.
That was a terrible one.
Crazy.
That was incredibly
really
bad.
bad.
Like I had to like he starts just getting so insufferable that I had to take him off of all my recommendations. I just told YouTube to
You had to
recommending
get
his
him
channel.
off your
I was-
screen.
Once
Yeah,
again, I've said this in the past. I'll say it again.
Everything you said was in the past.
People keep.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'll say it again. You know, people keep telling me that Jim Sterling is this really smart guy. I have yet to understand why.
Well, who was on the roster who'd said that he was definitely? It was Aiden, right? She said he was smart.
I can agree. That's the thing about intelligence is that sometimes it's hard to tell an unwise smart person who just knows things, but they don't know how to apply that knowledge.
That's true. That is a good way of putting it, honestly.
I feel like I'm lucid enough to.
No, that really does make sense because you
Well,
get these
yeah,
people
these are. I'm going bloom bloom, and those are the sounds of the pearls of wisdom that are dropping from my mouth.
Oh, take him back.
I mean, I know that he said a lot of things about like the anti-consumer practices in gaming companies and shit, but it's like, are you really smart for regurgitating what like 1,000 other people have said far more intelligently and eloquently?
I think he got in early. He was around really early. He was around, and he wasn't nearly this bad. I don't ever remember him being this bad. He never.
Dude, that video was like
That video
you
was-
don't like
It was really funny that
muscles. No,
like you were able to even call some wrestling tisms on it. It's just like what are the connections there? Crazy. No way. Also, for just for this ending, right? I'm gonna try and reorganize into the first galactic
Party, fiesta,
empire.
forever. Who's she?
No, First Galactic Empire.
Oh.
Why wouldn't it move properly? Stop being. There
Yeah,
we
I
go.
was noticing it like
We
shifted,
may-
like what? Where's Wolf? Oh wait.
We may have more people coming. I'm gonna try and fit them on the screen. You know, those
There you go, a little
disgusting.
squeeze.
Oh, it's getting crowded.
Horrible,
Back out if
horrible.
you guys
Oh
are-
no.
I don't know what's happening.
Not social distancing anymore. It's getting crowded in this
I
room.
know. It's terrifying.
Need to be 2 meters apart.
There could be as many as 3 more people on the
I'm
way.
wedged between two
No
furries.
kidding. You're in for it now,
Accept your
Oh,
fate.
here we
Furries
go.
are great.
Jay.
Just as
Can't
I
do
got
anything.
my shotgun already.
Jay, listen to me. If you haven't watched The Lord of the Rings in the past
Oh,
year,
no.
on this show,
Jay, have you watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
I don't understand why I do that.
So you don't die, dude. This is what
Gonna-
it's come to.
The Lord of the Rings gang is gonna go. You know, I would have been
Can't believe it.
disappointed to have been to have had it been watched without. You never invited me, so I assume you hadn't watched it yet. Because I want
Actually
to
shocking.
shit with.
Why is there someone with cum on their face in the group chat?
No, shut up. No, chat didn't know about
Well,
that.
it's because
Chat are all gonna have like shifty eyes
Who?
now.
No, those are tears. Those are metal tears. They're not like it's blue. Do you think Smurfs come blue?
No, that's white.
The crypto come
Who the
Who's
Glidus?
on their face on the fucking.
So this is a curveball. This is someone who makes videos about how Game of Thrones is shitty.
Ooh.
What's your picture? It's not a line. I know what a line is.
It's almost a line.
it's a line with 2 arrows.
This seems. Here's the thing about being like almost a line. I feel like it's a really all or nothing proposition
No,
when it comes to being a line.
I'm sorry I couldn't place you.
It's a line in
You
Times New
strike
Roman.
me as I don't know much about you, but you strike me as the kind of person who thinks that straight and level mean the same thing.
I assure you that is not the case.
All right, I'll believe you.
Never.
What is that though? What does it mean? What's that from?
I mean, it's actually where my name comes from. It's,
Glidus?
Yeah. Actually, no, I'm an idiot.
Oh.
Okay, so I trust a lot of people, but there's some people I don't trust, and people who can't make sense of their own icons. They're not trustworthy people.
Yeah, they're not up
If
on the
you
ladder.
can't trust your own icon, who can you trust?
Well, it's good to be here.
Hello there. We got like some time. I didn't clock it in actually. I'll have to do it again. It's like an hour and a half or something before we finally close down this wondrous occasion of EFAPing for 100 hours in a row. That's totally what happened. Nobody questioned it.
Yep. Yeah.
100 days, you mean?
100.
Also, someone only watched the first 2 and the last 2
It
hours.
feels
I
like
probably think I was
episodes
here all the time.
Like we're going to EFAP every single day for a whole year and not ever stop.
Some people were like, oh, they better EFAP for 10 billion hours. It's like, no, that is rape. Can't be doing that.
There would be people who would manage to keep up to date with that.
Well, yeah, the EFAP.me site is still incredible. Like the live reporting on EFAP. It's like, what the fuck? Is that still going?
Speaking of the EFAP website, I've been asked to give shout-outs to
Failed already.
Who's hang on and fuck?
Headmet Wall and Kibakins, right? That's the name of
Kibakins.
it.
Kibakins.
Yeah, Kibakins.
Is that
Kibakins.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Headmet Wall is the timestamp aficionado, and Kibakins is the creator of the website. The website that has so many different pieces of functionality, it surprises me every day.
Oh yeah.
Kibakins is like one of the most talented people in our whole community.
It's kind of amazing. Well, let's do the thanks. We got all the meme people who made the giant meme, who you guys will be, all that stuff will be coming out soon, as soon as when I wake up. I'll sort out
Trust me though, we got a lot for you, even after this.
I'm gonna get these names. Let's do it. Meme repository. Creamy Sheev Palpatine. Zed. E-Man Gameplay. Spook. Amusing Moose. Plagued Creations. Grith Phoenixsaurus Rex. Samuel Kim Music Credits Music. Lil Potato. Thor's Hammer. Goga. Omega Ridley Thumbnail Artist. So, seriously. That meme is glorious. There's no amount of appreciation that can be said for it. We go over this when you see the reaction. So, thank you for that shit. Tonald saw it before he came on, by the way. Tonald saw it.
I saw the clip where you talked about it just like 20 minutes ago. It was really nice.
The tonal section was something else. There's no words can describe.
Yeah, it started right when I was lying down in bed, really drunk. I was like, oh man, and then I fell asleep.
Yeah, like, dude, same.
Look at everyone getting drunk.
I went offline. I watched the wrestling live, and I had like more drinks. It's like, yeah, this is great. It's like, oh man, I'm sleepy. I'm going now. And I look on my phone. It's like, oh man, bastards.
And the tonal
I'm
section, I have to go back and re-listen to that.
I'm gonna watch this tomorrow while I'm at work. Who's gonna?
I was fucking
it's probably not up by then. I can
Watch this
imagine
tomorrow. It would
a
take
while.
more than all of tomorrow to listen to all of this again.
Yes.
I'm not gonna listen to all of it.
Oh, Rags, are you doing the thing where you've been up for really long and you're dying?
I'm not feeling normal.
How
I've
lucid
been
are
up for a
you?
while. I've been really focused. I've been really focused on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I still feel focused.
Like I
still
said,
feel like I'm zoned in.
that last video really felt like I ran out of my capacity to respond to arguments.
The Toy Story review?
Yes, the Toy Story Series 1, 2, and 3 review. That's where my...
That was something else.
Yeah.
Spitting mad facts.
Absolutely. No chance of recovery from those tisms. But, yeah, this has been fun.
Yeah.
You have another hour, don't you? Yeah, if you want to.
Oh, it's longer than that, I think.
Two.
Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can someone get a calculator, please, and I'll read out tisms.
Yes.
I can't be trusted. You see. Okay, so
Okay, go ahead.
we got 11 hours plus
11?
11, 27, 13, right?
Oh, 11. Okay.
That's
11, 22,
hours,
60.
minutes, hours, minutes, seconds, plus 11, 28, 30.
Plus 11, 28, 30.
And then we've apparently been live for something like 5:22, 27.
So you want me to add that? 5, 22, 27?
Add them all up, take them away from 30, 0, 0, 0, 0.
5, 22, 27.
That was the last one.
Okay, so we've got. So I didn't really throw any like decimals or anything like that. What we have now is 277, 77, 3.
Is
I
that
don't know
English?
if that.
Can you
So now
translate
it's
those numbers into word thoughts?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with that one.
So word thoughts.
11.
Because when you talk to people, it's really just reverse mind reading.
Yes.
Of course, of course. So
I'll make it so easy, okay? You gotta add that, to what did I say? 5. Let's call it 523 now. That'll be easy. There you go. Add them all together. You get 43's on the end. That's easy. And then, oh my god, look at those numbers. How am I gonna add them together? What is math?
It's like an hour and a half left or so.
Plus 11, 18. Carry the 1. 22, 23, 28.
Last 1.5 hours just figuring out how long we're gonna stream.
Please just type enough things for the cum to go away.
One
Spend the
hour,
whole time figuring out how much time there's left.
just over 1 hour, 20 minutes, and that pushes me to, I'll probably round it up, which means 7:27. I gotta go to 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. my time. That's when I will end. All right. So that is a guarantee. That will be an hour and 33 minutes. 43
How many
minutes.
longer?
Hour and
Hour?
43.
33.
Okay.
No, 43.
Moist.
Nice.
Come,
No,
An hour
noise,
and
noise.
43.
Oh, that only, yeah, according to the math, that only just does it, so that's fine. All we gotta do is beat 29. Those losers from last year getting blown out.
You know, as long as we spend an extra second to check out, then we're good.
Yeah.
There you go, Jay. I got rid of the nasty image of the cum. I think it was probably Gaviscon. That's what they use in the porn industry. If they can't get cum, they use Gaviscon, apparently.
I mean, I don't like. I don't think cum is that hard to find, especially if you're in the porn industry. Like,
Look, there's some right there in the corner. Pick it up and put
Thanks,
it all
Rex.
over her face.
You're welcome. That's some hand lotion.
Thank you.
You can tell because if you hover over it, it says so.
Speaking of cum, chat is going crazy for a Chuck Tingle by the looks of things.
Oh my god, that would go full circle. The last time we two were in a call together was EFAP 50 and had to
I don't
listen to
think
that
I've-
story.
Memories.
I think I'm too tired to get a boner.
That's good. You won't anyway. But it's up to you guys if you want.
Well,
if this is the only way that's going to make the time pass.
dare I say it's up to chat? I think we're gonna get all yeses. We got some no's.
Okay. I'll say
that's a yes.
I think it will make the time pass more slowly.
Wait, so, what do Jay, your manager? What do we do?
I think we allow this.
All right, it looks like we're allowed. It's funny if anyone else
CJ,
drops
we
into
should
this
have
call.
fired you as manager a long time.
I always end
You
up in
can't
these
fire your
situations.
manager. That's not how that works.
I hope
Yes,
people
you
drop
can.
into this
Manager
call
fires you.
during this.
Not if it's a band manager. Then the band can do whatever the fuck they want. They just need to get a new manager.
Are you a band?
Yes.
Oh, I thought. Oh
In
shit!
my
Wait,
subjective
fuck.
opinion.
Also, I'm probably
Well,
not
I've
going to
been
get
shown.
through all of the avatars before the end of the stream. That sucks.
Mola, stop staring at me.
What? Oh.
Stop looking.
I'm trying to look at
You're making me
That's bullshit,
nervous.
okay? Alright, I guess, do I take it away, Pipeman? Is that what's happening? I don't know.
I guess so. I mean,
Oh my god.
at this point, you're so sleep deprived that you could stop me. Very
Yeah,
well.
you're
Is
probably right.
everyone sitting comfortably?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come.
Come.
That's
nice.
All right.
Yeah.
So, given EFAP certainly you like the Avengers movies, don't you? You're
Oh
all
no.
yeah.
No.
No. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, I like some of them.
I like some of them too.
Some
Did
of
you
them
like
are pretty good.
Endgame? Did you like Endgame?
I liked
Uh,
Endgame.
I want to like Endgame.
Here and there.
Yeah.
Well-
I liked it to a certain extent. Then time travel came, and I didn't like it
Oh,
anymore.
of course. And a lot of people were disappointed, weren't they? Because there was a meme last year about if only Ant-Man had just climbed up his arse and expanded, that
Oh,
would have
no.
blown up Thanos and killed him.
Sure.
Well, thankfully, Chuck Tingle has thought about this premise and really gave it some thought. So I have for you, some names have had to be changed due to copyright reasons because of Disney. So Thanos is Thamos, Ant-Man is Ant-Guy, but you get the gist of it, obviously to avoid any legal repercussions. So today, I shall be reading Revengers Butt Game. Ant-Guy gets small to go into Thanos' butt and then gets big and hard.
Naturally.
From two-time Hugo Award finalist, not winner, but finalist, Chuck Tingle. So that will be what
I
I'm
only
reading
think it's-
today.
Yeah.
Good thing it
Maybe,
was just
maybe this will be the one. Maybe this will be the one.
Yeah. Didn't someone also message Chuck Tingle to say that his stuff's been spoken about on EFAP? And he took to it quite well, didn't he?
I'd hope so.
I'll get him on.
Like that.
Okay, is everyone ready for some Marvel Avengers themed gay debauchery?
I'm not ready. But let's go.
Are you giving
Ready
us
as I'll ever be.
Okay, let's begin. Is everyone
guess
ready?
no.
At this point, for some people listening on loudspeakers in their office, this is a headphone moment. I think we can agree. Yes.
Run away.
Turn the volume way up, broadcast to your nearest Bluetooth speaker. It doesn't even matter if it's in a different room to you.
Send
It doesn't matter if it's in a different room to you.
Preferably if it's in a different house than you.
Yeah, if you can connect to someone else's device, do it now.
Oh, you know what's funny is there was once when I worked at Domino's, someone connected their phone to the TV in the lobby and they played porn on it. And we couldn't figure out which one it was. Because we can't just go out and be like, all right, which one of you's doing it?
Okay, here we go. Revengers Butt Game. Ant-Guy gets small to go into Thanos' butt, and then gets big and hard. Here we go. It's been a long time since I've had any duties as a superhero, and to be honest, I've kind of enjoyed the vacation. Granted, I wish the circumstances behind my long hiatus were better, but part of moving on in this brand new world is accepting the fact that we failed. For a lot of the heroes I work with, this has been the hardest part. When you've been doing the job for as long as me, and most of my contemporaries, you'll start to notice a pattern, mainly the fact that we never seem to lose. It's not like there aren't a few close calls here and there, but it's the nature of superheroes to come out on top when all the dust settles and the smoke clears. I suppose that's what makes us who we are, and what must frustrate the hell out of any villain who happens to cross our path. That is, until we met Thamos, a purple-skinned dinosaur more powerful than any foe we've ever seen. When this intergalactic warlord showed up, I had a feeling I might be stepping out of my depth. I'm pretty good at what I do, but my powers just don't stack up when compared to the rest of my peers. Iron Butt has a mechanical suit that makes him irresistibly handsome. Thorn has 100 times the strength of any mere mortal. And then here I am, with the power to shrink and grow at will. It's fun and convenient sometimes, but it also doesn't serve much purpose in the heat of battle. Oh, and I also get along very well with ants, giving me the name Ant-Guy. Of course, rarely do heroes get to pick and choose their abilities. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
You killed Jay.
What?
Of course, rarely do superheroes get to pick and choose their abilities, and I try to remain thankful for what I have, instead of seething with jealousy. As a member of an international superhero team, the Revengers, I try my best to fill in strategic holes wherever I can. Always doing my part in some small way. The battle against Thanos was all hands on deck. A who's who of superhero. He's written this really shit. A who's who of the superhero world, all joining together and using their powers to defeat this ultra powerful titan from some distant end of the galaxy. We put up a hell of a fight, but at the end of the day, there was nothing we could do. Thanos completed his evil master plan, clapping his muscular buns together and erasing half of all sentient creatures from existence. Here on Earth, things basically shut down. We probably could have made it work with half the population still around, but at that point, nobody could muster the emotional strength. The whole world was just too devastated to push onward, as though nothing happened. People quit going to work, and the sound of laughter stopped ringing out through the streets altogether. Thanos may have destroyed half the population, but the spirit of everyone was crushed under the weight of his actions. As a superhero, there wasn't much for me to battle against anymore. What was left of the minor villains in my city were equally devastated by loss, no longer interested in a life of petty crime. Instead of shrinking down to a tiny speck of dust or growing as tall as an enormous building, I spent most of my days reading and catching up on chores around the house. It's the only thing I could do to shut off my mind and ignore the formidable grief that consumed everything around me. But I could only ignore reality for so long. I pull up to the front gate of the Revengers' secret headquarters, waiting for the high-tech security system built by Iron Butt himself to read my pupils and scan my car for any weapons. It only takes a brief moment before the scan completes, and the gate swings open wide, allowing me passage. I pull forward onto the lush grounds of the secret headquarters, an enormous campus constructed in the middle of the wilderness with rolling green hills and a small river that runs through it. The whole place is immaculate, cared for by an army of robots who also serve as lethal security sentries. I drive around to the front parking lot, pulling in next to a few other cars that I immediately recognize. The whole team is here. I think to myself, half of them at least. I climb out of my car and find myself immediately greeted by Iron Butt, who extends a hand. "Hey, Scoot," Iron Butt offers, using my real name. "Thanks for coming." This greeting is kind and professional, but unsettling in its own unique way. Iron Butt is never this nice. A rowdy character with an endless arsenal of witty quips. It's strange to see Iron Butt this solemn. That mischievous twinkle in his eye has vanished long ago with half the known universe. Where else would I be, I question. Iron Butt just nods with understanding, then motions for me to follow him. The two of us begin our walk through the front door of the Revengers headquarters, then down a long hallway towards the War Room, a place where all of our tactical discussions once took place. "So, you've got a plan, I say?" Iron Butt nods. "That's good to hear," I continue. "Forgive me for not being as excited as I should be. It's just..." The two of us stop, turning to face one another. "I want to get back at Thanos so badly. I want to make him pay," I admit, finally letting these pent-up feelings course through me. "And if you've somehow figured out a way to find him and put us in the position for another showdown, I'll be there, right by your side." "But," Iron Butt questions. "But none of this is going to bring them back," I remind him. "All of our friends, our families, we already lost. And that's not something hunting down Thanos is ever going to change." For the first time, I see the faintest glimmer of a smile work its way across Iron Butt's face. What if it is something we could change? I narrow my eyes. What do you mean? Short of a time machine, there's no way that's possible. Now Iron Butt's familiar grin completely appears, the man unable to hide his excitement any longer. "You're in for a treat," he tells me, then continues onward, and I follow behind. "A time machine?" I question, overflowing with excitement. Iron Butt pushes through the door of the War Room, and we're immediately greeted by a round table of heroes, some faces that I recognize and some I don't. Behind them, in a large spherical machine with various electrical tubes and wires connected to its round surface, there is a single seat in the middle of the contraption, and it's empty. The second I arrive, everyone begins to applaud, a rousing welcome that I wasn't quite expecting. Oh, thanks. It's all that I can think to say, a little confused. I appreciate it, but the rest of you guys are way more powerful than I am. Not in this case, offers Dr. Weird, a man in a long red cape with incredible magical powers. Dr. Weird stands up from his chair and begins walking towards me, a fire in his eyes. I've seen 69,000 different permutations of our final battle with Thamos, and there is only one that ends with victory. You are the hero we need. I am, I stammer. Who's going with me? Dr. Weird shakes his head. Just you. Brock Banner could only make a machine large enough to send back one hero. Fortunately, one is all that we need. This is crazy, I reply. I can't shoot lasers or cast magic spells. I can't turn into a mighty green monster. All I can do is get really small or really big. Exactly, Dr. Weird replies with a smile, reaching out and patting me on the shoulder with a reassuring gesture. The magical man walks over to the far wall, then begins to trace his fingers through the air. This leaves a trail of shimmering gold energy wherever Dr. Weird moves, allowing him to treat the wall as though it's an enormous whiteboard. As I said, there is only one plan that will work, and one hero who is equipped for the job. That hero is you, repeats Dr. Weird, sketching out a tiny drawing of Thamos and me standing next to one another. We're going to send you back in time to our penultimate battle with Thamos. Won't I already be there? I question. Dr. Weird nods. Good question, yes, but please don't interact with yourself, or you'll destroy the entire space-time continuum. Once you've arrived, you should immediately shrink down to the size of a sand grain. Dr. Weird magically makes the floating sketch of me shrink down into a single dot of light. We then need you to approach Thamos cautiously and fly up into his butthole, continues the doctor. Wait, what? I blurt. We need you to shrink down very, very small and then fly up into Thamos's butthole, repeats Dr. Weird, magically causing the dot that represents me to shoot up into the drawing of Thamos. Why? I stammer. So you can get really big once you're in there and make him explode, Dr. Weird continues. I have to admit, it's not the craziest idea I've heard, and if Dr. Weird says this is the way it has to be, then I trust him. I take a deep breath, and I let out slowly, allowing a moment for everything to sink in. Let's do it, I finally announce, clapping my hands together loudly. The room erupts into cheers as I approach the spherical time machine, climbing inside and taking my position at the helm. Before me is a large screen with a series of flashing symbols powered by some strange combination of technology and magic. You only get one trip there and one trip home, explains Ironbutt. So, make it count. Hopefully, by the time you return, this will be a very different world. I've got this, I assure the collection of heroes. You can count on me. Whenever you're ready, press the big red button. Dr. Weird instructs, motioning towards a large button that sits next to the flat screen. Without a moment's hesitation, I slam my hand down, hard on the big red circle. Suddenly, the entire world around me disappears with a loud electrical crackle. I feel as though I'm hurtling forward at an incredible rate of speed, all solid matter falling away and replaced by a swirling cascade of blue and white energy. This sensation only lasts a matter of seconds, however, and the next thing I know, my body is yanked forward as the machine comes to a dead stop in the middle of a strange alien landscape. I recognize this place immediately, a distant planet that has haunted my nightmares ever since that fateful day. Over and over, I've thought about what it would be like to return to this place, the site of my own final battle with Thamos, but never did I believe this day would actually arrive. Suddenly, my thoughts are interrupted by frantic shouting and booming explosions that emanate from somewhere nearby. I quickly jump down from my time machine and survey the surroundings, finding that I'm hidden behind a large pile of rubble. Beyond this pile is where the chaos is occurring, and already I know what that chaos is. Carefully, I sneak around the edge of this rubble mound to get a better view, watching as my final battle against Thamos rages on once more. Of course, this wasn't the very last time our collection of heroes made a stand against the evil warlord, but it's the last fight I was involved in, and the one that brought us the closest to victory before fate dramatically snatched it away. I can see why Dr. Weird would bring me to this moment. Ant guy, get big and smash him, someone calls out, drawing my attention. I glance over, but quickly realize it's not the current ant guy he's calling to, but ant guy from the past. Immediately, I shrink down to the size of a sand grain and begin bounding around this rugged terrain towards Thamos, doing my best not to draw attention to myself. Of course, this is a fairly simple task when you're my size, and it's not long before I'm standing below the enormous purple-skinned dinosaur. I gaze up at Thamos's perfectly toned buns, noting just how muscular and well sculpted they are. If he wasn't trying to eliminate half the universe, I have to admit, I'd actually find this godlike entity quite attractive. Here goes nothing, I say under my breath, then spring upwards with a powerful bound. I easily travel through the fabric of Thamos's suit, then have no problem navigating into his butthole. I push deep inside the purple entity's anal passageway, eventually finding a spot to rest. Part 1 of my mission is complete. Now for Part 2. Not wasting any time, I reverse course, enlarging myself as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, I hit a snag when I find that Thamos's power extends all the way down into the depths of his butt. Instead of exploding the purple dinosaur into a million pieces, I simply find myself filling out his ass, stuffing him full. Oh, I hear a rumbling voice exclaim from all around me. Thamos clearly just as surprised as I am. Hold on a moment. From my place, deep within his butthole, I can hear the fighting and explosion stop. I'm sorry, I'd like to keep battling you all, but I feel a little strange, Thamos calls out. I'll be back. Oh no, I begin to stammer, realizing now what's about to happen. The next thing I know, someone is grabbing tightly onto my feet, pulling hard as they remove me from my anal hiding spot. I immediately return to my original size to find Thamos standing before me. But the alien battleground is nowhere to be found. Instead, the two of us roast under the warm afternoon sun on a lush, beautiful farm. Did you teleport us here? I blurt. Well, I thought I was only teleporting myself, Thamos offers in return. I didn't know there was a stowaway. I could crush you. Do you understand? Yeah, I stammer, suddenly realizing the grave danger that I'm in. Out here on this farm, wherever that may be, there are no other heroes to protect me. Thamos and me just stand here for a moment, staring at one another awkwardly. He's sizing me up as I tremble in fear, still not quite sure what to do with me. I'm not going to crush you, the purple dinosaur finally admits. Why? I ask cautiously. To be perfectly honest, I haven't felt that good in a long time, Thamos explains. I narrow my eyes, not exactly sure what he's trying to say. You mean with me in your butt? The purple warlord nods. Now that I know how handsome you are, I was hoping I could return the favor. I know it's never a good idea to sleep with the enemy, but I must admit my powerful attraction to this strange galactic entity. He's incredibly muscular and well-built, with a perfect ass and a bulging package that I'd love to get a better look at. More importantly, I can sense the slightest bit of good within him. Maybe, just maybe, with the right amount of tender love and care, I could alter the course of history with carnal passion instead of violence. I think I'd like that, I finally say, a mischievous twinkle in my eye. Suddenly, Thamos and me are kissing enthusiastically, our hands roaming wild across one another's bodies as we tear away at the fabric of our supersuits. The more I see of Thamos's bare chest and abs, the more turned on I get, consistently blown away by his mighty physique. Can't believe we're doing this, I gush, my hands tracing lower and lower across the purple dinosaur's muscular form. I hesitate for a moment at the warlord's waistband, teasing him with my touch, and then finally having mercy as I reach inside. I grab a hold of Thamos's swollen cock and then pull him forth, gasping aloud when I finally see the full size of his behemoth rod. Oh my God, I stammer. That is a beautiful space cock. Thamos smiles knowingly, then falters slightly as I begin to beat him off. The purple entity leans his head back and shuts his eyes tight as I begin to stroke him, pumping my tightly closed grip up and down across his rod.
Fuck yeah!
I coo into... I knew you'd love this one, Jay. You like that? I coo into the purple warlord's ear. I continue to beat off Thamos like this for a good while, then eventually drop down to my knees before him. I gaze up with my cock-hungry eyes, then open my mouth wide and swallow his mighty tongue. I swiftly get to work, bobbing my head up and down across the purple dinosaur's length, gracefully servicing him while I reach up and cradle his hanging cosmic balls. My movements are skillful and patient, taking my time with his shaft as I alternate techniques. Eventually, I pop Thamos's dick out of my mouth and I lick him from the base of his rod to the very tip, kissing the end playfully as I gather my senses. Next, I open wide and take the purple warlord's cock once more, only this time I don't move my head back and forth. Instead, I push my face farther and farther down onto Thamos's rod, somehow relaxing my gag reflex enough to take him into my absolute depths. Deeper and deeper I push until eventually I end up with my face pressed hard against Thamos's perfectly chiseled abs, his dick consumed to the hilt. Thamos reaches down and places his hands on the back of my head, holding me there for a moment as he savors this perfectly performed deep throat. I'm loving every second of this encounter, enjoying the way it feels to submit myself to such a powerful entity. Eventually, I run out of air and pull back with a gasp, sputtering wildly as I struggle to collect myself. A long strand of saliva hangs between my lips and the head of Thamos's giant shaft. I need that fat cosmic cock inside me, I tell him, wild-eyed and belligerent. I quickly pull off the rest of my uniform, leaving only the strap around my waist that helps me to shrink or grow. I turn around and fall forward onto my hands and knees, popping my ass out towards the hulking purple giant. Clearly, Thamos likes what he sees, his eyes transfixed on my perfectly toned rump as I wiggle it from side to side. I reach back and give my butt a playful slap, then hold my cheeks open so he can get a good look at my puckered back door. Fuck me, I command. The massive purple dinosaur climbs down into position behind me, aligning his giant dick with the anal seal. Thamos teases me for a moment, playfully testing the rim of my butthole, then pulling back at the last second. Please, I beg, I need that cock! Finally, the warlord has mercy and pushes forward, filling me up completely in a single powerful swoop. I let out a startled yelp as he enters me, my fingers gripping tightly into the ground as I struggle to adjust to his incredible size. Fortunately, Thamos takes his time with me, allowing my body to adjust to his formidable member. Gradually, the purple dinosaur begins to pump slowly in and out of my ass, causing the aching discomfort to gently melt away. Soon enough, the sensations pulsing across my frame are one of pleasure and warmth. The two of us fall into a confident rhythm together, Thamos hammering away at my butthole while I reach down between my legs and grab a hold of my hanging, swollen cock. Now, two distinct sources of pleasure start to build within. One from my prostate deep down inside, and one from the aching head of my swollen cock. These two sources of bliss feed off one another, growing stronger and stronger at an exponential rate. That feels so fucking good in my tight ass, I moan, my eyes rolling back into my head as I repeat this phrase over and over again, growing louder with every round until I'm screaming it out at the top of my lungs. That feels so fucking good in my tight ass. I can sense the edge of a powerful orgasm looming within me, and moments later, I'm hurtling off this cliff into the great unknown. I grit my teeth, hissing through them as the sensation explodes through my body like a massive tidal wave, sweeping me away. Fuck! I scream, jizz erupting hard from the head of my cock and splattering out across the ground below in beautiful, pearly patterns. It feels as though this orgasm will last forever. Load after load blasting from my dick. But eventually, the sensation passes, and Thamos pulls his rod out of my now reamed back door. Come all over me, I command, frantic for the purple warlord's seed. I spin around on my knees, gazing up at him. Thamos begins to furiously beat off above me, ready to blow at any second. But I suddenly hold up a hand to stop him. No, not just on my face, I continue, smiling playfully. I want you to come all over me. In a moment of erotic inspiration, I turn the dial on my wrist, shrinking myself down once more to the size of a sand grain. This time, however, it's not my lover's ass that I'm aiming for. I run and jump, flying through the air at a very specific target, and somehow managing to make it through the tiny opening at the end of Thamos's cock. I slide deep down into his urethra, where I begin to shake wildly, only adding to his pleasure. Do it, I command. Blow that fucking load. I can feel the penile cavern around me begin to vibrate as Thamos lets out a wild howl of pleasure. Suddenly, I'm hit by a literal wave of cum, the semen pushing me out like a rocket and blasting me through the air. As I land, I tumble through an ocean of spunk, completely swept away by Thamos's hot white jizz. When the purple dinosaur finally finishes, I return to my original size, smiling wide and covered in his seed. That was amazing, I gush. Yes, it was, Thamos nods. Come. The purple warlord turns and leads me into his farmhouse, a modest structure with not much more than a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Thamos and me head to his bathroom, where he starts a shower. Without a word, the two of us climb in and begin to wash one another in a way that's incredibly comforting and sweet. It's strange to see this once bloodthirsty entity being so calm and collected, so loving. You came to kill me, Thamos finally offers bluntly. I nod. I thought it was the only way to stop you from going through with your plan. Looks like there was another way, Thamos continues. I pull back in surprise, taking in this beautiful purple creature through this pouring water. You mean you won't eliminate half of all life in the universe? Now that I've found you, how could I, he questions. I wrap my arms around Thamos, enjoying the comforting sensation of our embrace. I have to go back to my timeline, I tell him. Thamos smiles. I'll meet you there. Suddenly, I'm standing back in the war room at the Revenger's secret hideout, surrounded by smiling friends and family. Everyone is here, including the heroes that were so notably absent before. The whole room erupts into a wild cheer when I arrive, including Thamos, who's standing before me with open arms. Welcome home, he says. End.
Welcome to the classiest podcast on the internet, you guys.
I'm so glad that this was my first EFAP experience. Holy shit.
I'm so glad I'm not coming back on this show.
I have to tip my hat to the reader. I love the enthusiasm in which you read.
I like to think that someone tuned in just as we got a literal wave of cum.
Jesus Christ. Where do you find this shit, Voxus?
There's a suspicion that he writes it.
You are Chuck Tingle.
To be fair, his prose aren't bad for someone who's...
that wasn't a denial.
Prose are like... He would probably have delivered us a better Captain Marvel.
Yes. Jay, that
That's
icon is
Captain
horrifying.
Marvel's one weakness is
So
Steven.
I wanted to be like, people are changing their pictures to funny stuff. I was like, I don't have anything funny to change my picture to. And then I went, hang on. And I checked my own name on the tags of Rule 34 and found this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You really like your mayonnaise, don't you?
Oh, I love mayonnaise. I actually really do like mayonnaise.
Well, is that mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
Man, I just couldn't stand
It's come.
I couldn't stand my profile picture right next to Voxus smiling at him, and so I had to change.
I don't know. Your previous picture had like a good look of concern on it when it was in that context. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, but concern's not enough. It has to be discussed. Now I have to Photoshop that picture all over again because I didn't keep the original.
Poor Peepo. Peepo stole all of that.
Well, there we go. That killed half an hour.
We're
Also killed everyone else.
home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. 59 minutes. Let's just hang out.
I want to know
Yeah.
if anyone in chat actually managed to stream that to someone else's Bluetooth device.
Hold your mum and hold up the
Put it
speaker.
up on the loudspeaker in a Walmart.
I feel like there's got to be one. Also,
There's gotta be-
welcome.
I mean, if people are trying.
Welcome, Ben and Smudboy. How you doing, lads? Wasn't that wonderful?
Wow. That was wonderful.
That was like the last time I was on, I think Voxus was reading My Immortal. So I
It's-
guess it's the same experience as before since last year. So hey, good going, Voxus.
Yeah, I seriously have
thank
to commend you. You managed to maintain it really well. I don't understand, really. It's kind of an incredible ability.
Yeah, you slipped once, but once is pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's like so few mistakes, and you maintain the pace. You seem to anticipate when you need to, accentuate each of the words, each of the parts. Very good
have
reader.
You have voice acting experience yourself, don't you, Mauler?
Yeah, I'm not that consistent. I need more attempts.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you do some voiceover for a video game, an
Yes.
ant game?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, not Ant Guy. He wasn't there.
No, an ant game.
Yes.
What was that like? What was that like?
Oh, it was fun. This is a fun little experience. You have to read out a whole. I think the funnest part was when it got to like the really gamey things. When it would be like, say like 10 resources remaining. You have to read out like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, that sort of shit. We are like, wow, someone's actually gonna listen to me read out all these fucking things. Like, well, that's how it works mechanically. But then the duration stuff, you get to be like, I think I've talked about this before, but like with documentaries, they make it all dramatic. Like the army of ants approaches the innocent gorilla as it sleeps, and then
like Leningen.
But you get to do that in the game and be all like epic. There's a clip, Mel knows about this one, where I'm like testing out the game myself, and I'm about to fight like this huge boss, but I've kind of like over provided ants to myself. And I like break open the wall, and my commentary is trying to introduce this massive boss. It's gonna take ages to kill, and it dies like halfway through. I'm explaining it, and it's just like awkwardly standing around, like I'm just taking apart its corpse. Well, it's like this thing is unstoppable. It's like good luck.
Yeah, I was watching. It's Empire of the Ants, isn't it? I was watching a review. Someone was, praising it, saying it's really good. And there's a segment, and I heard a voice, and it's like, "That's Mauler. That's Mauler
Yes.
talking."
Empires of the Undergrowth, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It's an ant.
So who
simulator.
here has been here the entire time?
I have.
That would
I
be
have.
Raggers.
Rags and Mahler.
I feel like I have been after that.
24-hour streams are so brutal. I've done 3 of them, and I almost never want to do one again.
Well, hey, after all that, I have arrived once, but I've came twice.
Yeah, we got 56 minutes until 30 hours is what we decided to go for this year. Just to beat out the 29 from last year.
Beat out.
Because we're that petty to old
Does that
faps.
mean next year?
Take
31?
that.
Yeah, I guess we got to do 31 next year. Oh.
Don't keep going for too many years.
I was gonna say we're gonna have to give up eventually. We hit like 10,000. We're like, how are we alive?
No, 50 years of EFAPs.
Oof, yeah. At that point, we might actually kill ourselves by staying up that late.
Yep.
Did you know you will die of sleep deprivation before you starve to death?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it depends if
because
you're
it takes
sleeping
about
or
a week
reading.
to starve to death, doesn't it?
Well, if you here's the thing. The statement assumes you're not doing either.
Mhm.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that assumption.
It's like an understood you as like a subject in a declarative sentence.
How recently have I slept or eaten?
I don't know. Only you can prevent forest fires.
Yeah, I believe you can starve to death in a week, but you can probably die of sleep deprivation in about 4 days or so.
Sleep. I think sleep deprivation. I'm not sure what the difference is.
It could last a lot longer than a week without food.
I know you die of thirst way quicker
yeah,
than you die of
Yeah, you
starvation.
can certainly die of
about
thirst
3
quicker
weeks
than
without
hunger.
food.
I think it's like closer to a month because it's like I've fasted for 5 days and I didn't feel like dying.
So
I
you
was
get
dying
3
of
minutes.
thirst listening to that.
This is 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food.
It's 3 weeks? Holy shit.
You can go a long time without food as long as you're getting that water.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a
Depends,
week.
surely it
that the
depends
water
how
killed you.
large you are already.
Like Movie
why
Bob,
they
it's
have
probably
Halloween
like
go
3
that big.
years.
Oh, you chop off your
Yeah.
arm, right? And you start eating that? Is that what you do?
Oh no! If he did a video about that, and that's a bad idea. It expends more energy to heal than it does than you get from eating it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your stomach juices would digest themselves every 3 days, your lining, so you would
And
have to keep drinking
eventually,
water.
yeah, you don't want to eat if you don't have access to water in certain circumstances because you expend water in order to go through the digestive process.
You think your body would be smart enough to not do that?
Well,
No.
Dumbass.
no, you
piece of
wouldn't.
shit. Mine
Jay,
is.
there's
Yes.
a question going around. Which holiday do you prefer? Halloween or Christmas?
Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've answered this already.
Oh,
That's
have
just
you?
you know, I'm offended that people have to ask me because obviously I'm on the side of the better option.
No,
Yeah,
you're not.
what's the numbers on that now?
I believe. Well, let's find out. We got who he hasn't. We got 3 people to answer the question here right now. Ben.
Yeah, let's do it.
Halloween
Yes.
or Christmas? Which is better?
Christmas.
I'd
no-
go
no doubt.
Halloween all the way. I'm not a fan
Yay.
of Christmas. I can't stand Christmas music. I cannot stand it.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely Halloween.
You know what? I was going to say Christmas until you brought up music. It's Halloween.
Yes.
Yeah.
That music,
fucking
you
cannot
can't
stand
escape it
Christmas
either.
You
It's
literally can.
everywhere.
Well, maybe
really
you haven't
can.
heard any good music from Christmas markets or live performances. Those are fantastic, whether it's German or just traditional Christian. It's beautiful stuff. Doesn't even matter what language they're singing. It's always beautiful live performance. So
I feel
Well,
like
you
some
gotta-
languages are just not good ever.
What about
Like,
English? You like English, Rags?
English is hit and miss, honestly.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I understand what the words mean.
English stole a lot of words from a lot of places. That's why it's so cool.
The English stole a lot of things from a lot of places.
Yeah, give me your words back.
Earthlings stole a lot of things from a lot of places. I'll have
that's
you
the
know.
that's the problem with English is that there's so many words or phrases that you don't pronounce, and people look at this like Germans and go, "What the hell is this word?
What
and why
words
do
do
you
we not
say it?"
pronounce?
Hey man, I'm right here, okay?
Like
What phrases
phlegm,
do we not pronounce? I'm so confused.
phlegm. There's so many words that you
You mean
have you write them
letters?
out. Yeah, you write them, but you don't say them.
The little
So it
symbols
makes
that
things-
correspond to sounds? The letters?
Yeah, yes, the alphabet. Thank you.
What's happening?
You said there were like phrases we don't pronounce, and I was
think
so
it's
confused.
really weird that nobody pronounces the P in Simpsons.
Fucking kill you.
So we've got 2 more in the numbers for Halloween and 1 for Christmas.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We got
Is there a
the.
prize at the end of it?
Well,
So
yeah, one of
there
the
was-
holidays gets permanently banished from reality.
Do you have a plan for episode 200? Because I have a proposition. Back in the day on DP, we had someone get fisted on episode 200.
I like that. That's just. What do you guys think? Fisting? It's like,
Yeah, you know what? I've been thinking about it. Yeah.
there
How
was
do you decide that?
there was a census done for the year of 51 to 100, I guess. I can link it into EFAP chat. You guys can do your votes, but I'm not sure it'll make a huge difference at this point because it's been voted upon heavily. Right, but there it is. Where is it? These are the results. We can see what the census results are. Isn't everybody interested by what in the world this could say? Oh, to fucking put it on screen, I'm gonna have to make everyone look weird. Sorry about this, but you know.
No problem.
It happens. Now we're gonna see 5. It's okay. We got a good selection. They only cut out like half of us.
Yay! I'm still here.
So, which were your favorite EFAP episodes of Year 2? The overwhelming score seems to be going to Lord of the Rings, which was like the most painful EFAP. But yeah, it did really well. With a runner-up looking to be a guide to The Last Jedi. Do you remember that shit? Wolf, you were there for that fucking video.
Guide to The Last Jedi. Which one was that?
It was like the last big video you covered before 100, I guess. Yeah, because like, wait, full breakdown of... Oh, that's Order 66 then as well. Yeah, and the Jenny Nicholson one, and the Quinton one. Yeah, they're all high school. Oh, and Tonal gonna cook us, gonna teach us how to cook. That was a high school as well. Favorite new guest was Aiden Paladin by pretty significant margin. Next up was Internet Historian, and then Heelvis Babyface, and Armored Skeptic. That's like the four ones. Look at the little community voting. How interesting. Who are your favorite reoccurring EFAP? I feel like this is unfair now. It's a popularity contest. Friggy wins it out. Apparently he is the favorite reoccurring guest. Then Shadiversity. Then Critical Drinker. Then Jay. Jay, how does it feel?
Poor Al's fucking 3%.
Oh, that's just racism. Nobody likes the black smiley face. It's terrible. Yeah, Mel, you beat out Theo, who was on EFAP. Wow.
Oh, damn. That's exciting.
But Weekend Warrior beat you out.
Bastard.
Fight. What are the best new memes of Year 2? It seems to me that the two overwhelmingly voted for are Isle of Man flag and no.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise whatsoever. They are very commonly used. What's a clear runner-up is What You Bring Me. I don't even know why that would have been a surprise. And then Batwoman's ridiculous fight music.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Cougar Juice at a 0.3%. Just...
Oh, Cougar Juice was good though.
Gimli wants Frodo and Sam to die. You only got 0.2%. How is that possible? How many of Year 2...
What the fuck is Jags?
What's Jags?
Jags? What is Jags?
Is that like a ship name for me and Rags?
Maybe.
No. What if that's like me but jazz?
Is it a portmanteau?
Jazz
Is it like
kinda-
Brangelina? Like if people ship you and Rags and together, is
Well, yeah,
that what that is?
That's what I was guessing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an acronym for something.
Well, have a look on that Rule 34 website that you got your avatar from. That might answer a few
No.
things.
I'm not sure what this one means. It says, how does EFAP Year 2 compare to Year 1? And it just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. Well.
Oh, like I think in the quiz it said like better or worse.
Oh, wait, so was 4
1 out
closer
of
to
5.
better or worse?
One would be. I think 1 was worse.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow! One piece of shit thought that this year was. That's Jared.
Who are you?
Because he
Show
wasn't in it.
yourself.
Jared got into he was figuring out how to work his computer machine.
Have you gone out of your way to watch or play a movie, show, or game because of EFAP coverage? And the most commonly answered is yes, because I got interested in the media by the discussion of it. Winning! We've gotten people into stuff. And yes, both.
Nice.
Yeah, well that. Which was the worst movie in the Star Wars sequel trilogy? And it seems to be The Last Jedi, according to this.
Interesting.
What a shock!
Well,
time
no,
goes on.
what do you mean what a shock? It got a 50-50 vote when we
Yeah,
did it.
last time. This is
Yeah,
interesting.
it was insane.
Yeah, it was 50. It was deadlocked. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, right.
Good.
This
No,
one
wasn't that when we
also,
were reading the leaks, though?
this one also includes The Force Awakens.
No, I think this was the episode right after.
It was
like,
order,
on
we did it on Order 66, right?
I still think that The Rise of Skywalker is worse than The Last Jedi.
I think you may be forgiving The Last Jedi's tisms. Maybe.
Yeah, at
I
first
think
I
you
would
may be
agree with you.
forgiving The Rise of Skywalker.
I actually agree with Jay on this one. I think Rise of Skywalker is just a little bit worse.
Like I would agree with you like originally, but then it took some time to realize that the only reason that The Rise of Skywalker is as bad as it is because it was doing damage control for TLJ.
No, that's not. People keep saying it would be like half of the things that the things that does as damage control for TLJ are like some of the least offensive parts of the film. JJ like made that shit by himself. Like the first thing that it does is bring back Palpatine. There was nothing requiring him to do that in
TLJ totally set that up.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
TLJ definitely destroyed Luke, but The Rise of Skywalker destroyed the greatest villain in cinematic history, which
Well, I'm
is
not saying
worse, in my opinion.
well, I'm not saying that The Rise of Skywalker would have been good if TLJ didn't exist. It still had like made its own big stupid foibles, but I think like having to do damage control for TLJ probably would have at least got the pacing better.
No.
I mean, it was a staggeringly low vote for The Force Awakens. People seem to be sure that The Force Awakens really is better than the other two. I guess we'll have to go here. The Han Solo damage and the damage to the world just not as significant as what happens in the other two, which I think is fair. Most inconsistent character in The Rise of Skywalker, the top vote was Kylo Ren, but he was disqualified, so...
yeah.
Next up was Admiral Hux. I guess so?
Oh yeah, that's what I chose.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what the results of that were, actually. Do we have that on EFAP.me, the votes, and I don't know.
I know I chose Rey, and I was right.
Yeah, I chose Rey, and I was right
yeah,
for the wrong
Admiral
reasons.
Hux. Looks like Rey narrowly edged it out over Luke Skywalker.
I don't want to think about Rey edging Luke Skywalker.
Oh no.
Out of retirement? No, he didn't.
Looks like in the community response, Christmas is currently beating Halloween. Horrifying.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
community
yeah.
is wrong.
Yeah.
No, they're correct. They
You know how
they
people
got
say
this
that
one.
the EFAP audience is just Nazis? I agree with that now.
Yes.
All I need to know is that Tonal liked Halloween, and that's just all the confirmation I
Yeah,
need.
that was wonderful.
Yeah, everyone on Christmas, everyone voting Christmas needs to know that you're gonna just please Tonal.
Hey, I liked Halloween before Tonal said it.
You know, I think I might prefer Thanksgiving and St. Patrick's Day over Halloween, though, because both both holidays cater to my gluttony and my alcoholism.
Halloween doesn't?
You know, I'm not a big candy person. I'm not
Me
a big
neither.
sweets person.
I'm not a big
you can
candy
just get
person as
drunk.
well.
I'm a big sweets person. I like me some sweets. Well, like, do cakes count as that sweet?
Not for Halloween, I don't think.
No, 'cause,
What do they magically turn into
In the UK,
something
we
else
get
that
you get
day?
like candy bars, which are closer to cake than like what you think of when you think of candy, which is like hard candy and gummies and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think of
I'm not really a
candy
fan
bars
of
when I think of cake.
Like like a cake bar, like which is like just cake wrapped with like maybe caramel and biscuit wrapped in chocolate.
There are some Quebecois style cakes like that, but that's very specific.
Like a Mars bar is
so-
what we would call a cake bar in some deplorable parts of the UK.
Oh, really?
Cake bar?
Wow,
Disgusting.
A cake bar.
that's
Yeah, 'cause it's
new.
got cake in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
I've heard people from the UK refer to soda as fizzy juice. So whenever I hear someone from the UK use a word for food, I have no idea what they're talking about. A flapjack there is like an oat bar. Here it's basically a pancake.
Oi, governor, you want some
I say
fizzy
flapjacks.
juice?
What do you?
Wanker.
We got the most wholesome laugh
Oh my God, that
competition
looks so good.
was Moriarty versus Mark After Dark versus Jay Longbone. Is there any more? They are a trio of laughter people. Have we got any other ones?
No one else has laughed on EFAP.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
No fun
Jay
allowed.
Longbone smashed the competition. which is interesting.
yeah.
It's hard to
mean-
beat Moriarty, honestly, but Jay Longbone, that's just a powerhouse, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
We got-
completely agree with that.
Like black don't crack.
You got Jay, kick, hug, or both. Both seems to be the overwhelming winner, with kick on the backup and hug being the lowest selected out of the 3 options.
Oh, I get it. You can hug him so you can kick him
Yep.
like harder and more often because he can't escape.
Mm-hmm.
Stop! Let me go!
And it looks like 440 people voted for high rags.
Hello.
You have to say it 440 times. Get started.
No.
God.
Yeah, you do have to say it 440 times.
Can I
That's how
say
that
them all
works.
simultaneously?
Do it. Oh, you
Hello,
didn't do it.
Rags.
I was expecting like.
No, I said them all simultaneously, and it's.
Wouldn't it be really loud?
No, I said it very, very softly. I'm surprised it came out that loud.
Wow.
I barely said anything, but it's.
Damn.
Wow. I tried to be imperceptible.
That's cray cray.
Here, hang on. I'll help.
Hello.
Oh my
Just
god.
gotta- you just got to
My
really
goodness.
mash the shit out of that, and I think we'll be good.
He has stolen your voice.
Good back. It's rude.
He's a wizard. Harold.
Some people have skunks as their personas. What an odd choice.
I want to see some slug personas. Do it, cowards.
Slug persona.
Yeah, not a lot of tapeworms.
Or
You
larva.
really love your tapeworm.
Not a lot of tapeworm.
Where is the
Slime
love for the
personas.
larva?
Jellyfish.
Yeah, no jellyfish. No fish in general, actually.
Yeah. Come on,
Unless
Staley.
it's a shark, in which case they make them look as not shark as possible.
I went to my first furry con ever back in February. I'm not a furry, but I went with Adam
nice.
from YMS when I was visiting Vancouver.
Just to observe.
How'd
Yeah,
that
it was,
go?
you know, it was a
Document
good
the
time.
wildlife.
You have to study the enemy.
Yes. I'm not a furry.
Need to know your enemy.
Stop saying it, guys.
I swear.
Oh wait,
I
Mel.
just like wolf cum.
What's that picture from? I don't recognize it.
Someone sent it to me on Twitter.
What is it? Is it of a you? Do you want me to put it on screen?
Wait, hang on. Let me.
Are you riding something like a rhino? I don't know. Most people are these days.
No, I'm just standing here, and I'll drag it into the Chattenheimer.
I feel like we should probably ask Jay permission. Is it cool for other people to ride rhinos, or is that?
Is he doing knee squats?
I think so. That's from Lysia Blackbird.
Just imagine
Oh,
his own
shit.
entire upper body is just frozen that
It's
way.
really good.
But he's like doing some really hardcore workout with his legs.
Is this? Are you playing VR?
Without, I forgot my VR set though.
What brand
I
are those
appreciate.
headphone sets?
Sorry.
What sets are those headphones? What brand are those headphones?
Like Sadies. It's like actually really cheap ones. It's like
Mercedes?
30. Sadies,
Benz?
something. Like, I still have those. It's like my backup headset when I'm hanging out somewhere and I just need headsets. It actually has a pretty good microphone. Usually has some over displays when I was visiting.
Yes.
So we can record the tisms. So
I like that it's
actually
canon that
Go
you
ahead.
wear that shirt all the time.
it's true.
And you got a Toxic Brood badge as well. Official.
Yeah.
Be still crying though.
Good stuff.
We were talking about
Yeah,
how
I always
once you
cry.
stop crying, like things are gonna get weird. Like everyone should get scared. It's like shit. What's happening? What's going on?
Are you
Right.
always in a lunge stance like that?
Yeah, most of the time.
Just crying. Oh, my
You must
knees,
have
my
very
knees are so
fit
sore.
legs then.
I don't.
That or
That's
he's
why he's crying.
I do not
yeah, he's
lie.
probably crying because he can't get out of the lunge stance.
He's practicing for his Streetcar Named Desire pose by Marlon Brando.
Mora, has ER come on? EFAP
No,
yet?
I haven't had anything like. I've been kind of like seeing about what. I mean, we almost didn't have Jay at all. I missed a couple people this time around,
So close.
unfortunately. Yeah, because it's almost squeaked right in. Same for in fairness, same for a couple of you guys in this call right now. This is like the end game. ER, if you're around. Like, wait, I can't even fit him in because we're fucking full capacity on Discord right now.
This is the end game
Oh,
of
damn.
streams.
We need to summon him. The Legend of Korra was really good. You should show up for 5 minutes. Just give it 5.
It was funny. Fucking internet historian just showed up in the first part. He was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll hang." He responds to Jim Sterling for like 5 hours. Sweet.
That was super bad. I'm glad I don't follow him anymore.
Hey man, he still says some good stuff about some things sometimes. I'm not going to promise what it was or when it is, but sometimes.
Yeah, the ratio is getting a little out of whack now, and I'm getting tired of it.
Good for who?
Jim Sterling. He's got a weird boner for Fall Guys as well. Like, you'd think after Jay's video came out that people would get the message, but no, everyone's got their own opinion. It's like, what the fuck? Horrifying.
I'm glad I don't have opinions.
Mm-hmm.
I just have facts.
Facts and logic. Facts and logic.
Someone did a meme of me where I stopped crying because EFAP 100 is coming on or something. I can't find it anymore. I forgot to save it. If you're listening, send it to Twitter or something. I can't find it. It was
Dude,
really
come
good.
on, we can't see you not crying. That's going to disturb the balance.
Sorry.
Can I just say, I really like this avatar.
Oh yeah, isn't that the one where you got like all the lengthy limbs and then at one point it's like there's a foot just slightly out of frame?
Actually, as well, I can tell you that throughout EFAP 100, where are we? I went through 186 avatars.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
There's a couple.
So are you doing that manually?
Yes.
You're not running some kind of script?
I am not smart enough to do that.
Okay.
But I'm sure it wasn't clunky as hell and nobody noticed, so it worked out really well, I'm sure.
Went smoothly.
Little clown boy. Dude, that insult. Tone knew what was up. He knew the kind of powerhouse he was generating with that. Ten people in silence.
Yes.
Reminds me of a combination of Victor from League of Legends and Heimerdinger.
Have we got any more terrible scripts we can do dramatically?
Oh, God.
We've got 10 people here.
No, I'm good.
I would rather discuss trigonometry. It's pretty interesting, trigonometry.
Normalize some vectors, gentlemen.
Tell that to Zod's neck.
Oh no. Listen.
Neck.
Listen,
Jesus.
he threw that out in a couple minutes, and you were like, "Oh, I'm judging you." It's not very nice. Not very nice. A creator. What was the famous quote from Chris Stockman? Like, a person works on a film for like 2 years, and what do? We come home as critics. We watch their film. We spend like half an hour, and then we upload some video to YouTube. You know, you really have to appreciate how much harder they work. All right.
Ah, Gogor sent me the meme. My hero. Hang
Brace
on,
yourself.
I need to save it first. I shall link it in a second. One second. Save.
Wow, it is hard to type accurately.
Just 30 minutes, ragaloonies.
Oh wow, 30 minutes. It's half an hour.
What if I told you it was actually 3 hours?
I don't know what I'd do.
Like, no, I give up. No.
Don't know. I just don't know what I'd do. Could I do? What would I have the energy to do?
Where's the glooms? Where's my folder? Oh, there you go.
So you really think Jared was the one that said last season was better?
No, I think that Jared is. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in Jared world. I mean,
He
so
got
that room-
grounded. Well, this guy that I know tricked him into playing porn on his main channel, and got his main channel that people actually watched banned. I don't know if you saw that.
That's not cool.
Well, how many channels does he have?
I mean, he has a few older ones, but his two main ones, the ones that had over 1,000 subscribers, both got destroyed for different violations. And this guy that I know was re-streaming one of Jared's streams and kind of commenting on what he was doing, and Jared thought he was being clever and announced in the stream that he was going to play porn to try to get my friend's channel deleted. But then my friend just heard him say that and stopped re-streaming him, but Jared played the porn anyway and got his own channel deleted.
Wow.
God.
Nice.
Well, it was that crazy time where fucking Keemstar went after Jared. It was like, what the fuck? Worlds colliding.
That's because Billy the Fridge told him.
Yeah, because it was
about Jared.
He like freaks out at his dad, didn't he?
Yeah. Yep.
Meltdown.
And then there was the whole saying he'd date a 15-year-old, or was it younger than that?
Oh, I think he said an 8-year-old. Actually,
His age is just a number.
And
Oh, great.
Yeah, he said it
and
was
his
about-
Discord servers would always get deleted because the maps would flood into his Discord servers.
So weird. So he's currently
like
grounded.
cartographers.
Just keeps going downhill.
Oh my god, I'd love it if cartographers became like a slang word for pedophile.
Cartographers.
That would suck for actual cartographers.
I was gonna say the poor cartographers. What the fuck?
Yeah,
But
he's grounded
has
from the
anyone
internet
ever
though.
actually met a real cartographer? I'm not
Yeah,
convinced. They
isn't it
exist.
like a dead profession here anyway?
It's not exactly too many places.
Besides, we're all pedophiles, so
I mean, well, there's the one guy, and he's working real hard, and then he finds out he's a pedophile now. He's like, what the fuck? I didn't sign up for this, and he quits being a cartographer. Then there's none left. You happy?
Well, how many pedophiles
No
do
more
you
net
sign up
math.
for it? Moobler. There's no
Mumblo.
pedophile application board.
Yeah, there is.
I assume.
to
Fuck.
register to be a pedophile in this district.
Yeah, it's called the Sex Offenders Register.
Yeah, but somebody called Jared's house and talked to his dad on a live stream, and after that happened, Jared he got grounded from the internet again. But Jared's dad like talked to the person that called him for a really long time, like gave a whole interview. It was really weird. And then after that, Jared was gone. So
Because he hasn't
gone.
like returned. He's
No, he hasn't, and that's fine. I'm glad he's gone. But
oh yeah, dude, the internet was not fucking good for him. You can say that much. He was.
I don't know what would be good for him.
No, that's good. That's a good point. I mean, reviewing Toy Story series 1, 2, 3 was keeping him busy, but there's only so many Toy Story movies.
Does he also have a personal beef with the Green Ranger from Power Rangers, Tommy Oliver?
Yes.
There's a whole
Yes.
strange history to that. Apparently,
yes.
Tommy
Because-
Oliver, I've seen him at conventions. He's like a proper alpha
So-
male. If you want to tell the story, it's fucking hilarious.
So where Jared lives in the area he lives in, the actor that played the Green Ranger has a martial arts school there, and Jared went in there acting like he was tough and challenged people to spar, and he has no actual experience doing this. And because he was running his mouth,
probably
the
has
Green
retard
Ranger
strength, though.
Oh my god.
the Green Ranger put him up against his best student, and the guy destroyed him. And then he made a video complaining about it.
And then one of his trolls named himself the Green Ranger and went after him for years.
Oh my god. The Green Ranger.
Is Frederick Knudsen gonna make the rabbit hole for Jared? I just figured.
I think he should. He really should. Frederick, if you're listening, do it, please.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Stop pooping.
Do it. Do more
No.
of it. Poop more.
Do it.
Only if you stop coming.
Oh my god.
How long do I have to stop doing that for?
26 minutes.
Okay. that's
There you
fine.
go.
So,
So what?
how
You
about that
insulting me?
that new football thing?
Yep.
Did you see that ludicrous display last night?
Ludicrous, yes.
The thing with
No.
Arsenal is they always try to walk it in.
He gets the reference.
Oh, I was under the impression everybody did. Whoever hasn't seen that show deserves, well, I don't want to say it live, I could get booed.
What show?
The Crowd of Information Technology.
I always
Yeah.
thought it was the It crowd when I was a kid because I was a fucking moron.
Well, in fairness,
like-
that's how they would pronounce it on S4C, so.
But
Next up will be the it crowd. It's like, oh, they're the it crowd. They're in, and then you watch it and they're a bunch of nerds, and you're like, I was lied to.
Have you ever watched Garth Marenghi's Dark Place?
Yes.
No,
I have not.
Got any fans of that here?
Yes.
No.
It's great.
Hang on, you've actually watched something.
Shut the fuck up.
Should we just name shows until we find one that all of us have seen? Everyone's seen Blackadder.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
God damn
it.
Why's it gotta be a Blackadder?
Huh?
No, there's a show called Whiteadder too. You can watch that one if you want. What about Simpsons? Sorry. Simpsons.
Simpsons.
Isn't it weird how nobody pronounces the I in
The Simpsons.
So fucking stupid.
It like felt like because it was me and a friend of mine. It's like they were trolling us in the class. Like people gradually realizing there's no P pronounced in Simpsons while pronouncing the P. It's just like, what are you all doing? It's like Simpsons. Yeah, there's no P. It's like, what the fuck?
I think it's really weird how some people don't pronounce the S in Impen.
Impsons.
Impsons.
Oh wait, no, it was an S. I fucked it up. Damn it.
Impen.
Master, you're not allowed to say any S's for the rest of the stream.
Oh, man,
No,
that sucked.
you have to
Shit.
replace
Damn
all
it.
of your S's with T's.
Just start going.
Nor.
Do you like
Good,
how
you've done it so far.
the other Australians try to match up to Fringy's Nors and they can't do it?
No.
No.
Wow.
No.
He was in a news
Nor.
article. Oh my.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Yeah, I can link the
What?
news
You
article.
don't understand.
What-
When Fringy gets
what was
mad,
the bail
he will
stat?
he will bellow a Nor that shatters his own rooftop. Nor.
He already did.
Oh yeah, shit. You got that. That's on the way, right? We got some.
It is. I kind of got the crap kicked out of me with like day job shit, but the worst is over. So I'm probably gonna work on that tonight.
Yeah, you guys, we got so many things coming. So the re-uploads of all these streams, plus the reactions that have yet to come out, and the main meme itself, plus a Batwoman episode, I believe. We've got one definitely ready, and one is cooking. But that's it then for the Batwomans, which is kind of sad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but you are gonna cover season 2, correct?
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah, you
We
better.
will be crawling all over it. We'll be like, give me.
Oh.
I swear to God, if
Yeah.
it's like slightly better, we'll be so disappointed. Like,
I
no.
know. It's like she turns out to be a great actress. It's like, oh shit.
And they hire a new writer who's like, yeah, I really care about the story of Batwoman. We're like, no!
No, it's good now.
You screwed it up!
You done the
The
same.
theme
Oh my
song
God.
is like legitimately amazing.
I don't want to like it because it's good.
I completely forgot. Someone said, hey, what about the Torchwood video? It's like, oh, right. Jay, is that still set for Christmas? Is that the plan?
That's still set for Christmas.
You'll be seeing an EFAP Torchwood mini when we...
Any
It'll be
12
12 years
fans
old.
in chat?
Oh my
Actually, you know what? Even better than that, any Chris Chibnall fans in chat?
Why would you say that? They
It's
wouldn't
gonna be a good Christmas
They wouldn't
for
want to
you.
identify themselves. You gonna criticize the poor doctor who? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, it's gonna be about 2 hours plus. Is the plan. It's gonna go
You
through
almost-
everything, not chronologically, but like going point through point of like why each bit of it is terrible and why every aspect by aspect more than chronologically.
Why must you hate women?
Because they're just worse.
Wow.
Worst. Yeah. Worst.
Holds up.
Worst.
I'm quite interested to
Women are
see
tough.
what's going to happen with TV production because of coronavirus. Like, the quality of TV shows is just going to fucking plummet.
How?
You can
It can't go
you can
lower.
already see
That's
that with
possible.
some of the other
It
shows.
can't go
Yeah.
lower.
Somehow, some shows have been preempting it since 2017.
Wow. They knew.
It's really jarring because over here in the UK, some of our soap operas have started filming again, but they have to practice social distancing. So anyone having a fight has to just yell across a room at someone.
That sounds
you can
fucking
just see-
hilarious.
It's really bizarre. It's like watching something made by Tommy Wiseau. Like you've got two loving couples, like I love you, but they can't hug or kiss because social distancing. So it's just really bizarre and jarring. Our television.
Do you think there'll be a rise in animation because of this if this continues?
Hopefully. But then what kind of quality animation? Because animation takes a long time and is expensive. So we're going to have a lot more shitty Cal Art style bollocks coming up. I can guarantee that.
I could just imagine at those soap operas when the boyfriend shows up, or rather the husband shows up on the boyfriend, they start physically fighting. They have to use like towels, like whip each other with them for the social
No,
distancing.
they just use shots of like one guy throwing a punch and then it cuts to another guy like being punched, but it's close up, so you just can't see the other person in frame.
I didn't have to have like psychic battles, like everyone in a soap opera develops psychic abilities and end up punching themselves in the face, taking
They
over your
just
mind.
throw
No!
bricks at each other.
Yeah, just people's, you know, in like Star Wars, where everyone for some reason just sticks their hand out and pulls like a constipated face. It'll be like that. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, and all the movies that were supposed to come out this year will be coming out next year. It's a very interesting time, and Disney's hemorrhaging money as well, so that's good to see.
Hooray!
It is. I like corporations.
You know what I think they need to do is start adding DLC to all games where you can play as your favorite internet browser and corporation and internet providers.
That sounds great. Oh, I fucking love Fall Guys.
Yes, they need to put it on all games, and I think that'll improve games. What do you guys reckon?
Only if I can get the rainbow skin and only use it for a month, and then immediately change back whenever it's convenient for me.
What I would like to do is get like a corporate skin in a game where you can like do really horrible things and then use the corporate like skin to commit racially charged genocide or something.
Bringing down the
So
hatchet.
you want to play as Ronald
Genocide.
McDonald in GTA 5 and only kill black people?
Yeah. That's the kind of thing. I
Well, in
want
the new-
brands to feel regret.
In the new Avengers game, there are like corporate skins, aren't there? Like, isn't there like monster superhero outfits and things like that? There's like essentially advertising in the game, and you can wear. I think I've seen a stream and someone had some sort of corporate logo. So times are hard, so I can imagine a lot more shows are going to have like sponsorship and things like that. So I think there will be games where people were running around as Pepsi or Tango or whatever.
I want my Verizon skin, Mom.
I love Verizon.
Are you guys looking forward to Star Wars Squadrons?
No.
No.
I just
That looks.
Why would I be looking forward to that?
It looks like something. Well, I like flight simulator games, and I used to play like X-wing and TIE Fighter and those kind of games back in the day. So this kind of looks like a multiplayer version of it.
But I'm sorry, I don't understand like what you mean by look forward to something. I don't understand that emotion anymore.
Oh,
okay.
How do you anticipate something positively?
I don't know. I guess.
You mean dread its arrival?
Yeah, I have a really hard time getting
I
excited.
have not yet been crushed by my own cynicism yet. I guess.
Yeah, he enjoys things.
Ew.
Hey.
I think the only thing I'm cautiously optimistic for is Cyberpunk 2077. That looks interesting. Go either way.
They've been delaying that a lot, so I imagine they're really ready to give it their best foot forward. So I'm very curious.
I heard the latest delay was pretty much exclusively just to get it on the next gen consoles.
Yeah, and isn't there multiplayer as well now for some reason?
I think
I don't know.
multiplayer's
I
coming
haven't been.
after, like a long time after.
I've been pretty much avoiding news of it. I want to just go into it
Yeah, from
without
what I
knowing
understand,
much.
yeah, I think they're trying to just make the single player like super duper good, and then work the multiplayer in like maybe a year or two later, which is fine. I like that idea.
The one I'm avoiding is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. That looks like an absolute dumpster fire.
Yeah, they just fired
It's
Brian
like
Matsuda and Kai
Yeah.
Fumi just last week for no reason. They just, let's just get rid of our creative director and our lead narrative designer. After 5 years, we'll just fire them for no reason. Great.
Yeah. the one person that, because a lot of people bought the game going, they got the original guys who made the first game, which is a cult classic, and now he's gone, and you just see people going, well, I'm going to cancel my pre-order, and it's like a monkey's paw. Someone got hold of a fucking monkey's paw and said, I want a new Bloodlines game, and there is one, but it's being, the lead designer now probably falls to Cara Ellison. Whose experience in writing is being a games journalist.
Well, those two guys were pretty left-leaning, so they've always been that way. It's always been a political-ish story, so that's fine. I don't care what they put into it, because we know they're going to give us quality if those two are on board. So now that they've not rehired a new narrative designer, or rather a new writer for the whatever you want to call him, because he's in charge of his writing team, the old writers are still there, so they can do whatever they want to the dialogue. They could redo lines. It's coming out another year anyway, so they got plenty of time to change things. But who knows what they can do? And they've already replaced the creative designer, or the creative director rather, so they can change little things. But that's not a huge issue. Like lighting and visuals, I think those are pretty much baked. So it's the writing they could easily change, and that is just like, who knows what they can do.
Well, I'm apprehensive because one, it's Paradox, and they're getting really shitty with their DLC and just the quality. And then the people who are making it, who is Hardsuit Labs, who have a terrible track record. If you look on Metacritic, the only game they've got that has like a 75 score is Blacklight Retribution, which they didn't even make. They just bought the IP of someone else. Everything else is like in the red, shitty mobile games. So that's a monkey's paw, I think.
Come yum.
Can you do like a review of that song? I want to know, what are the themes of the message?
Me?
Yes.
Tasty
I could do a review of Rag singing Tasty Semen just then.
How much longer?
Please.
14 minutes approximately.
Mootle, I think you should do a stream playing AI Dungeon.
AI Dungeon.
Oh, AI Dungeon is great. It's really like, it's multiplayer as well and free.
AI
so
Dungeon.
it's like, you know, those text games where it like tells you what's going on around you and you type in what you want to do.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
one of
really
those
don't
but
enjoy
generated by AI.
Oh
and
my
it's really
god,
bad,
people are
and
sending
that's why it's fun.
People are sending tonal memes on Twitter and he's replying to all of them.
Yeah, I saw that.
Really?
Yeah, and he said we must rally the men and brainstorm, but we're gonna cook for Sauron. Like, yes! Cook for Sauron!
I need to figure out how I can stream me cooking, and I want to cook this meal and stream it just because I can.
Wolf was a cool dude for sure. Oh,
yeah.
That's the happiest I've ever been in my entire life.
Very, oh my god, we got Pink Nekos did Weekend Warrior as a Fall Guy. Don't worry, chat, I will show you in a moment. There's 3 to set up. Gosh. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, Jesus, you weren't kidding. He's really replying to every single one.
Incredible.
Where at? On Twitter?
Yeah.
There's Weekend Warrior Fullman. And he is quick doodles of Ragu.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh,
and
boy.
Muhlenheimer.
Dude,
looking
I'm so
fancy.
Why is Weekend Warrior a Fall Guys character?
Why wouldn't he be?
Because he's fat and retarded.
Oh no.
Ah, that makes sense.
I see.
What? Oh my goodness.
Weekend Warrior's not in chat, right?
That's not a nice thing to say about Weekend Warrior.
That's a lot better than calling him from the Philippines. So yeah, I'll take
Well,
it.
it's fat and slow or whatever.
If I wanted to call it, like, really insult him, I would have called him a dirty Filipino.
Oh.
He's not dirty.
But you see, I don't think he's dirty, nor do I think he's a Filipino, so I didn't call him either.
I don't see him popping up in chat. You should be alright. You should be alright. I like how someone said demonetized. Like, do you really think we're monetized after what happened earlier?
No kidding. I was about to say.
I actually started the stream on my phone like a bunch of times while I was here, and I just still got an ad. So yeah.
Oh shit! Well, we need to try harder then.
Actually, I've been noticing recently that I'm getting monetized way more easier. And the other day, I didn't even have to click the review link to have it reviewed. It just monetized automatically, or it never got unmonetized, which is something I almost never experience. Yeah.
Interesting.
If
I mean, I
killed
do
you,
have
I
more
gain this
Chuck
power?
Tingle novels. If
No.
you
No.
really hate money.
I'm putting I am putting my foot down and saying no.
10 minutes. We must provide the audience with commentary if it's 10 minutes.
All right.
I'll provide my outro commentary right now and drop it down to 9.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tizzle my tizzle.
Just so everyone in the chat is clear, this isn't indicative of me coming back to YouTube. I don't have another channel. I don't plan to make one. I'm not coming back as a host or a guest in really any capacity. It was just episode 100. There's only one episode 100. And episode 150 doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Actually, there are 3 episode 100s.
Shut up.
So you're saying you'll come back for episode 1000?
If you get there, maybe. Yeah.
If you get there. Hey Rags, what you doing for the next 16 years?
And I'm taking it one doggy day at a time.
Gee, I hope they keep releasing shitty media.
Me too.
Fine.
But you know what? I got a
sure they
sneaking
will.
suspicion that they will continue to do so.
I think it might get worse.
Maybe our mission will be complete. Maybe we'll do such a good job at just all this that they'll stop making bad stuff because they're gonna get sick of us making fun of it. maybe all those people will take the criticism to heart and they'll really go through some self-reflection and change their products and their methods, and they'll start making some really good stuff.
EFAP's going to get bought by Disney and then recast with all new actors.
Oh no.
It's going to get bought by Tencent. Give it the time.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
I think we're worth more than that.
Yeah, that's about
Rex, you're going to get played by Guilford Godfuck. I can't say his name.
Guilford Godfuck.
Guilford
Godfuck.
Guilford Godfred.
I'm Guilford Godfuck. Or however his name is. Or his
I'm Gilbert
voice is.
Godfuck.
Yeah.
Well,
you're
you know,
played by Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
Can we have Abby Shapiro next time? Much
Oh,
better
no.
to look at.
Can we? Yeah.
Oh.
She's
I mean, a lot of people are better to look at than Ben Shapiro. I find him somewhat off-putting.
I think it's the voice.
It's the eyebrows, isn't it?
I think it's
He
a
has
Star
sort
Wars
of-
rating.
We like all name a different part of him, and it collects up to just the entire body. Just like, is it that part?
I
That
think it's
part?
his legs. His legs piss me off.
His legs.
His legs? Does he have
It
them?
looked at me the wrong way.
It's his legs that piss me off. I love
Fucking
that.
legs.
Fucking Ben Shapiro and his fucking legs.
These goddamn legs. Why can't he just flop around like a
Shapiro's
boneless
legs.
chicken?
Aren't all chickens boneless?
That must be hilarious to work at one of those boneless chicken ranches where they have the free range boneless chickens just flopping around everywhere.
It's not even like a painful existence. They're happy. They're just like
No, they're having a great time. They're just flopping around.
Bounce. Whee!
Oh my god! I just imagined like, what would that feel like picking it up and it like moved? It like
Worms in your head.
It's like a little pancreas.
I would drop that shit and leave the place immediately. That sounds horrible. Oh,
Traumatized for weeks. Like I
There's
don't
like
understand.
10,000 of them in front of you.
could you like imagine picking one up and it feels like a water balloon, only its eyes move, and you're just like, oh, you drop it, just Get the
Just bounces.
I can't. I
It
can't
looks
do
like a chicken, feels like a jellyfish.
I don't know. Something about it makes my arms like shiver.
Jelly-like.
Oh no!
I just picture this little treadmill that takes them all back up once they roll down the little hill. You could just flop onto it. It just like takes them back up. And it's like they're free range.
Jesus Christ. That would actually be worse than anything in Australia.
I don't know.
I mean, it wouldn't be very threatening though. How does it kill? It just falls on you and tries to choke you.
I don't know. I would feel very threatened by like those gelatinous chickens like rolling after me.
Yeah, like maybe they're like bees where they'll like vibrate really fast in self-defense and then burn you.
No. Look, I have too wild of an imagination, and it's going to be a lot worse in my head than it would be in real life. So I can't do it.
5 minutes.
We can do it.
Well, I'll say when we decided to be a podcast, we were like, let's make it to at least 100 before we quit. I quit a little earlier than that, but hey, we made it to 100.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
It took a while, you know? Those 100 episodes with an average length of what, 7 hours or something? This is a lot. A lot of episodes.
Yeah.
700 hours. Rags, what the fuck have we been doing?
For 700 hours? It feels like I've been doing this shit for 700. Talking about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you made lots of friends as well. Can't deny that.
Yeah.
I did.
Wonderful friends.
Right, so should we respond to a video in these 5 minutes? Like,
yeah, let's go.
I'll invent one.
quick.
Yeah.
Abby's arms.
oh, that's a
too
shitty
big.
intro. You need to refine your script.
I didn't want to make this video.
That's subjective.
I'll play the hate piano. Ding, ding,
Nice.
ding, 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 ding,
You know
ding,
what I
ding.
hate about TLJ haters is they harass people online. Like, oh my god, that video, Rags, that took 10 years to get through. The one that kept talking about how everyone's so mean online. If everyone would just be nice on Twitter, the whole world would be better.
I hate that. Was that the one that like put the entire script on screen for you
Oh
to
my
read while you
God.
watched? How
country are
handy
you
is
from?
that? I should start doing that.
Yeah, wasn't it M Moriarty who was like, you shouldn't be able to read the entire video. Like this seems weird as an experience.
Gomayom.
Yorm.
Have you come? Have you yum?
So EFAP 100 part 4 in like an hour, right?
Yes. And the party. Where
I
we
feel
watch.
as if we have a 30-minute break and I close my eyes, there will be no alarm on heaven or hell or earth that will be able to wake me from my sloma. My sloma.
Sloma?
It's gonna be a
Damn.
sloma. It's a
just a
combination
way
of the
longer
word
coma.
sleep and coma.
Yeah, it's a coma that goes at 0.25 speed.
What if like
Do your family know you're doing these podcasts? Because I'm just worried they might declare you legally dead.
oh. I mean
They've been missing for 37 hours.
we have droids
we'll be
that
good.
take our place during this sort of thing.
Oh, like in Rick and Mortar.
Brick
gotta-
and Mortar? Isn't that the show on the cartoon show, Brick and Mortar?
It's the children's
Yeah.
show for children. Why would you talk about a children's show?
Because I am a child.
Bob the Builder
Wow, you
hosts the
child.
Brick and Mortar show.
Get Bob the Builder on EFAP.
I would love to get Bob the Builder on EFAP. Hey,
Can we fix it? Let's respond to it to 10 out for 10 hours. to
I've
find
always
out.
thought it's not quite positive enough. It should be we will fix it, not can we fix it. It's like it's preparing for failure in
Well,
some
the
ways.
immediate next line is yes, we can.
Yeah, but that's not good enough.
What, you want it? No, it's fucked.
Do you want like yes,
Hey,
we
calm
we
down.
fucking will?
We fucking will fix it. You see it. You watch us. You fuck.
We'll fix it after we've had 3 tea breaks.
So
Once
I've
you
just
paid
received a
us.
message from the archivist, librarian, keeper of records Cubicans. He said that you've done 868-ish hours of content.
Wait, that's EFAP, right?
I don't know.
Bitch numbers.
It says
But that's
content.
not
so I
even
imagine that's
1,000 hours.
The entire catalog.
That's
35
that's
days.
decades.
EFAP's minis, main channel stuff. Probably.
Look at you go to efap.me home, and it's like this the lineup on the graph of all the EFAPs, and it's like, oh, look at the chat EFAP 50 at 29 hours. It's like, oh, you're gonna be dethroned, buddy. It's coming for you.
So I went to FA to check if I had any notes, and this was on the front page. It's fine, it's not porn or anything. But the eyes on this character are just like
where is the other eye exactly? Why is it
It's on-
clipping through its
Wombus.
head the way it is?
I know.
Checking the soda machine.
It's like I see you going over there, and also you over there.
Also,
See what you're doing.
We guys, we did it. That's it. We did it.
You guys did it.
We
You did it.
30
hours.
30 hours. We did it.
So we're offline now.
Well, we got an outro to play, so I'm gonna have to mute, and you guys can chill out.
I hate
leave,
neutral. See, no one heard that.
watch
Hey
it,
man. Oh.
do whatever you want.
How did you hear that?
What?
What?
Don't confuse the sleep deprived people
did
in
it.
here. Just do your outro.
You did it.
Hooray!
Did it.
Everyone
Yeah.
say
30
goodbye.
hours
Everyone say
of awake.
a hearty goodbye from every frame of pause episode 100.
Hearty goodbye.
Bye,
to you.
everybody. It was amazing.
Scallywags.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wumbo juice.
Goodbye.
Mumbo juice. Oh no.
Don't lie, you love it.
I
Don't
do.
lie, it makes you sad.
Good night.
know all my N-words.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen.
About a smile for me, huh?
I mean,
I only read manga, dude.
I would prefer it if I was just on the stream by myself.
Yes.
In closing, I would simply like to say to you, do the best you can with what you got and be thankful that you're in no worse shape than you are. I promise you, you'll feel better. See if I'm not right.
We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, love, and happiness until then. See you later.
Thanks for your time. Have a good day.
well, didn't it?